So far, historically, Eco Cares has made a real difference in the life of over 8,100 individuals, while Eco Listens has lent a helping hand to more than 8,690 beneficiaries. Last year, 2024, we distributed 1.1 billion to 2,477 residents throughout the states. So for this year, we have set aside 1.6 billion to assist additional 2,850 beneficiaries.
Since inception in 2020, the initiative has touched the lives of more than 16,000 residents, providing financial aid and economic relief to those in need. Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Abiodun Tajuddin, said the program reflects on inclusive governance, ideals of Sanwo-Olu administration.
The beneficiaries of today's financial assistance were meticulously selected from a pool of approximately 5,000 applicants received this year, spanning all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs area of the state. Notably, women constitute about 46% of the selected recipients. This ongoing initiative continues to open avenues for economic inclusion and stability, reaffirming the government's unwavering commitment to poverty reduction and the creation of opportunities for every Lagos resident to thrive, even in the face of prevailing economic challenges.
Some beneficiaries could not hide their joy, describing the support as timely and life-changing.
Through the office of the legislative and civic engagements, actually, I plan to use the money to boost my farming business, and with great ecstasy, I would like to appreciate or express my gratitude to the Lagos State government for this kind gesture they are doing for us.
With the latest disbursement, the Lagos State government says it is reaffirming its commitment to equity, compassion, and opportunity for all. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ambo Chika Iro Manihe Jimarambo Adibo Wana, Voice of the People. m na-arụ na Voice of the People 90.3 FM dịka onye nta akụkọ. Abụkwana m onye Ụmụamadi Ngwuru nke dị na Mbaise, Imo steeti. Ịbụkwana onye nta akụkọ, eche m na m ga-asị na ọ bụ ihe dị n'ime mgbe nne m mụrụ m ya bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, ọ bụghị ihe m mụrụ amụ. Ọ nọ n'ime m n'ihi na oge m na-etolite m ga-echeta otu ụbọchị m gwara nne m na ọ ga-amasịkwanụ m ka m bụrụ onye na-ekwu okwu na redio, n'ihi na nne m na onwe ya bụ onye hụrụ ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Oge abụla oge kwa ụbọchị ka ọ na-agbanye redio, anyị na-amara ihe ndị na-emegasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. M ga-echeta na BCA redio Ụmụahịa bụ ya bụ redio nne m na-egekarị, nke emezie nwee ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Ngwa nne m na m ga-abụkwana onye ga na-ekwu okwu na redio. Mana ya bụ ihe bidoro ọbụladị mgbe m n'ụlọ akwụkwọ praịmarị, sekọndịrị na mahadum abịara na-ede akụkọ ụgha nke bụ eziokwu. Ọ bụrụ na m dechaa ya ebe a gụpụta ya, ị ga-ajụ sị kedu ihe kpaliri nwata a ime ihe. Ọ bụghịkwa nke ahụ, ebidoro m ọsịsọ banye na lerida, bụrụ onye na-agụ ihe ọgụgụ na parish m St. Charles Ezuhu na Amadi, bụkwa nke dị na Mbaise, Imo steeti. Eche m na ihe a bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, bụkwa nke mere na na-eme ya na-ekwu okwu mgbe ụfọdụ mana redio mana TV, maka na ọ bụghị na redio ka m bidosiri were mewe ihe. Ọ bụghịkwanị na redio ka m bidokwa n'ọrụ a. N'oge m gụchara praịmarị, abanyere m sekọndịrị, gụchaa sekọndịrị banye ụlọ akwụkwọ mahadum. Mahadum ala anyị dị na Nsụka, University of Nigeria Nsụka bụ ebe m gụrụ mahadum. Ebe ahụ agụrụ m linguistics na Igbo, bụkwa nke nyere aka kwado m maka ya bụ ihe m chọrọ ịbụ. Dịka m siri gwa gị na mbụ n'oge nka dị obere, amadị m ihe ụwa na-ekwu, agwara m nne m na m ga-achọ ikwu okwu na redio. Mana dịka m gụchara akwụkwọ mahadum fee ala nna anyị, abịaziri m nweta ọrụ na isi mbido TV. Ebe a ka m bidoro ya bụ ihe n'uju. Arụrụ m n'isi mbido TV afọ 3 na ụma, mgbe arụkwaghị m hapụ ebe ahụ, sizie isi mbido TV bata na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Ịjụọ m ihe gbasara ihe m na-arụ taa dịka onye nta akụkọ, m ga-asị gị na ọ bụ ihe nọ m n'ime. Nne m mụrụ m mụọ ịgbasa ozi, ọkachasị na redio na TV. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ, e nwere ọtụtụ ihe ị kwesịrị ịgba. Ọ dịrọkwa dị mfe o, maka na anyị na-ekwu ya, anyị nọrọ na redio mgbe ụfọdụ na-ekwu okwu maọbụ na TV, ọ na-atọ ụtọ na ntị, ọ na-atọ gị rịkpọọ. Mana ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị na-agabiga tupu ịhụ anyị anyapụta ebe a na-ekwu ihe niile ọ na-adaba adaba. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ maọbụ na redio maọbụ na TV, nke mbụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ị ga-amarịrị ihe na-eme na gburugburu gị. Kedu ka ihe si afịatụ na gburugburu gị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa? Ngalaba dị iche iche, ngalaba na-ahụ maka agụmakwụkwọ, ime njem, ahụ isi ike, ngalaba dị iche iche. Ị ga-ama ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụghị naanị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ị ga-amakwa ka ihe si afịatụ na mba ofesi dịka onye nta akụkọ, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụgodị na ị na-arahụ ụra akpọọ gị, ị mara ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ dịka m bụ onye nta akụkọ na-eji asụsụ Igbo eme mgbasa ozi nke m, ị ga-amarịla asụsụ Igbo nke ọma. Igbo gị ga-eghe eghe, nke bụ onye nụ ya ọ mara na ịmakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa Igbo ma mama sị ya bụ Igbo, ọ bụ Igbo ghere eghe, Igbo izugbe. Ọ bụghị olu ndị, ọ bụ eziokwu na mgbe ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-eji olu ndị eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, mana ọ bụ Igbo izugbe bụ asụsụ kacha mma iji were mee ihe mgbasa ozi, nke ga-abụ na ebe ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, isi steeti Abịa, Enugu, Delta, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, steeti ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, ọ bụrụ na ị na-asụ ya bụ Igbo, ị ga-aghọtarịla ihe onye ahụ na-ekwu. Mana gị were olu ndị, mgbe ụfọdụ ndị steeti ndị ọzọ agaghị enwecha ike ghọtacha ihe ị na-ekwu. Ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ n'asụsụ Igbo, nke mbụ mara ihe ekwe na-akụ n'asụsụ ahụ iji eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, ya bụ asụsụ Igbo. Mara ihe ekwe na-akụ, ị ga-abụ onye ga na-agụsị akwụkwọ ike, ị ga na-agụ, ị gaa n'ịntanetị na-achọ ọtụtụ ihe, ị na-amụta na-etinye na nke ịma, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-ekwu okwu amara na onye amakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụkwa mkpu aka anyị na-eti kwa ụbọchị o, maka na onye dịka m mgbe m dị obere ka m bidoro, ndị mmadụ na-asị na adị m very outspoken. Ana m ekwuba okwu ekwusi ya ike mgbe ụfọdụ ka o si wee dịrị. Eche m na ndị na-arụ ọrụ na redio na-enye aka n'otu ụzọ maọbụ ịbụọ ịhụ na ihe gara nke ọma ọkachasị n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, maka na mgbe ụfọdụ ihe ndị gọọmenti na-eme, ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-eme, ọ bụkwanụ ndị anọ na redio na-eti ya bụ mkpu. Mgbe ụfọdụ gọọmenti nwere ike ime ya chee na ihe ha mere dị mma, mana ọ bụ ndị na-arụ na redio ga-abịa sị gị na gọọmenti ihe anyị mekwanụrụ adịghị mma. Eche m na ọ bụ na ndị na-arụ na redio na ụlọ nta akụkọ dị iche iche bụkwanụ ndị na-agba gọọmenti okwu. Ewezụga ndị nta akụkọ maọbụ nke redio maọbụ akwụkwọ akụkọ maọbụ nke telivishọn, ewepụ ha n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, gọọmenti ga na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ sọrọ ha. Mana ndị nta akụkọ bụ ndị bụ ị na-eme ị na-elekwa anya n'azụ, maka na e nwere ndị na-ele gị ime emejọ, ndị nta akụkọ enyere gị aka. Ya bụ ihe adịrọkwa n'izi dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya, ọ dịghị mfe, ọ bụghị ofe nracha. Ihe gbasara ezinụlọ m ịchịkọba ya na ọrụ m kwanụ, nke ọbụla nwere oge ya. Enwere m oge m ji akwado maka ọrụ m, enwere m oge m ji aga ọrụ, m rụchakwa ọrụ m alawa m ngazie nke ezinụlọ, ngazie elenye anya na nke ezinụlọ iji mee na ihe niile dabara adaba, enye ndị ebe a enye ndị ebe a, ihe niile wee na-aga nke ọma. Ahụkwana m ọtụtụ nri Igbo n'anya, ọtụtụ nri ndị Igbo na-amasị m n'ebe o buru ibu, mana nri ndị Igbo m kacha ahụ n'anya bụ ụkwa. Ị hụrụ ụkwa? Ejikwala ụkwa etiri m epele o. Ị na-egwusa m egwuregwu, eji na ụkwa egwu m egwuregwu. Ahụrụ m nri ụkwa n'anya n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ya bụrụ ihe olilo. Ahụrụ m ofe ụgụ vegetable, ofe ụhakwa na ofe onugbu. Ihe ndị a niile na-atọcha m ụtọ n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ede n'anya. Ọ bụrụ na isi chee ede, ịba were mmanụ iri gwọọ ya, gị na ụtazi maọbụ nchụanwụ were ya gwọọ ya. Nri ndị a niile na-amasịcha m n'ihi na ha bụ nri ndị na-edozi ahụ. Ndị Igbo nwere ọtụtụ nri dị iche iche, bụkwa ndị nke na-edozi ahụ. Ndị nkwado adị Igbo, ọ nọ n'ụlọ na ọ nọ n'ụzọ ije, ọ bụkwa na unu mere m ihe mgbu. Ewezuga unu, enweghị onye dịka adị Igbo. Ndị nkwado m ndị nke nọ na Naịjirịa na mba ofesi, ana m ekele unu, sikwa unu gaa n'iru na nkwado unu na-enye m. Ewezuga unu, enweghịkwana onye dịka adị Igbo. Igbo mụrụ nze m ọzọ, aha m bụ Chikayiro Adigbo Nwanna, Voice of the People. Abụ m onye nta akụkọ mgbasa ozi ngalaba asụsụ Igbo na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Nke a bụkwanụ ọrụ aka m, ọ bụ ya bụ ihe m na-arụ, ọ bụ my hustle dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned, and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are a people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OG has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OD, you don't need to, know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done. Let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement will grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our growth, our health, our well-being right here on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to bring you fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health concerns in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. Remember, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Well, today we're focusing on asthma, one of the most common chronic respiratory conditions affecting both children and adults in Nigeria. It is characterized by inflammation and narrowing of the airways, leading to repeated episodes of coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. Despite being manageable, many people still suffer severe attacks due to late diagnosis, poor treatment routines, or exposure to environmental triggers. Globally, asthma affects an estimated 339 million people, and it remains the most common chronic disease in children. In 2019, global estimates showed over 754 million cases of wheezing and more than 357 million asthma cases among people aged 5 to 69. Well, while diagnosis is more prevalent in higher income countries, mortality rates sadly remain higher in developing nations like ours. But this is a very, very crucial topic, and to help us understand this condition better, we're joined today by two distinguished guests. Dr. Paul Kusemijo is certified and seasoned medical doctor from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, health and safety manager, wellness coach, surgical resident in plastic surgery, and a business medical entrepreneur. And we're also joined by Dr. Charles Adiogun, a respected public health advocate and wellness physician, committed to preventive health education and community wellness strategies. You're most welcome, doctors. It's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you. It's good to be on the show also.
We welcome Dr. Charles.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Well, from the brief profile we've read, I can see that you're really vast, and I'm sure you're very, 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 very knowledgeable. So how has the profession been, Dr. Paul? How's it been so far, being a doctor?
Well, as a doctor, it has its challenges. And, you know, the thing about doctors is that we say we're trained to save lives. So as someone said to me recently, doctors are supposed to focus on health and wellness, not focus on money. But we can see the current situation of things right now with the doctors on strike and different things happening in the country right now, especially with the fact of certain agreements to which they had reached with the federal government and nothing has been done for a couple of years. So yes, a lot of things have been tough.
All right, that's amazing. I can tell that being a doctor, it's hard enough, but for the passion, right? For the passion.
So the passion, yes, has to really be there.
Wow, we have to commend you for that. How has it been, Dr. Charles? I'm really keen on hearing yours because I think you deal with a lot of people. Please tell us.
Well, it's been interesting. It's been challenging, and first and foremost, so far it's something you're passionate about. You're giving it your all, and you're delighted when you see the desired outcome on your patients. So it's been quite a mixture of both.
All right,
but it's
and
been a good experience.
I can tell. And that's why we're here today.
Absolutely.
For the love of passing the right information to enhance and generate public awareness concerning people's health. So let's dive right into the topic of today, asthma. Whew, asthma seems to be a very crucial topic. So let's talk about it. So Dr. Paul, let's begin from the very foundation. What exactly is asthma and how does it affect the lungs?
Okay, so asthma is what we would call the, it's a chronic inflammatory issue that I'm just going to go basically non-medical so as to you can understand. And
yeah.
So it's when you do have certain inflammations that occur within the organs to which we breathe, from the lungs, you have the bronchioles and the different things now. For example, you have, as you can see from the drawing that was showed up, when we have inflammation and then you have tightening or closing of the airways to which people use to breathe. Now, the muscles and all those things are tightened, and then you see the person is going out of breath, unable to get air, because now, as the human body is designed, we have two lungs from which we breathe in, we take in air, oxygen is used in the body, we take out carbon dioxide, things that it's also used in the system. So oxygen is taken in, which is very important, or the air we breathe in and then we use part. So now, and then the body sends this out to the other parts of our body. Now, the different things we have, I'm not going to go so much of the, I'm sure Dr. Diogo wants to go into that in nitty-gritty, but so just in short, just say asthma is when you're unable to, your body is unable to utilize the amount of air that you take in, or is unable to utilize enough air taken in to oxygen to be passed around the system. And because of that, the body is trying to compensate and trying to make sure that it's able to get enough oxygen. So because of that, you see that you start seeing the person is trying to breathe, looking for air, unable to. You see the person's chest is heaving, his body's looking for enough oxygen to be able to breathe. That, in simple terms, is what we'll know as asthma.
All right, you mentioned airway narrowing.
Yes.
And most people do not really understand these grammar, especially when it's already happening to them. So can you make it easier for non-medical persons? What signs should they look out for to know that they are experiencing this airway narrowing?
Okay. So there are certain things what we call triggers that happen. For those who are asthmatic, they tend to always get to know these triggers. For example, someone who's asthmatic can't be in the same room with someone, or somebody uses a certain perfume, or there's dust in the area. The next thing, one of the first symptoms they start feeling is one, they might feel a little bit of tightness in the chest. The chest feels tight. Then they suddenly feel that they can't breathe. People are around, but they just feel like they can't get enough oxygen, or possibly the person might be in a room with a lot of people and then you just feel as if the air is still. You find that you can't. So one of the first major symptoms you would see is when tightness of the chest and inability to breathe. You just find that you find it difficult, as if everybody's breathing well around you and you just find that you can't breathe yourself. The very best thing would be is to get out of where exactly you are and get out into another environment that's better, maybe less people and especially if you're in an area where possibly somebody uses very strong, or somebody with a strong perfume passes by you, and then all of a sudden you just start feeling this chest tightness and you feel as if you can't breathe. It's always just best to get away from whatever that trigger was, because that's definitely your system reacting to that.
All right.
So the airway narrowing, the inability to breathe is as a result. That's basically what we see when we talk about the airway narrowing. They're unable to get in air. So,
all right, that's pretty much interesting. But from what you've said, I can deduce that it's a really, really critical condition.
it is a very, really critical condition.
Something that has to do with your breath already. Okay, let's move to Dr. Charles Adeogun. So, talking about asthma right now, is it hereditary? Is it something that just anybody can receive? I want to know how do people really contact this respiratory disease?
Okay, thank you. So just like the doctor has said, it is a type of respiratory hypersensitivity. So it's a situation whereby an individual may be in the same situation or in the same environment as other people, but is reacting in a way that is different from other people. So that means that there's a kind of makeup of that person that makes the person a little more sensitive than the general population. So yes, there may be a genetic basis to it, just like most illnesses have genetic basis. So it's an allergic reaction. So there are triggers like he mentioned, or they're called allergens. It could range from what he said, strong fragrances, to pollen, to dust, to fumes, to some types of foods in some people. And then you just notice that they have this wheezing, this coughing, chest tightness, heavy breathing, shortness of breath. You know, it could really, really be a very distressing situation for the patient and even for people around who are witnessing an acute attack of asthma. So when it happens this way, it, of course, like you said, it's critical. Time is of the essence. Something needs to be done to improve the work of breathing of the person, because oxygen is necessary for, you know, the proper body functioning. So you have to find a way to improve the breathing of that individual. And of course, it's always best to have all the, you know, the acute phase treatment things available. Most people who are asthmatic or they've been asthmatic for a long time, they know they need to have an inhaler that they use for acute attacks to open up the airway, because as the doctor explained, there's what we call bronchoconstriction, which in simple terms is just the airway closing up, becoming tighter, becoming narrowed, and sometimes you have mucus plugging also, and then you also have the smooth muscles surrounding the airway tightening, so that makes it very, very difficult for air to pass. And most times for people who are asthmatic, they have a problem with exhaling air, because if you have a chest x-ray done while they're in that acute phase of asthma attack, you notice that their lungs are hyperinflated. So the lungs are so full and fully ballooned out because they have so much air in the lungs but it can't come out. And that's very, very distressing for them. And because that's because the problem is with exhalation, that means oxygen, carbon dioxide will be so much because they are not passing the carbon dioxide out, and that is not a good thing. So it's very important for people who are asthmatic to know what their trigger factors are, because you know people are different. If you know your triggers are dust or pollen or fumes or anything like that, you know, you just do your best to avoid those precipitants and avoid those situations.
All right, thank you very much. So you're already moving to, you know, the acute stage, the really critical stage and all of that. So most people do not know that these things occur in their systems. So before we dive deep into those, but because this is for the awareness purpose, right? So let's move to the early signs. So what are the early signs, common early signs that people often overlook that may be pointing towards this respiratory disease?
Okay, like we said, there's a genetic basis. Sometimes in people's families, they know that they have other siblings in their families that are very sensitive to certain situations. And typically, there's something we call respiratory atopy, whereby, you know, when it comes to you've just been a bit allergic to something, or your body reacts, you know, in a hypersensitive way to certain things more than other people. So you are somewhere, every other person feels normal, but you are so uncomfortable in that area, or you're always sneezing, or you have watery eyes, itchy eyes. All those are pointers to allergies. And people that have allergic reactions, you know, they may be prone to other respiratory allergies. But in case of asthma, it's a chronic condition because it's a long-term, lifelong kind of condition. So it's not just a transient thing that
So
you
it
just
cannot be cured?
No, it cannot be cured. It can only be
Interesting.
managed. So you have to know what your triggers are, avoid them as much as you can. But no matter how much you try, occasionally you would still have those symptoms. And when you do have the symptoms, the important thing is for you to know what to do and how to seek help early, because it can kill in no time, because of course, it has to do with respiration. In some cases, practically we've seen patients whereby they've used their inhalers at home and they still don't feel better. That is the time to go straight to a hospital, because that shows that it's beyond what you can manage at home. So that is not the time for you to try other home remedies. That is the time for you to go straight to a hospital and get things done properly.
All right, interesting. So, Dr. Paul, I would like to channel this particular question to you. So, Dr. Charles Adiogun was explaining something about when you discover this, go to the hospital. I'm really keen about children because they really cannot express themselves. So, I want to ask, how is asthma diagnosed in children, and how can you spot, these symptoms in them, knowing that they cannot really express how they are feeling?
Okay, so asthma in children can be diagnosed. It can start from birth. It can be diagnosed from birth. Okay. A child is born to a family where possibly the mother is asthmatic, or the father is asthmatic, or it runs in the family. You have to. So the doctor can then advise the parents to always, if there's any issue, to tell them what to watch for if you do notice. So here, there's a little bit more onus on the mother, especially being the one that is much closer to the child. She watches the child daily, so she's able to note certain things. Yes, the husband too also has his own part to play, but mostly the mother, who is the one dwelling with the child regularly. So if she sees the child, she notices the child is maybe quiet in an area, and she just sees that the child is unable to breathe, and she sees possibly the children are pink regularly, and then you start seeing the child starts turning color, turning blue. These are things, and those are signs and little things, well, even from little children seeing, and then as a child has to be brought as a little neonate. Then you start talking about them going to about a year-old. A child who is possibly a year-old now, who is finding it difficult to breathe, you might see him he's looking around, and I've seen mothers who have told me in the clinics, and they say, they just noticed the child was quiet, and they turned to it, and they saw that the child was just, they saw the chest going up, and they knew that this was a problem. They rushed the child to the hospital. So there's certain ways and very little things, just like Dr. Charles was saying, very, very little triggers. It could be an allergy. That's one of the very, very basic things most times that can happen to anyone, a child or an adult, and it could be overlooked, because the child could just be maybe showing habits. We know that asthma is a hypersensitivity, and then the child is showing this hypersensitivity to possibly a pollen or just this, and then you feel, okay, no, let me just keep the child, or maybe try to fan the child, maybe the child, and it just keeps escalating, and then the problem just keeps going worse, and until you see the child turning bluish in the face, and then he's unable to get oxygen, then you start trying to rush the child. And once you see that issue, you should get the child straight away to a doctor. So as best, and then let's take the child away from that, rush to a doctor. Now, other things that could happen, it's genetic, it's hereditary. So children with the family histories, these are they should pay
attention.
Thank you. The family has to pay much closer attention to them, because of the family history they do have, there's more than a 50% chance that they might. So so any little sign or symptom, you need to take the child straight away to the hospital. Now, I talked about allergens being a very overlooked issue. A child possibly could have cough, maybe just having this repeated coughing over and over and over. And then we know, just as Dr. Charles had talked about, there is this hypermucous secretion that occurs when the airway is getting blocked. This cough, possibly with the child is trying to expel the mucus that is produced. So it just keeps coughing continuously, and you feel, oh, let me get this child cough syrup. And you're just giving the child cough syrup. It's not going, and the child just keeps coughing and goes. So it's best take the child to the hospital. So there are little signs and symptoms like that, especially in children. Little bit of allergies here and there, sneezing, coughing, unable, finding a little bit difficult to breathe, and then telling, "Mommy, my chest," or the child is pointing to the chest, and then so you need to be very, very aware of little things like that. And once you see a child in distress, in any little distress at all, get to the hospital as best as possible.
Is it possible that all of these things can be misdiagnosed to be pneumonia or bronchitis in kids?
Okay, yeah. So when a child comes to a hospital, the doctor wants to listen to the chest. Now, in medicine, they always say, there's the term we would always know in medical school, says common things are called common. But I'm not saying with that, yes, it could still be misdiagnosed. Depending on if now the doctor, because you should be able to, as a doctor, to be able to see signs and then know the kind of test you need to run, ask for family history. Once you have a family history, you basically run around for, so you do different, and then you do check on, possibly you could do an allergen test, if that is even available. If it's not available, there are other things to do and run. Now, if you see, before you start thinking, yes, a pneumonia, now with other things like that, you're looking at an infection, you're looking at other things.
All right.
Sometimes we can think too high and want to go that far, and then the basic things such as an asthma that's happening to the child, or basically, or let's say a child is having a cough now, and then we're thinking, well, possibly, we listen to this, and we're thinking we can hear crackles, and then we're thinking, possibly pneumonia, is that give IV ceftriaxone, and then this child is having some respiratory issues, he's still not able to get in air and all those things, and then you're battling another issue entirely. But the main thing that needs to be tackled is not done. So yes, it could be misdiagnosed, but it's a very common thing that, surprisingly, with the rate at which it's seen mostly in our developing country, you would think it's something that, and one of the major things where the issue comes in really is not the mortality, which, if you remember, you talked about the high mortality, especially now. It's not majorly because of the misdiagnosis, mostly in the facility. It's most times that the people don't see the need to get to the facility on time,
because they think they can handle it themselves.
Because they think, I'm just having a cough. I just took coughs.
Self-diagnosis is actually a killer.
Let me go and lie down and rest. So someone has been cooking. I've been perceiving the fumes, so maybe that's what was getting to me. I just need to go and lie down and rest. And the chest is just going bad. We just basically, and then they think, and then all of a sudden, by the time maybe the husband or someone else sees the lady,
it's already too late.
So you're rushing to the hospital, the woman packs on the web. So we have all these things, and they see them in so many record numbers.
Yeah. All right, that brings me to our Dr. Charles. He was talking about triggers. So let's talk about triggers and risk factors now. So what are the most common triggers of asthma attacks in Nigeria? Let's look at Nigeria, because this is basically to create awareness.
That's our environment.
That's and we know what's most common with our environment.
Yeah,
so please, what are the risk
basically,
factors?
like we've emphasized, it's an allergic reaction. So there's something that is always a trigger, something in the environment. So most times, to talk about in the Nigerian context, you would be looking at pollutants in the air. You'll be looking at fumes from generators. You'll be looking at fumes from car exhausts. You'll be looking at all the kind of things we use, some air fresheners, fragrances, perfumes.
I think these are very common,
Yeah.
Everybody has generators now.
Of course, it's everywhere.
I thought my neighbor.
No, but for me, I'm particularly very concerned. Typically when I'm in Lagos traffic, the kind of traffic I'm talking about.
Especially when you're at the back of a trailer and all of those.
And then they're just.
No, I really think this is a major problem.
It's a big issue. I just feel sorry for people who are passers-by, or they are held in the traffic and they just have to inhale that, and they have nowhere to go, at least for that period. I just pray that they have their inhalers with them, because if not, it's just going to be a disaster. So that's a very important risk factor. And then for some people, we said food, certain types of foods may also be some kind of triggers for them. But basically, the thing is, I know as people get older, they begin to become more self-aware, and they begin to know what works for them and what doesn't. So for a lot of people who are beginning to be able to identify their triggers, they can actually work towards avoiding exposure to those triggers. That at least would minimize the frequency of attacks.
So everyone needs to pay attention to their
peculiarities.
peculiarities.
And then for children who are still probably a bit naive or they don't really know everything, you see in the big picture, the responsible adults in their lives, guardians or patients, or parents rather, be able to pay attention to those triggers and be able to guide them that, look, you don't take so much of cold stuff, you don't expose yourself to cold, you know, all those things may also be potential triggers for some people. So those are the common risk factors that we actually identify.
All right, you talked about foods. I'm really, really keen on that. What kind of foods could possibly trigger asthma?
Well, the truth is there are certain types of, it varies for different people. Some people may take chocolates and
what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some people may also take certain types of seafoods because we've seen people take certain type of seafoods and they just have swollen face, swollen lips and all that.
And all my life I thought it was just peppery foods that could trigger asthma.
No.
People take nuts.
Yeah, and some people, exactly. Nuts. Yes, nuts can be a very major trigger for some people. Absolutely correct.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why you need to keep a food diary and then be very observant and be self-aware and know what usually is your trigger and try to avoid them.
Yeah, Dr. Paul, you know, people can barely identify that. They could just mistake it for something else. So are there stuff like allergy or testers or something like that? Or all we have is to just pay attention to ourselves?
Now, you can't have an allergy test in the comfort of your home. You have to get it in the hospital. You get to the hospital, there are allergen tests now to check for hypersensitivity and different other things. So when you get to the hospital, the doctor can run these tests. The allergen tests to run for those who have allergy. But no matter the thing about the tests is also the very important thing, paying attention to you yourself. You are the best knowledge for whatever else it would be. So if you do know you are allergic to nuts, before the doctor is even going to start running allergen, you'll tell him, the doctor, I'm allergic to this, I'm allergic to this. He's able to, with that, it saves you a lot of trouble, it saves the doctor. So it's, yes, the allergen tests there are good for maybe for those right now who maybe just have allergic reactions and are not sure what it is, what's causing
Okay.
So you want to run this test.
Okay.
But for you, if you do know the test, if you do know what's causing your reactions, for example, I have friends in which they know that they don't stay where people use perfumes because they know those are their triggers. She perceives a particular perfume, she goes into an asthmatic crisis right away. God. So she doesn't use perfumes herself, but she cannot stay in the room. So when she does it, she's like, oh, I mean, this person is, please get me out of here. Because so she already knows her triggers. So she doesn't have to wait to even do an allergen. She knows I need to not be in a room where people use strong perfumes. It affects me. So that's why I said, that's why we talked about, it's always good for you yourself to also know what are your own personal triggers.
All right. So I have a couple of asthmatic patients in my corner. And most of the time when they swing to that stage, that critical stage, that particular crisis, it's almost like we can't find what exactly happened. So is it possible that emotional stress or anxiety can trigger asthma crisis?
In my opinion, it could. And this is now, not everyone might want to agree with that, but for me, it could because I have had patients with those kind of things.
Wow.
This woman, she's been in a little bit of an emotional possibilities with her husband and different things. And she's noticed that every time she always has these, the husband always, they have these domestic issues, she goes into a crisis.
Oh my God.
So
it's not just environmental.
So that's what we talked about. That's why we said that the triggers are environmental factors. It could be pollens, it could be dust, it could have emotional anxiety and all these things also give you, because you start getting emotionally worried and different things, you start hyperventilating, your body starts releasing chemicals and then starts tightening your airway and all these things happen. So emotional stress and all these things, yes, can trigger asthma.
Wow, Dr. Adego, it seems you really agree with him.
Yes, emotional stressful conditions can actually trigger, and it could worsen an already existing attack. It can make it worse, because anxiety, you find out when patients come into the hospital and you're trying to calm them down. I know you are distressed, but just calm down. You know, you have people react to stressors in different ways. You find some patients still very agitated and anxious. It takes them a longer time to come out of the attack than calmer patients. So you also know that, you know, the anxiety also worsens the symptoms.
All right. I used to hear something that you don't have to be a smoker to smoke.
Yes, correct.
Correct.
I even hear that it is worse than those that smoke themselves. So I'm really, really particular about smokers and secondhand smokers. So are they at higher risk of, you know, developing asthma?
Well, the truth is, when it comes to smoking, it is one of those things that we say it's a potential risk factor for all the terrible things you can think of in the human body. All the cancers, or most of the cancers, if not all, has smoking as a risk factor. You can't be wrong listing smoking as a risk factor.
So not smoking is not enough.
Even for the passive smokers that are just around the active smokers, you know, they also carry a risk of that. So basically, smoking is already a problem, you know, for everybody, regardless of whether they're asthmatic or not. But when asthma is in the picture, it's now a double blow. Yes, so it tells you that there are certain constituents of cigarettes that make it really, really detrimental to our health. You know, it contains hydrogen cyanide, contains some radioactive substances that are carcinogenic, meaning that they are cancer causing. And then it contains all sorts of chemicals that, you know, you may even use as toilet cleaners and all sorts of things. And all these are very, very detrimental to our respiratory health.
All right. Because you are a public health advocate, I really want to throw those questions to you. So we've talked about how that communities can really, really affect these situations, knowing that, you know, you have to be on traffic and all of that. You have to be in traffic, rather. So what can you suggest that communities should do to reduce these possible risk factors, you know, crowded areas and all of that for asthmatic patients, to help them, of course?
Well, for asthmatic patients in general, you know, they're just a fraction of the population, but creating awareness, you can never go wrong with that. We always advocate for health education, let people understand the nature of the condition they have, what are the risk factors associated, and then what are the signs to watch out for, and what are the crucial steps to take in the face of an acute attack. So basically, environmentally, I think that you know, this is not going to happen overnight, but it will have to involve a lot of policies, you know, being in place, and then strict enforcement of such policies.
Yeah.
Like the Ministry of Environment will have a huge role to play in making sure that exhausts from industries, from vehicles, from generators, you know,
are kept away from the general public.
And then, you know, there are new ways of doing things, you know, in other climes where, you know, everybody is talking about the environment keeping the environment green and healthy, you know, and minimizing toxic waste into or pollutants into the air, because some of these things are things that have successfully depleted our ozone layer and has cost us, you know, a lot of problems, and you know, with global warming and the likes of them. So it's very important that the environmental ministry, you know, should, you know, get up a campaign or some strategies and implement things that will make sure that the way we get rid of these exhaust fumes, you know, there's a better way to manage those things. And well, unfortunately, there may be need to put an end to certain sources of these fumes somehow. Maybe you work on your power system, and then you don't have to be using generators anymore. Yes, and then you need to possibly improve on your automobiles too, that they don't, you know, burn fuel or combust fuels that, you know, emit such toxic fumes anymore. But it's more important that people are well educated and they know that, okay, these are areas that we should avoid, and these are things that we should stop doing. And of course, like we mentioned, smoking, you do not expect somebody who is a non-asthmatic to be around smokers or even attempting to smoke, no matter how much the pressure is. You know, and this goes about talking about teenagers and adolescents because of peer pressure, and they're experimenting new things, forgetting that this may not be suitable for you. But just because you want to fit in, you just do what others are doing, whereas you are actually shooting yourself in the foot. So I would think on a general note, the environmental ministry has a lot to do, the Ministry of Health has a lot to do, the schools, the institutions have a lot to do in educating and creating awareness about environmental sustainability and the need to keep our environment safe for everybody and possibly green, having green trees everywhere so that you have more oxygen.
Okay, is that even possible right now?
Yeah, we can, rather than just, using all our land expanse for building houses and all that. We also need to grow trees because trees are healthy, because these are the things that can make oxygen cycle in nature be maintained. And that is how we can have a healthier environment for everybody.
All right, basically all hands need to be on deck. Communities, schools, governments, and even we as individuals. But right about now, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll be talking about prevention, treatment, and management, of course. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television, and I'm still your host, Praise Peters, still joined with Dr. Paul and Dr. Charles. We've been talking asthma, and we've talked about all of the symptoms, the causes, all of the things that we must avoid, and how that you should pay close attention to your health as an individual and to your kids as well. Well, right now we're delving into the treatment and management of asthma, so I'll start with Dr. Paul. So, Dr. Paul, for many people, inhalers are the first thing that comes to mind when asthma is mentioned. How does an inhaler work medically, and is it the all-in-all preventive measure or treatment for it, knowing that it's a lifelong thing?
Okay. Now, remember when we started talking about asthma and the things that happen with the asthma, in the sense that the person is unable to get oxygen to breathe, the muscles, the smooth muscles, and the muscles around the airways are thickening. There's hypersecretion of mucus and things. Now you're having closing of the airway. Now, so what the inhaler does is every inhaler contains what we'll call certain medical substances. Well, I'll put them as the medical drugs in the inhaler. For example, one of them is the most common inhaler would use is the Ventolin inhaler.
Yeah, Ventolin.
Ventolin's main product is the salbutamol. Salbutamol here works as a bronchodilator. So what it does is the muscle that is tight, it helps to try to widen it, to dilate it, to give it opening so that the air can pass through. It works as a bronchodilator. That's its main function, is to work to try to open up the muscle to be able to have air pass through. Now, it gets to, for example, you see, I'm sure you would have seen it times when people have used the inhaler and it doesn't work. And then you're wondering, what is supposed to, you're saying it's a bronchodilator. I started to doubt
if there is a correct way to use it,
So, no, but then the thing is this, is the asthma progression, though, as Dr. Charles told you, it's a chronic issue, it's a long-standing issue, but then when you do there's when the person can have an acute initial stage right there, and then it can progress and become worse even from then on. So the person, that's why you see with many people, one of the first line of treatment is what we'll start with is the inhaler. We start with
it sounds like a first aid?
Like a first aid right there, and then to try to immediately try to open up the airway, to try to dilate the airway as best as possible to open up. Now, in dilating the airway, for example, if a patient has already had the asthma for an extended period of time, not gone to the hospital, there's so much mucus secretion already there. Now, in opening the airway, there's still not going to be enough air to pass through. So the person uses the inhaler to try to open up the airway, but still not able to get oxygen passing through. So therefore, then going to the hospital, other things can then be used. We have we then start using things, corticosteroids,
Nebulizers.
then you go into nebulizers to totally now work in trying to break down and as much as possible create an opening through that airway for oxygen to clear that airway, even with the mucus and everything, totally clear it up for the now. In that form, this is what it is. You're using the nebulizer is the salbutamol in the vapor stage, right? So, but then now you're pressing it, you use it with the puffs and the different things and try to. Now, but you can see even with the nebulizer, to shock you to know that with the nebulizer, some of the things we even use, starting if you're going to nebulize, we can nebulize with so many things. We can nebulize with saline water, we could nebulize. But then even we also nebulize also with salbutamol. The same salbutamol that's in the Ventolin inhaler, you could also nebulize, and it is a much faster and much more effective thing. For example, so if the person has used an inhaler and it's not effective, one of the next stage, most of the next we will go to is aminophylline, then ipratropium bromide, and then from then on, if none is working, the next stage you'll get to is the nebulizer. A nebulizer is one thing you use starting off with salbutamol. It's able to totally break through the mucus, gets the patient to be able to totally breathe again. You see many times with people, I've even seen, I had a 2-year-old child just about last week that was nebulized.
Oh my goodness.
And they had to nebulize, and children, God, when you have to put that thing on their nose, and God, the child was crying. But then the thing was that at the end of it, you would see that this child was breathing so much better.
So it works.
So it does work. So then, but the thing is that the mother had tried to initially use an inhaler, felt this thing wasn't working, the child was still heaving, breathless and all that, and had to rush the child to the hospital. So yes, so the nebulizer works with trying to open up the airway, but then with a very, very acute, someone having in a place where possibly your allergen is perfume or fragrance, and somebody passes by you with that fragrance and you start having the initial, and then you're able to get to your nebulizing medical and use your inhaler, get out of that region, most likely it will try to calm, and then the rest it will try to calm down, and then you feel a bit more better. But some people, as I said, might be in those situations and not do anything immediately. And then as it gets to the stage where they try using the nebulizer, and then, well, we have, I think when I was going to start or something. You see, I was just about to, I'm like, I need to. So you see that there are just certain things in which you can have, but then there's certain situations when people have, what I was trying to say was that there's certain asthma situations that people have that we don't even try using a nebulizer. This kind of patient has this kind of, there's something we call brittle asthma. That's one of the first things that made me go and understand what brittle. They have status asthmaticus, a very severe form of asthma. You don't even try nebulizer; it is not going to work.
Wow.
Sorry, you don't even try an inhaler. That's not going to even do anything. It doesn't cut it. So just the first thing you want to start with is start to nebulize this patient, and then begin to and then you start increasing the dosage of how you nebulize the patient till the patient is much better. So there are certain things when you get to know, especially the person's history, family history, this is how this person's asthma has been, you know how to combat it.
Really, if anyone around you or if you are asthmatic, the doctor should be your friend, because you cannot possibly handle this with self-diagnosis or self-medications, of course. So, Dr. Charles, are these things I'm hearing, I wouldn't lie, they're quite scary. But I'd love to ask, are there long-term side effects of this asthma medications, knowing that they have to do with respiratory organs and all of that? And how often should an asthmatic patient visit the hospital for checkups?
Okay, thank you. Just to add to what the doctor has said, there are also some triggers I think are worth mentioning. There's something we call exercise-induced asthma.
Exercise.
Yes, induced asthma.
Somebody doing a lot of exercise.
So when a person is exercising, then he just goes into.
Meaning exercise is not even for everybody. So
in exercise-induced asthma, then you now introduce things like Montelukast. The way it works. It has its own characteristic mechanism of action that helps to improve breathing. And then also you may also have aspirin-induced asthma. Because certain people, when they're on aspirin for whatever reason, either because they've had a heart attack before, or maybe they need some blood thinners for whatever reason, and they're also asthmatic, they may go into an asthmatic attack if they are sensitive to aspirin. So that's why it's important that when you self-medicate, you may be actually be counterproductive, because you go to the pharmacy and you ask for aspirin, which is not wrong, because that is what your doctor has placed you on at some point, but you forget to tell the person dispensing your medication that you're also asthmatic. And the person is not a magician to know what you have.
Yes.
So the person may give you something that is not appropriate for you. But if you're always going to your doctor, a doctor that has your history, that knows everything about you, he would always consider the big picture before he recommends any medication for you.
Doctor, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but many people turn to things like ginger, steam inhalation, herbs, and so on. So I was going to ask, since these are quite natural, can alternative treatments help sometimes?
They would not really help you, because like we described, you also agree that it's a scary situation when you find somebody finding it so hard to breathe in, acute respiratory distress, and the person is having shortness of breath, and then you're doing steam inhalation and you're doing ginger and garlic or whatever. No, that's not going to be helpful. You need the right treatments to be instituted so you can actually get the needed cure, or not cure now, improvement in your breathing.
Yes.
So it's very important for us to also go back to your question where you asked about asthma being, it's long term, it's lifelong, and it's good to come to terms with that and be at peace with that, because I know most Nigerians hate hearing that a condition is lifelong or long term. But the issue is that once you know that there are medications that would improve your complaints or improve your symptoms, then it's better for you to go for it than for you to shy away, or you say you're tired of taking the medication.
So how often should they visit the clinic for checkups?
Well, an asthmatic patient must go for frequent checks, because
as frequent as possible.
Yes, because it's very possible for you to also have respiratory tract infections. You have community acquired infections. You have like the COVID, for instance, when it happened, it affected everybody. So for people who were asthmatic, it was a particular risk for them, because they carried an extra risk factor, because COVID, of course, was a respiratory illness majorly, and they already had an underlying, chronic respiratory condition, so it would make breathing worse for them. So definitely, if there's an outbreak of a respiratory infection, asthmatics should be on their toes. They should have a high index of suspicion. They should be very observant, go for their wellness checks. And at the slightest symptoms, they go to the hospital. It's very key for them to do that, because you can actually have an asthmatic attack coexist with a respiratory infection. Yes, and that can really be bad. And particularly for people in the extremes of ages, the little children and the elderly. So you find out that in both extremes, you may find out that their immune status is not what it should be. The ability of their bodies to fight off invaders is not what it should be.
Okay, doctor, we've been talking about the individual now. Dr. Paul, I'm trying to wrap my head. I'm a very imaginative person, and I'm trying to think about, what about the people around these asthmatic patients? What can they do to help an asthmatic patient when they're having their episodes? Especially, it might not even be their family members. It could just be anyone, probably schoolmates or anybody. But this program is for awareness purposes, right? So is there something that anyone around an asthmatic patient can do to help an asthmatic patient when they're having an episode?
Okay. Very, very good question, especially because we're in communities. So these are things that is very good. One of the very first things to be able to do is you see someone in a situation where the person is unable to breathe. And if you're not a family person, but you're just a sitter-bow, you're just someone by the person, it would be best to see how to get the person to the closest hospital as possible.
Mm.
The closest
Just get them to the hospital.
Get them to the closest possible hospital as best.
Yes.
And also, it would be important that while doing that, if the person has any tight clothing, try to loosen up the clothing and all that, just to help them. But make sure you get them to the hospital. That would be the best help to render. Not to crowd their space.
Yes.
Somebody falls, just try to clear the area.
Exactly. People would want to see what's happening.
Get everybody away. Where's the closest hospital? Get that person. As much people as you can. If you get a car, carry the person in the car straight to the hospital. The closest possible hospital as possible.
All right. So right now I'm thinking solution. Right? Because that is really what we need. It's not enough to know the problem. We have to know how to solve the problem. So, Dr. Diego, are there daily habits that can help the frequency of asthma attacks? You know, the ones we can control, you know?
Yeah, basically, first and foremost, we know that it has triggers. The condition has triggers, known triggers. So, of course, you make sure that your space is dust-free as much as possible. You make sure that ventilation is optimal. You know, you have cross ventilation as much as possible. And you also make sure that for people who know that they are allergic to pollen, for instance, you know, they may not want to keep too much of flowers around them, you know, to minimize to minimize their risk of having an acute attack. Then cold exposure. People work in offices that, you know, they're extremely chilled up and all that. You know, just know that you need to have your cardigans, your warm clothing and all that. Very important. You may not necessarily need to have cold baths all the time if you know that's a trigger for you. And you don't walk about in the rain too. You know, anything that you know is an identified trigger for you, you try to stay away as much as possible. And to add to what the doctor has said, it's also very important that people around asthmatics should also have a high index of suspicion, because I have seen patients in that terrible critical phase of a severe asthmatic attack where they can't even utter a word. So they can't even shout for help. So somebody has entered the bathroom and is not coming out. And maybe because the person perceived a fragrance, maybe some kind of air freshener there, and has an attack there, and everybody just thinks all is well because you're not hearing anything. Have a high index of...
If you can, get help immediately. And those around, it's always the onus also to be on, as Dr. Charles also said, to have a very high index of suspicion. Watch out for our loved ones. You know a wife, or you know your husband is asthmatic, or you have your children are asthmatic, and you just notice they've been in the bathroom 20, 30 minutes, you're not hearing anything from them. Check them out. Just have a high index, because it's the person who is alive that has a better chance at living well.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is a big thank you to Dr. Paul Kusemijo, a certified medical doctor from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, and Dr. Charles Adiogo, a distinguished public health advocate and wellness physician dedicated to community health improvements. They've spoken really well. I'm sure my viewers can, attest to that fact. Thank you so much, doctors. Thank you very much. It's really good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
All right. Asthma is manageable, but properly understood and treated. So if you or someone you love is showing symptoms, please seek medical help early and immediately. Don't wait for severe attacks before taking action. Remember, your health matters. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your total well-being a priority. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, stay alive, and join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice.
Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is a critical weapon against insecurity and poverty. Those were the words of Nigeria's former president, Muhammadu Buhari, a reminder that education goes beyond teaching and learning. It is a pillar of national transformation. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we unpack the issues shaping Nigeria's education landscape, spotlight innovative solutions, and engage voices that matter. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today, we delve into two critical developments shaping Nigeria's education landscape: the rising wave of school abductions and the federal government's push to strengthen national values through a new national heritage and citizenship studies curriculum. Let's begin with our first conversation. Nigeria is grappling with renewed security concerns following a wave of coordinated school abduction in parts of the north. First, on November 17, 2025, gunmen invaded the government girls' secondary school in Kebbi State. The attackers killed the vice principal, Azan Makuku, and abducted at least 24 female students. Barely 4 days later, on November 21st, another armed group targeted St. Mary's Catholic Primary and Secondary School in Niger State, kidnapping 303 students and 12 teachers. The Christian Association of Nigeria, however, reports that about 50 of those abducted students later managed to escape and reunite with their families. These incidents mark a worrying resurgence of school-targeted violence in Nigeria, echoing the 2014 Chibok abduction of over 200 schoolgirls by Boko Haram. In swift reaction, President Bola Tinubu has directed the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, to immediately relocate to Kebbi State to oversee rescue operation. The president has also ordered the withdrawal of police officers attached to VIPs, deploying them to strengthen national security. Meanwhile, state governments across Niger, Katsina, Plateau, and Bauchi have ordered the temporary closure of several schools to prevent further attacks. The international community is also weighing in. The United States, through its official ex-handle, condemned the abduction and urged the Nigerian government to intensify security measures, particularly to protect vulnerable communities, including Christian populations. As this incident continues to raise alarm, educationists are calling for urgent and coordinated action from both government and school authorities to safeguard learning environments nationwide.
There's a difference between kidnapping and adopting. So if you are saying kidnapping, we can say the role of the school by sensitizing the students, making sure their school have perimeter fencing, gating of the school, and every other thing. That is for kidnapping, no? But when it now comes to mass adoption, I think our government should live up to expectation. We leave that to the government.
Government should give out more personnel, security personnel to different schools, and schools should equip the students with self-defense, knowledge of self-defense, how to escape when there's fire, how to escape when there's any situation. So give them the right knowledge for self-defense while providing enough security so that they wouldn't even get across to the children in the first place.
See banks, you see that the kind of security guard they have, they are trained. Can schools also have the same? Can we so much put importance to things like security? And for the government, they have so much work to do. But it starts from that grassroots, the schools. Even if the government is not coming to intervene, there is something they can do. And if they can get it correctly and the government can just support, I think everywhere is going to be fine and security would be top notch.
They should spend more on their security. And also government should assist the school owners. They should assist the school owners to tighten up the security of our nation.
If the issue of insecurity can be rightly addressed, I think it will automatically curb the issue of adoption and some other thing relating to that.
Schools should minimize the roaming about of students, and the government should make the security more tight.
Now, joining me to discuss this is Waziri Innocent, a teacher and education research officer at Ubongo International. And I also have Samson Ajibade, who is a criminologist and a security researcher. Good afternoon, Samson, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Hey, good afternoon. It's a pleasure joining you.
Thank you so much for coming on board. We are very glad to have you join us. Okay, so given the back-to-back abduction in Kebbi and Niger State, what do this incident reveal about the systemic gap in Nigeria's school security architecture, especially in rural and semi-urban communities?
Okay, thank you. Beginning with what you said, the first expression, you said back-to-back abduction.
Yeah.
Which happened in Niger and even in Kebbi State. A back-to-back abduction focusing on children, focusing on women, focusing on the poor and helpless citizens. This tells a lot about our security architecture. When there is uneven distribution of protection and security, access to modern tools isn't just the problem, but unequal distribution of these security assets. It shows the concentration of security architecture to protect just a class of citizens, a class of citizens or a class of people. It shows that the security and policing in Nigeria is not community-oriented. This affects our response time. Because when this abduction took place, many a time these villagers, they complain that even before police officers, before military guys, before they came to those areas, it took hours. This shows our response time is nothing to write home about. So that is it. It shows that policing is far from the people who should be the beneficiaries of policing.
Okay, talking about policing and response, Samson, despite years of warnings and previous kidnapping, schools, particularly girls, boarding schools, remain vulnerable. So you were talking about policing now. So what specific failure in surveillance and intelligence gathering and security coordination make these institutions easy targets?
Now, I've always emphasized that intelligence gathering is not just our problem here. Responding to intelligence.
Yeah.
After gathering your intelligence becomes so useless if no one responds to it. There were intelligence reports about the abduction, but no one acted on it. So it is not just about reconnaissance. It is not just about intelligence gathering. It is about the presence of those state powers that will deter these criminals. It is just about the presence of a superior power that will deter these people. So after gathering intelligence, if there are no actions to back it up, it is as useless as anything. Knowing that, let me begin with Niger State. Niger State is more than ×2 of the southeast region. What does that tell you? It tells you that in many of these areas, governance is not being felt. Governance is far away from the people. And even if the military or security guys were present, after a few days, they would leave. That was why I said that the concentration of intelligence
duties. Do you see this as a meaningful shift in resource allocation, or is it more symbolic given the scale of insecurity in the country?
Well, I would say that it's to some extent commendable. But let me begin with this. Let me just say it's an analysis. It's not me saying it is commendable or not commendable, but from the order and declaration, I would say it's commendable. However, we need to note something, that is this the first time the government will be declaring or be ordering that the police IGP withdraws his men? That's one of the things we should consider here. Though people have argued that many of these orders were made by the IGP, that's the Inspector General. So that is the reason they were not too effective. Another one is this. In 2015, President Buhari ordered the IGP to withdraw his men from VIPs. The order was not fully obeyed. Now here is President Tinubu saying that VIP police officers should be withdrawn from VIP. Let's wait if it's going to be effective. Now we also need to consider this. Over time, the NSCDC has been in of private security sector.
Okay.
That's why I'm considering this as a pathway to the decentralization of security, as a pathway to empower the private security sector. So if it's the duty of the NSCDC to provide security for private citizens, then we are now making the private citizens more effective. Let's also consider another aspect. Around or over 100,000 police officers are attached to VIPs. What does that tell you? And we have the NSCDC, the manpower of the NSCDC is between 80,000, 100,000. What does that tell you? Does it mean that we are withdrawing 100,000 police officers from these people and we are now mounting or placing the pressure on the NSCDC that has between 80,000 and 100,000 manpower? Now, this is another question we need to consider. This would make the NSCDC face its core duty, which is also regulation of the private security sector. So it means more investment, more training for the private security guys to reduce the burden on the Nigerian police and even on the NSCDC, which will now be protecting our VIPs. Beautiful. And we also need to note something that there is also that bureaucratic struggle. What do I mean by bureaucratic struggle? That is that rift between the police and the NSCDC. We have this SPU, which is the Special Protection Unit of the police, that is saddled with the responsibility of providing security for private persons. Now we are shifting the responsibility to the NSCDC. There's what I call shadow economy. The police is making billions of naira annually from this. It means that you are now diverting the money back to the NSCDC. The reason I said a bureaucratic struggle. Let's wait if this will be fully implemented.
Thank you so much.
Will also help to develop the private security sector. Imagine billions of naira moving into the present private security architecture. Then there will be growth in the private security sector. And I'm sure that if it's the responsibility of private security guards to protect VVIPs, the rich, the VIPs would concentrate. They would want to invest more in their security, that is in private security around them. Then that will be an all-encompassing and all-round development in the private security sector.
All right. Good afternoon, Waziri. Thank you so much for joining us on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Waziri, you can please unmute your device. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Hi. Hello. Nice to have it's nice to be here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are talking about security development, especially as it relates to tackling school abductions that has been happening in recent times. In your own view, what immediate on-the-ground action should the federal government and the state government take within the next 72 hours to prevent further attacks and stabilize affected school communities?
At the moment, we already have lots of schools around the country shutting down, even private schools in other states, just to avoid these incidents. So as much as it's a sad situation, we really want to commend that, because the safety of kids are very, very important in this situation. It is better to be safe than to find yourself in this situation. So we find schools rushing to write their exams way beyond the time, like 3-4 weeks ahead of time. We see inspectors not going around again to inspect because of the security. So it's already affecting the security, the education situation in the country. And schools, even in areas where nothing has happened yet, like in Kano, I live in Kano, and we already have schools closing down in Kano State. So these are the situations. So it's commendable that the government is trying to take steps. We have, we also want the government to be proactive, just as Mr. Sampson mentioned earlier. what's the point of getting this intel if you cannot act on them? Before you even get the intel, let's have security personnel as strategic points to secure our schools, to secure our communities. We need those places to be secured. We don't want a situation where we're running away from school, we get to church, we're kidnapped in the church. We get to the mosque, we're kidnapped in the mosque. We get home, we're kidnapped at home. The life of everyone should matter. This should be the priority of every state government. How do we prioritize the life and security of every individual, both kids and adults? Because if anything happened to the parents, the child is indirectly affected or is even directly affected. So we don't want any situation where the life of anyone is truncated because of the insecurity of the country.
If we're talking about right to life is one of the fundamental human rights of citizens, and it has been enshrined in the Constitution of Nigeria, not only in the Constitution of Nigeria, but across the globe. Considering that attackers often operate across state borders, what kind of interstate early warning network should Nigeria build to detect threats before they escalate into kidnappings, banditries?
Truth is, we as a country, we are actually focused on medicine after death. Why not tackle this thing from its source? Why do we sit down to discuss how the government can rescue people that have been kidnapped? Why do we sit down to discuss about how to secure a school from kidnappers? Why not discuss how to stop the insecurity from its track? Let us not even have situations where kids think about at the age of a primary school kid, the security of his life should not be his priority. The child should be focused on how do I read, how do I become successful in my academics. But now we have kids learning how to escape from kidnappers. So let's not start talking about situations where we are trying to get intel, all that. Why do we even have insecurity in the first place? That should be the priority of the government. Let's not celebrate, it's even though it's good, we're trying to get the people that have been kidnapped, we're trying to rescue them, but that should not be the conversation at this point.
Waziri, repeated attacks on schools are likely to have deep psychological scars on students. There's a little bit of background noise from your background, but repeated attacks on schools are likely to have psychological scars on students. So what specific management system should schools and ministries of education urgently put in place to support affected children? Because we have a lot of children that are affected, and of course I know that you work with child and child development.
Okay, so it's very important because I was actually following up with the KB girls situation, and I realized they were freed. The Minister of Defense addressed them, and they were let go, just like that. And I've been thinking, these kids have been with kidnappers, bandits, and terrorists for some days. What follow-up optics are we providing? Support are we providing? Psychological counseling? What are we providing to these kids? We just got them out, put them in a bus, and sent them back home. That shouldn't be right. We want a situation where we're providing counseling for the girls, we're providing health checkup for the girls to make sure they are all right health-wise. We're providing psychological support for them, mental health support. We don't want a situation where a child is saying, because I have experienced this, I don't want to go back to school. Because those are the follow-up situations we'll start having. We'll also start having parents that would say, so even the parents also need those psychological support, because we don't want, apart from the support, assurance also, we don't want a situation where parents are saying, we don't want our kids to go back to school because we don't want them to get kidnapped. Those are issues we have to start tackling as a community, as a government.
And as a nation. Beautiful. So at this critical moment, Waziri, what will be your strongest message to parents, teachers, government authorities, and community leaders on protecting the right to education, during this escalating security crisis?
I believe Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Nigeria will get better. I am a very strong advocate of Nigeria. I believe we'll get to a point where this is in the past. But instead of sending messages, I think our National Assembly needs to sit up. What do they discuss in the chambers? Our senators, our House of Rep members, what do they discuss? These are critical issues. These are critical times. We elected them. We entrusted our votes to them so they could provide us with succor in this present time. But you don't get them. You don't see them discussing these issues. You see them trivializing it. I saw a video of a senator saying, why would you withdraw men from the VIPs? That means they will kidnap the VIPs. Oh, so the life of the VIPs are more valuable than the lives of the ordinary citizens. These are the issues. We need to place as much value on every child, as much as we place value on as high as the president. The life of a child in Sokoto is as important as the life of the president of Nigeria.
In Abuja or in Lagos.
Anywhere. Definitely. We don't want a situation where, just as Mr. Sampson mentioned, we don't want concentration of security in certain region and then other regions suffer. We want a situation where everybody is feeling the governance of the government, and we are glad that things are happening. This is the kind of government we need. These are the kind of leadership we need in the country.
All right. Samson, what would be your message to government, parents, and of course community leaders on protecting rights to education during this escalating security crisis? Samson, you can please unmute yourself. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Okay. The major one here, what we should consider here is the assurance of safety. First of all, the government should give the parents an assurance of safety. The government should give the children that assurance of safety. Now, I talk about bringing the police or security very close to the people, which is a very good one. Local areas or traditional rulers should organize within themselves that security, a vigilante security structure, at least to serve as first responders and to be permanently stationed in front of most of our schools. Because, you know, having soldiers very close to our schools could frighten the students. So the military guys could just be, let's say, 50 meters or 100 meters away, while the vigilante guys are just stationed, also armed, are stationed at the entrance of the school. So this is what they should do. Also, divisional police officers and even military officers that are stationed in these local areas should visit schools from time to time to assure the students, to assure the teachers of their safety. At least this will give them that some level of safety and assurance that, okay, they are safe. Traditional rulers, and also there's another thing. Even if these villagers, if they have to share intelligence with the law enforcers, many of them are cynical, like because of the distrust between the people and even the law enforcers. Now, when it now comes to intelligence gathering, that should be done majorly by the traditional rulers and even their chiefs. Because if there is, the bandits or terrorists could track the communication something of a major of a brigadier general, then what tells you that if a villager, an other villager, reveals or tells or shares intelligence with the military, that villager will not be a victim. So what I'm saying is this: if intelligence is to be shared, the intelligence should be shared with traditional rulers and chiefs, and there should now be a platform where this intelligence can now be shared by traditional rulers with the government concerned. Also, even within this region, while now we have the Northeast Development Commission, I think we should also call for a joint or a regional security network, so that these borders, there are still porous borders in those regions, so that security would work hand in hand. Let me cast our mind back to the military era in Lagos State here, when there was crime, armed robbery, and everything in Lagos State here. General Mara came up with Operation Sweep, and it's metamorphosed into RRS during the civilian government. Now, when you see the RRS on the highway, it's just like an elite arm of the police force that has been crafted or drafted by the Lagos State government. So each state should also come up with that structure. The rapid response squad responds so quickly to security threats. So these regions and even these governments should also come up with such an architecture, draft men from the federal government forces, train them, give them special packages or special treatment, special training to make sure they tackle your local security threats. So that is it.
Thank you so much, Samson. Thank you so much for a wonderful contribution. Waziri, thank you so much for your contribution. We'll touch the second conversation a bit. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please join us again.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back on the program. The federal government has inaugurated an 8-member committee to develop a harmonized national heritage and citizenship studies curriculum, which will soon become compulsory in all Nigerian universities. Speaking at the inauguration in Abuja, the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Lanre Issa Onilu, said the initiative is part of the Nigerian National Identity Project, the National Values Charter, and the Citizens Code frameworks designed to define the core values expected of every Nigerian. He explained that citizenship education is already included in primary and secondary school curricula, and regulatory bodies, polytechnics, and colleges of education are also working to reintegrate the program. Representing the National Universities Commission, Florence Onmoha said the new curriculum will help universities produce patriotic, value-driven graduates ready to contribute to national development. Let me begin with you, Samson. What impact do you foresee for compulsory citizenship studies curriculum having in Nigerian universities? And how effectively do you think that this curriculum will bridge the gap between values taught in primary and secondary school and those needed at the tertiary level?
That we now have a concerned NOA, that's the National Orientation Agency. We now have an active NOA, at least, that is working towards actualizing its objectives. So my major concern here is not just implementing the national heritage studies and all, because we've had civic education, social studies, all of these things in the primary something, and even in secondary school, and even at the tertiary level, we have GST or GNS courses that are around civic education or citizenship education. Now, here is my concern. My concern is not just about coming up with these things, it is about having qualified people to teach them. When security was ravaging everywhere, they said they brought in security education into primary and secondary curriculum. And what happened? Did we employ or did we train our teachers on security to be able to handle these subjects? Did we have or do we have certified or professionals to handle these subjects? If these are professional subjects, and if they are not taught by professionals, it could have a negative effect
on the students. So how do you think lecturers can be trained or reoriented to effectively teach citizenship studies in a way that would engage students, based on what you've said now?
You said what?
How do you think lecturers should be trained or reoriented to effectively teach citizenship studies in a way that will engage students?
Okay, that's good. Now, if lecturers that must take this subject, they must be at least people who have background in probably history, in some of these social sciences or art courses, or who have publications on the topics that are discussed in this citizenship or national heritage studies. So if you should not just bring people who have no background or who have just little knowledge on the topic to teach those courses. So that is my concern. They should be trained and retrained.
Teachers should be trained and retrained. Thank you so much, Samson. Let me come to you, Waziri. We're talking about reintegrating citizenship education into the curriculum. How do you think this initiative would influence national unity, patriotism, and civic responsibility among young Nigerians? What are the challenges that you anticipate that universities may face in implementing this curriculum, and what are the reformations that you would like to see?
Thank you, Mr. Timothy. Now, the truth is, we had the last time I was on this program, we were talking about the new curriculum.
Yes.
The first question I would want to ask is, why was it not part of the new curriculum? All of a sudden, a few months down the road, we are seeing new things added to the new curriculum. Mr. Sampson mentioned earlier, it is fine when you do these things, but then how do you intend to implement these programs? So yes, it is important. It's beautiful, because as a nation, we're going through a lot of struggles. We're going through a whole lot of struggles. You go online and you see the Hausas accusing the Yorubas of doing this. The Igbos are accusing the Hausas, and vice versa. It's just going around. Everybody feels we elect leaders based on religion and tribe, not based on competence. We cover up for our leaders when they are incompetent because they are from our tribe or from our certain region, or we have certain affiliations. So if this curriculum can address these issues, Nigeria will be way, way, way ahead. However, did they consider any stakeholder? Did they consult with any stakeholder before putting out this curriculum? What steps do they want to use to ensure that this curriculum is properly implemented and we get the results? Now, when it comes to issues that we're going to face is kids learn from observing the environment. So while we're there teaching them to be patriotic citizens, to be good citizens, what are our leaders doing? What are the news carrying about our leaders? So you teach a child that you have to be, you have to emulate the leaders, and then the next day on the news, you're seeing the news headline saying a leader stole 30 billion naira. What are you doing with 30 billion naira? And you want my child to be like you. So while we're trying to implement this in our curriculum and in the university system, let's make sure that the leaders are also leading by example, so that we can have credible people who are pointing our kids to say, be like this leader, be like that leader.
Thank you so much, Waziri Innocent. And I would wrap up with John Maxwell quote that says, a leader is one who knows the way, shows the way, and of course, goes the way. Waziri Innocent, teacher and education research officer at Ubogo International, thank you so much for joining me on the program. Samson Ajibade, criminologist, security researcher, thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Thank you very much. Nice having me.
All right, we look forward to having you some other time. You are still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. The Federal Ministry of Education has launched the Inspire Life Online Real-Time Classes Initiative, a national digital learning program aimed at expanding access to quality education for school children across Nigeria. This program, part of President Bola Tinubu'S Renewed Hope agenda, is designed to tackle long-standing challenges in the education sector, including teacher shortages and learning disruptions. Education Minister Tunji Alausa confirmed that full implementation has begun, covering all classes from Primary 1 to Senior Secondary School 3. Currently, junior and senior secondary school students can access live interactive sessions Mondays to Fridays from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. delivered by certified master teachers via Cisco WebEx. Junior secondary school students will study subjects such as mathematics, English, basic science, ICT, civic education, and agricultural science. Senior secondary school students will cover biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, economics, technical drawing, and more. The Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has suspended Danlami Ayo, the Mandate Secretary of Education, following a false memo directing all government schools in Abuja to close down. In a statement, Lere Olayinka, the Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications to the Minister, said the memo signed by Aishatu Alazan is false and misleading, and confirmed that no such directive was approved. Minister Wike also instructed disciplinary action against Al-Azhan and urged parents, students and school authorities to disregard the notice, affirming that the academic calendar remains intact. Security measures, including the resumption of Operation Sweep, have been reintroduced to safeguard schools and communities across the FCT. The Predicate STEM Foundation has continued its mission of empowering young minds as it holds the 6th edition of its annual Spelling Bee competition, bringing together brilliant junior secondary school students to showcase excellence in literacy and confidence. Speakers and teachers say the competition is about inspiring academic brilliance and preparing children for a competitive future.
The spelling bee is important to learners' growth because it helps them to build resilience. In the process of preparing for the actual competition, you're interfacing with new words, the process of the words, the origin of the word, the meaning of the word. So it builds your vocabulary and it also challenges you to give your best in whatever you do. So I think it's like a seed that you plant for every other thing you can do in the future.
We need more of this. Because these days you see those children are not really putting much into studying. There is a difference between studying and reading. It's when you are studying, you begin to get used to these words, spelling bees like this begin to come in. But these days you see the children, they don't want to devote quality time in studying again. And what do you get? You see students still battling with spellings. So many years back, I think I was opportune to interview a graduate who had a very serious spelling problem, despite the fact that she graduated from one of the best schools in UK. So you could find that definitely our problem was foundational. It was our secondary school because she had a primary and a secondary education here in Nigeria before heading for the UK for her first degree and a master's degree. But you see that spelling is still haunting her. So that's why we have programs like this can really help schools.
It's a way to extend the English education that the students are already learning in school. So when we have competitions like this, it's a way to test their knowledge and it's a way to stimulate their intellectual capacities so that they can know that what they are learning in school is not just a waste. And then they can do more, learn more, and become better, even to the society.
This spelling bee is important because it helps to build the vocabularies of our participants. And also it helps to build their confidence. So coming out in public to spell might not be easy for some people, but with the opportunity they have here to come out, so it will build their confidence.
Competition is one of the ways that we can improve students' performance. Not only their performance, but also how they speak in the public. You know, most of the time, students normally battle with glossophobia. They are afraid of speaking in the public. And, you know, competition like this, we improve their public speaking capacity. So that is one about the competition. Then two, about the spelling bee, it helps their vocabulary development and also help them, in fact, it helps the reading too. You know, when a child can spell perfectly, he or she will not find it difficult to read.
The event features students from different schools, many of whom say the spelling bee has boosted their vocabulary, public speaking, and belief in themselves.
The benefit of spelling bee is to acquire more knowledge on those difficult words that you can't spell, and you can also learn from your mistakes if you misspelled a word. And what I learned from this spelling bee is that spelling bee is not just to see our downfall on a misspelled word, but it's also for us to gain and learn more about the words that are difficult.
The benefit of spelling bee because it helps to build a vocabulary capacity. It makes the student know how to spell well without fear, and it makes them become bold in front of crowds.
I read my dictionary, I read everything. They practiced me in school, my teacher. I was not that good in spelling, but my teacher helped me a lot.
The benefit of this spelling bee is to encourage eager minds and to show some students that they should not relent, that they should always try in whatever they are doing. They should not feel bad failing or misspelling some words.
With this initiative, we are sure that platforms encouraging literacy and healthy competition among young learners still remain active in our communities. And that's it on today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, as we reflect on today's conversation from the rising threat of school abduction to the federal government's effort to strengthen national security through a national citizenship curriculum. One thing remains clear: Nigeria's education sector stands at a decisive crossroad, and protecting our schools and nurturing value-driven citizens are not separate challenges. They are twin pillars of building a safer, stronger, and more united Nigeria. For more update and engaging conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube via Voice of the People TV and across all other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening here, you would love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom directly via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us again next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, innovations, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is a critical weapon against insecurity and poverty. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them. Some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status, should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course, we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill, properly get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world, filled with exciting challenges, making new friends, and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parabuta of them and the General Overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
welcome to the amazing market today, and I'm your host, Oyindamala Olukuta. And today we're at the vibrant, bustling Ilekpo market. I want to tag a food market because trust me, but it's not just food, they have clothing as well. So it's not just food alone. But today we'll be taking you to the food segment because right here we know they are known for their freshly farm produce, where you have anything called farm produce from the soil to the store. So who doesn't want to eat fresh food? So if you're looking for fresh food in Lagos, you might want to come to Ilekpo. And it's not just farm produce, they have bag of rices, tomato, oil, spices, so many other things. So today we're going to be taking you on an amazing journey for you to see how things are, the prices, things that are available, things that are not, things that are scarce. I'm sure you want to know things that you could get when you come to the market. So why not go with me? Let's go into the market. Ẹ káàsán ma.
Ẹ káàsán.
Orúkọ yín àti nǹkan.
My name is Mrs. Oyero Abosede. I'm selling foodstuffs.
Okay, so how is market, ma?
So thank God.
How has it been? The prices of commodity, has it been fair? Or is it rising or is it reducing presently in the market?
I think it's still moderate now than last year.
Oh, okay. So can you scan us through the prices of things presently compared to last year?
Like rice now. Last year, rice was 100,000. But now, rice is 68,000.
Okay.
Vegetable oil last year is 100 plus. But now, it's around 70,000. 75,000.
Okay. What of beans?
Gari, last year, Gari was 70,000 per bag. But this year, Gari is 45,000.
Okay.
Beans last year, around 100 plus. This year, beans is 80,000 per bag.
Okay. So we can say that the prices of things are reduced compared to last year. But it didn't come down to the whole price.
No. It didn't come down to the whole price.
So is there a possibility that this thing will still reduce further or is unstable presently?
I can't say about that. Unless the government help us. Maybe they should finance the farmers. So that it's not going to be everything they be import in. If they empower our farmers here, all the goods will come down.
Although governments have been doing some empowering, but presently we know we had a crisis in Benue State. Do you think that also affects goods in the market presently?
Yes, that one will also affect goods because we are selling the old goods before that flood happened. After selling all these old goods, by buying another goods now, by that flood that happened in Benue, it may affect. It may affect because they bring a lot of food from that side too, so it may affect. So government should look for solution about that flood. It destroy farmers, it destroy all their stocks, it destroy it a lot.
And looking at the fact that cost of transportation, how much has it affected the price of things that you're selling?
It affects it. The price of transportation didn't come down. It didn't come down because of the increment in fuel. So it didn't come down.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to say to the government out there before we wrap up today?
Government should help us. We market women. They should give us money to sell market. Because we are patronizing all these microfinance banks. And the interest they are collecting from us is too much. So if government can empower market women with interest-free loan, it will reduce the cost of markets also. It will help us and it will also reduce the price of market. Because if we collect loan, we are going to calculate it on the goods we sell. So that's what government can do for we market women.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they should not be demolish our market all the time. This also affects our market. It affects our prices because when they demolish, they rebuild to buy another shop. It affects us also, and it destabilizes our market, destabilizes our work. So they should help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much. It was nice talking to you.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
And you too. Thank you.
Amen. My sister, when I go, reach you to share. My plenty, when I go, reach you to share. Me, I'm ready to say.
Good afternoon, ma. You're
welcome, ma.
Your name and what you sell, ma?
My name is Ambassadorial Ilekpo Market.
Okay.
That is my nickname.
What do you sell, ma?
I'm into imported fruits. apple, pear, grapes, blueberry, and so on.
Okay, ma. So how is market now, ma?
Market is not friendly, but we are managing it. At least we go shop.
Is it expensive or reduced in price?
It's expensive. It's adding money. If you buy market today, reach it here tomorrow, you meet another price. But nothing we do. We sell what we buy.
Okay, so like how much is carton of apple presently? The small green one.
The smallest one now is 45,000.
For a carton?
45.
And if you're buying like a bigger size, how much is a carton of that?
No reduction. Not like this one now, 60,000. 60,000 per carton.
And what about the pears?
Pear for now, I think 36,000 at market.
And grapes?
Grape is 53, 60,000 as of today. But the one I bought yesterday, 53,000.
Okay, do you think that there's anything government can do to bring down the price of these imported goods that you sell? Knowing that it's dollar based since it's imported. So what's it?
But for now, I think the dollar price don't drop.
Yes.
But the market no drop. Some go say exchange in dollar, the port charges or whatever. But anyhow, whatever we buy, now we go sell. So far you come inside market, you go other place, see say now the same price. You go follow me back, and I believe in fresh market, so they go follow me back.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Your name and what you sell?
My name is Mrs. Idara. I'm at Sileko Market selling provisions like sugar, salt, mentioned cereal, and so on and so forth.
Oh, that's nice. So how is market?
We bless God though, because things have been coming down gradually, little by little, for now.
So you're telling us that the price has reduced compared to before?
Yes, like sugar now, Dangote sugar.
How much is the bag now?
Now is 58,000 something now.
And before it used to be like how much?
We are buying it 80,000, 81, 82, but now it's coming down gradually. And flour, we are buying 60 before, 62, now it's 56 something. So we want to see it coming down than 78 and 56.
Okay, because it didn't go back to the old price that it used to be, but it has reduced to the high rates that we were buying it before now. Okay, that's actually good. So if you look at the measured cereal that you sell, how is it?
Oh, very nice. People are coming because the measurement is like it papers the roll, the one that is in refill. We are having customers every day and they are buying. They love it. Even when they come, we give them tests. They will shring it, so they love it. They keep on coming, buying, coming.
Okay, can you run us through the price? Like how much do you sell? What measurement do you use for your measured cereal? Paint. Okay, so you use paint, half paints, and cups.
Yes.
Okay, so like how much is the paint of oats?
Oats, we are selling 6,000 now.
Okay, what about cornflakes?
Cornflakes, we sell 5,000.
Wow, that's cheaper compared to, because a refill pack now is even more than 5,000 naira.
We add the nylon money too.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So now I'm aware. Okay, so if you look at you have milk, you have a baking product. So how is baking things? You mentioned flour before.
Yes,
so when we look at, you mentioned sugar as well. When we look at the things for baking, like the condensed milk, the baking powder, baking soda, yeast, how is it?
It's going on fine. People are coming because the price is gradually coming down, slowly.
Okay, can you compare your sales now to before? I mean before things went up. Can you compare your sales? Like, do you sell more now or do you sell more when things were cheaper?
No, we sell more now because when the thing was right, people that did buns pop up, they run because they can't afford to buy a paint of flour 5,000 for 4.8. But now they are coming back gradually. And also the sugar, the price is coming. Before we are selling 8.5, now we are selling 5.7, 5.8. It depends, but now they are coming because the price is coming down gradually.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. So, but do you think that there's anything government can do to help your business at the moment?
What they can do is to give us loan. If they can loan us, they have many varieties of loaning because we that we are here, we can't what should I
don't have
call it?
access to
We don't
it?
have access to it because we don't know anybody. But if they come from their offices, they should come.
Okay, like a grassroots kind of loan when they come to you, how much you will loan.
Yes.
But are you not particular about interest?
No, you know, if it is personal or the private own, their interest is too high.
Okay.
But some people will come, they'll say that they'll give you 500, you pay interest of 200,000.
Within how many what's pay?
Let's say 6 months.
Whoa. So what do you want to use it to sell to be able to get that kind of?
So if government should come to help us, we know that when government come, the interest will be lower. That's what we want them to do for that. They should come. They should please. They should not be just sitting down in the office. They should come by themselves. Those people that they are sending is for their own people that they knew. We don't know them, we don't know. They should come and meet us. We will interact with them. We'll talk to them. They should help us. But this one that they will just send people, no, they will not come to us. We are not benefiting anything from government. As we are now in this market, we are paying tax, we are paying for installation every year. But they should come and meet us by themselves, not by sending, go and do this. All those they sending us, they are not coming to us. They are coming to the people that they knew. They should come to us by themselves. They should come so that we have a business to do with them. We can gain from
I like
them.
that. I love you. The fact that your business oriented. That's actually a very good one. Thank you very much, man. It was nice meeting you. Yeah, you can. Good afternoon, ma.
Afternoon, my love.
What's your name, ma?
My name is Mrs. Stephen Ode.
Okay, so what do you sell?
I deal with tomato.
So how much is the price of tomato in market?
One plate of tomato is 45.50.
Wow.
Before we used to buy is something that we used to buy 7,000, 6,000 is to up to 45,000. Like this one now, everybody have run for it because it's too costly. That Malam tomato. Now we divert ourselves to Oloko. They call this one Oloko. This is Yoruba own. But before we used to buy it 3,000, 2,500. But now it's 9,000, 10,000, 11,000 for small baskets. Can't you see what is going on? We all are suffering. This government should put eye on what is going so that they will help the poor, the needy ones. That is the needy ones. He was under the rain, under the sun. We are hustling to make sure that our family, all that we will live fine. But still, nothing is coming out of it. Please, so you people should tell them to assist us.
Okay, in what way do you think the government can help out in today's current situation?
They have a lot to do because they are the problem that we are having. Assuming that I can remember when I was small, government used to fix the price, the market price. That sometimes they will enter and say, how much is bag of rice? Government will say no.
Okay, that's market regulation, for price regulation. Oh, okay. You feel that would really help?
That will really help now. If you see, you interview people, how much is this thing? They say, no, this amount is too much. If that, like, before now, we are buying this thing now, 3,000, 2,500. Now it's 9,000. Is there any market regulation? There's no market regulation on it. So everybody is just doing whatever he or she like because they feel, whether we like it or not, they are the importers. Anything they say, we will buy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
That's
much.
actually very amazing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma.
Auntie, good afternoon.
Your name, ma?
My name is Rose.
Rose. What do you sell, ma?
I'm selling tomato and tomato. Sometimes anything will come out.
Farm produce.
Yes, farm produce.
Okay, ma.
We are into.
Okay, so how is the cost of things in the market presently?
Now, the thing is very cost now. We are selling Mala own. But this is it now. This Mala own now, crate, this is the crate. It's 50,000. But before, we are buying it 14,000. Sometimes 11,000, sometimes 15,000. But now, they are selling it 50,000. The rentage is too high.
Okay, that's why you now shifted to the other type of tomato.
Yes.
Okay. So presently now, how is the cost of this one in the market?
This one now, the smaller, this is it. This one now is 10,000.
Okay.
10,000 naira. This rodo we are selling. This is the patala that they used to have. Then they sell at 40,000, 45. It's too high now. That is why we are shedding it 1,000 like this for the rentage like this 1,000. But because of not everybody have the amount, We are putting it 500 so that some people their heart will reach there.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help the market?
The thing that I want government to do for us is to lower the price of the fuel so that then go see transport to shift all those things into market. Now the thing we know. So at least the low price of things, at least now they are help us for rice, but it still remains small because not every woman will carry like 5 children cannot buy a derica of rice 1,000. It's too high now. It's too high for us.
Thank you very much, ma. Good afternoon, ma.
Afternoon.
Your name, ma?
Mrs. Olabimpe.
Mrs. Olabimpe. Yes. What do you sell, ma?
I sell snail.
Oh, so how is snail market? How is the business?
Thank God, Jerry. Nigeria is not laughing now, but we are pushing it small.
Okay, would you tell us that the price was same? Is it that it's increasing or it came down?
So no, we are in rainy season. Okay. It's supposed to shift, but now it's getting rise up because bush have rise. Those people that taking it from the bush said that they did not see to pick. The water inside the bush is too much. Unless the water inside the bush is dry, that they can pick and see the cheap price buy. But the one that you are buying now, let's say this jumbo that you have sold today, we sell it as 70,000 naira for 20. 70,000 naira per 20. We sell per 20 each one. Each one we sell.
Okay, so what's the cheapest one in per 20?
This one.
Yes.
That I have is 5,000 naira.
Oh.
That is the smallest one. Wow. Yes. This one now inside the basket here. We sell it 40,000 naira for 20. This one.
Okay.
See it. This bush one is from Benin. It's from Benin or Ondo State.
Okay.
Very big.
Okay.
This one is the follow jumbo. We follow jumbo like this. We sell it 55,000 naira.
Wow.
Yes.
For 20 pieces?
Yeah, per 20. This one is medium. We call it medium. Yes. We sold that one 25,000 naira per 20. This one is 15,000 naira per 20. That is it.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help your business at this time?
What government can do for us is to give us loan. If they can raise us to give us loan so that we can easily do the business very well. So that is what the government can do for us because they can't say government will go and control the price of the snail for us.
Definitely.
It's what we see inside the bush that we will buy to bring the market. So when we have the capital to raise our goods up, so we can make enough of profit on it. So if the government can give us a loan or a loan, it's okay.
Loan can help.
Yes, loan can help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Wetin be your name and wetin they say?
My name is Abdullah.
Okay. Wetin they say?
Carrots, cucumber, pepper, spring onions with cabbage.
For fried rice, na fried rice you give it and salad with that now. So how market?
Fine.
How much be the price of things for market? Now shey they reduce abi they increase?
They reduce.
E reduce ba? So how much you dey sell things now?
Which one?
How much be cabbage?
Cabbage is 2,000, 2 pie.
Carrots nko, how you take tire?
Carrots 500, 200.
This ones wey you tie wey be salad already, how much you dey sell am?
Na 200.
Hey, wow, that's much. So wetin be how much they sell the spring onion and the green tatache?
Spring onions 500, 1,000.
So things don't come down. But you go wish make it come down well, but abi make it go up back.
Make you go up.
If it go up, we pay you as seller.
No, I don't pay you.
But when you come down, it go pay you to make your own profit back.
Yes.
Okay, so bad amowa, Danjima. Ẹ káàsán ma. Kí lorúkọ yín àti iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Èmi Yálábẹ̀kẹ́ lè mi jẹ́ o. Yálábẹ̀kẹ́ ni.
Okay, iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Alágbẹ̀dẹ goldsmith.
Okay.
Oníṣòwò.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rírọ àgbẹ̀dẹ yẹn. Báwo ni iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí? Táwọn bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ lórílẹ̀-èdè, ṣáwọn èèyàn ṣì ń ṣe iṣẹ́?
àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébi pa wá kọ̀ọ̀kan kúkú ṣì ń gbé wá ṣùgbọ́n rẹ̀ náà mò ń ṣe àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébi pa wá ṣì ń gbé wá bó ti yẹ pẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ́ wọ́n ṣàṣì ń gbé wá bọ́ọ̀lù góòlù gbé wá mọ́ bíi tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ ṣàṣì ń gba pẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ́ tá à ń bá wọn fọ̀ tá à ń rówó fi jẹun díẹ̀díẹ̀ òun náà ni mò ń ṣe lọ́wọ́
ẹbí téèyàn bá fẹ́ fọ bóyá bíi set of gold bí rèé lónìí.
òun set of gold ó depend lé bó bá ṣe pọ̀ tó ní owó yìí ṣe máa pọ̀ tó.
ká sọ pé ẹ̀gbà ọrùn ọwọ́ àti etí àti òrùka.
ṣé mọ̀ pé 9 carat wà 6 carat wà 18 wà 14 wà.
so ó tún ní ṣe pẹ̀lú iye tó máa jẹ́. So the richer your gold is, the richer your money will be.
Yes.
That's amazing. Gbẹ̀mí ìmọ̀ eléyìí tẹ́lẹ̀ nípa iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ ó jẹ́ ohun tó dára. Ẹ ní pé ẹ̀ ń ṣòwò náà irú òwò lẹ̀ ń ṣe mọ́.
Gbogbo náà lẹ́tí tá a ti ń bá wa ṣe yìí náà bí ọṣẹ bíi provision ṣàǹtàlẹ̀ yọ̀yọ̀ ẹ̀dá doses.
Báwo ni provision ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí?
Wọ́n díẹ̀ àwọn distributor wa lójókòó yìí.
Tá bá ní pé ká wo bí price àwọn kan kí ni èlò ni bí price àwọn kan lọ́jà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
Nǹkan tó wẹ̀ cheap tí 1,000 ní provision díẹ̀.
So tí o bá fẹ́ ra mílìkì àti mílò nísìn.
Owó ìfọ̀rọ̀ ní 7,000 lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rọ àwọn ọba.
Ó dà kí lẹ́yìn wa lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tó lè mú ọjà kí owó ẹ̀ kó lọlẹ̀ kí àwọn ọlọ́jà lè máa rọ́jà tà kí àwọn tó ń ra gan wọ́n lè rówó mú wá sọ́jà láti ra ọjà.
Ìjọba ò lè ṣe nǹkan Ọlọ́run ló lè ṣe Ọlọ́run kan bọ̀ kọ́lọ́run bá wa tún ṣe.
Ó dáa mà ẹ ṣe gan ohun tí ẹ sọ ó jẹ́ kókó tó ṣe pàtàkì àfi tí Ọlọ́run bá ràn wá lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run yóò sì máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ sí náà. Àmì o àmì o. Ẹ káàsán mà.
Ẹ káàsán.
Kí lorúkọ yín mà? Ẹ ṣe.
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaja Iswatu Adeogun.
Kí làwọn ọjà tẹ́ ń tà mà?
Mo ń ta sẹ̀mó, pando, rice, spag, indomie nǹkan tí mò ń ta nìyẹn.
Ok mà báwo lọjà báyìí mà?
Ọjà wà ń bẹ bọ́ tí ọjà ò yá èèyàn ò rọ́ọ̀ṣì ra ọjà èèyàn kọ̀ọ̀kan là ń rí torí ọjà yẹn ti wọ́n jù. Ọ̀dọ̀ ó wálẹ̀ díẹ̀ o sí ti sẹ́lẹ̀ o mọ̀ ó sì wọ̀n náà.
Ok ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè sọ àwọn iye ọjà fún wa mọ̀?
A lè sọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo.
Sẹ̀mó 5 kg yìí 7,500 láta. Eléyìí náà Supreme 7,500 the same price. Eléyìí náà 7,500 òun láta. Nílá 10 kg 48. Golden penny sẹ̀mó 48 nìyẹn náà 10 kg. Nina 48. Àwọn eléyìí Supreme 10 kg yẹn ní 14,500. Bá a ṣe tà nìyẹn.
Àwọn poundo nǹkan mà?
Poundo yẹn kékeré pátá 17. Poundo 1 kg 34. 2 kg 68. 5 kg lélẹ́yìí. 5 kg yẹn 17,000 nìyẹn. 17,000 ní eléyìí. Spag 19,000 ní páàkì.
Ní páàkì. Ìṣe kan náà ni golden penny àti Dangote.
Kò sí Dangote golden penny náà ni oríṣi míì ló tún wà. Àwọn Supreme relay Supreme 19,000 ìyẹn náà.
Bí ráìsì nǹkan èlò ni àpò ráìsì lọ́wọ́?
Àpò ráìsì wẹ̀wẹ̀ 60,000 ni.
Ńlá ńkọ́ mà?
Ńlá 82.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Kí wá ní nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ rò pé ìjọba lè ṣe láti lè mú àwọn nǹkan wálẹ̀ ní ọjà táwọn èèyàn lè wá máa rajà?
Kíjọba bá wa iṣẹ́ náà ní kí gbogbo nǹkan kó wálẹ̀ kí dọ́là kó wálẹ̀ tí dọ́là bá ti wálẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan á wálẹ̀ epo náà kàn jẹ́ kó wálẹ̀ nǹkan lè ṣe nìyẹn.
Dọ́là epo
kó wálẹ̀.
Ó dà mà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà ajá máa wá mà.
Àmín o.
Good afternoon ma ẹ káàsán ma.
Good afternoon ẹ káàsán o báwo ni o.
Adúpẹ́ fọlọ́ ma orúkọ yín mà àti nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ta.
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaja Sherifat Abímbọ́lá Ṣóhùn. Biscuit sweet oríṣiríṣi là ń tà.
Ọjà ọmọdé nìyẹn.
Ìyá ìwé ni mí. Ìyá oníjẹkújẹ ìjẹkújẹ ọmọdé ni mò ń tà torí mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọdé púpọ̀ jù.
Báwo wá lọjà mà?
À ń dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Olúwa ṣeun. Ṣùgbọ́n ọjà ò dàbí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ nítorí pé gbogbo nǹkan ló ti wọ́n. bisikíìtì 50 naira tẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí bó ṣe tóbi tó ní ìsìn 100 naira 200 400 àwọn òbí á ní ṣé bí panu lásán ni bó la ṣe bá ra bisikíìtì 400 kan àmọ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ o bá a ṣe ń tà ní ìsìn nìyẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra bisikíìtì tẹ́ bá ti mú bíi 500 1 million ilé máa kún ọ̀nà máa kún ni ní ìsìn téèyàn bá fẹ́ rajà báyìí tí ò bá di owó gidi dání kò ṣe èèyàn lè ra quantity téèyàn ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ kí lẹ wá lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà?
Ìjọba náà kì í kúkú ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ náà kì í ṣẹjọ́ wọn bí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe ń wọ́n tó ń wọ́n ni gbogbo raw materials gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló wọ́n a dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn raw materials yìí náà wọ́n import ẹ̀yìn a sì mọ̀ pé owó ti wọ́n ẹ̀bẹ̀ náà lábẹ́ wọn kán ṣàánú wa kán bá wa mú owó àwọn nǹkan kán bá wa mú wálẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé ní ìsìn tẹ́lẹ̀ iná NEPA ó regular so cost of production ó máa low sísìn tó yẹ pé dísù dẹ̀ wọ́n so a lè sọ pé ìjọba náà ni àwọn tó ń ṣe náà a lè sọ pé ẹ̀bi wọn ni kì í ṣẹ̀bi tiwọn náà kì í dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀bi àwọn aráàlú náà tá a sọ pé kán ṣàánú wa kán bá wa mú owó nǹkan wálẹ̀ tówó nǹkan bá wálẹ̀ àwa gan tà àwa gan rí géènì nínú ẹni tó ń rà dùn àwa náà tá ń ta inú wa dùn ọlọ́mọ bá wà nínú jẹ́ o.
Ọ̀dà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Fún ohun tí ẹ sọ nísìn ó ti ṣàfihàn wípé ó wà lọ́wọ́ ará ilé ó wà lọ́wọ́ àlejò kí nǹkan lè rọrùn torí tá a bá wo cost of production á jẹ́ kí nǹkan lọ sókè tí ìjọba bá lè bá wa mú kan wálẹ̀ tí àwọn èèyàn náà lè ṣe iṣẹ́ àṣekára láti mú owó wọlé á jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn fún gbogbo wa so Ọlọ́run lórílẹ̀-èdè á máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ máa ọ̀dà mà ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Ọlọ́run bá wa ràn ìjọba lọ́wọ́ á ràn àwa aráàlú náà lọ́wọ́ torí ìgbà míì báyìí àwọn èèyàn gan àwọn aráàlú gan wọn ò tí ì ní gbọ́ kíkù òjò wọn á ti domi agbada nù pé ọjà fẹ́ wọn ọjà wọn á ti mówó wọn á ti fi lé ọjà tiwa ẹ̀ kò ṣeé fowó lé bó ṣe wà yìí tá a bá fi 50 naira lé pálí bisikíìtì kan wọn ò ní rà torí wípé tí wọ́n bá tà àti mọye tán fẹ́ fi pa tó kò lè pè fún wọn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọjà míì wà tó yẹ pé kọ́ máa ti gbọ́ pé kìnìkan owó àti ga ìta níye tí ó bá dé tẹ́lẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ lọ rà míì bówó ti fẹ́ rówó tán fẹ́ fi kún láti fi rà míì kọ́lọ́n kó ran gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ àtijọba àtàráàlú kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o kọ́lọ́n kó bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè torí orílẹ̀-èdè yìí dáa púpọ̀ jù orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń ṣàn fún wàrà àti oyin ni téèyàn bá dé orílẹ̀-èdè míì yóò mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ṣùgbọ́n tó kọ́lọ́n kó wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Àmì alájà ẹ ṣé gan ni ma ajá máa wá. Whether you are a market regular or a weekend shopper, Ile-Epo market remains a go-to for your fresh farm produce, for your baking, for your tin sachets, anything at all that you want to buy, just to stock your house, either for the week, either for just a meal, or for the month. You can now actually come here, and it's actually a place where you can do your negotiations with the farm produce. And also, the sachets and the canned ones are actually wholesale, so you get to buy at a very much cheaper and affordable price. And today, this is all we have for you on Market Today, and I remain Oyindamola Olukuta. And we'll be seeing you same time, same station next week. Don't touch the dial.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Inec, madam.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
So you haven't seen that? Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile-Agbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. Atutu boyo yome.
So how are you feeling this episode?
And I'm feeling good.
I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy.
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, blah, blah. For the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, it's about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play in?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like leave this one. But a lot of new directors, like this director, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect. So that's why it's a great film. It's a very great film.
Were there no fun time on the scene?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? We wanted to tell a story. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. So I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Thicker Than Water, I played Bassey, and that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the kick to Thicker Than Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or on the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know, it was a mixture of mixed feelings, I'm like, okay, what am I expecting, whatnot, but this is the life I chose, so wherever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it was just like walking familiar waters.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died,
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but it's that was just that part because enough said. I think we can.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it from the cast, the crew. You know when the director yells "cut." Yes. Gerald, it just leads you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, and when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells cut, just this gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick. Let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it. Yeah.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond and they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest. Because like, yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day, he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at the very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So, as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it.
Yeah.
I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Yeah, move on.
Well, how was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
It was mad. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad. Yeah.
Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. It was very open, because I kept, I was like, oh, I'm doing this one. I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, but I was wearing myself. I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are proving, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments, and like there was so many, and because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them. Personally, I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film. And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, you know, all along. So and then I loved working with, you know, all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and you know, it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and you know, he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and you know, I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved, you know, the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was, I just finished editing every other thing. And then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to, you know, cut that scene. And then after that, you know, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Thicker Than Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi. Hi
everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ambassadorial. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
It's another beautiful Thursday edition of People's Voice, and welcome on board. Of course, this is a particular arena where season stories shape the narrative, and of course, you agree with me that over here, we actually call a spade, and we give you a wonderful program that you actually deserve. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. All eyes still on 2027. And this particular one is coming from one of the former members of the ruling party who was actually decided to move into, the opposition party to fight his former party. Nobody can rig us out. We know their ways, says Aregbe Shola. Okay, and I believe you wouldn't want to miss this particular conversation for no reason. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. 20 trillion abandoned properties. Reps to probe federal project. The House of Representatives is set to probe over 12,000 abandoned federal projects worth 20 trillion across the country. The project is scattered across various states, including the Federal Secretariat's complex in Lagos and the Nigerian International Hotel building in Niger State. The probe aims to recover crucial nation assets and prevent further wastage of public resources. This is not the first attempt to address the issue, as previous presidential panels have failed to salvage the abandoned properties. Experts suggest a combined panel of experts and government appointees should conduct a comprehensive probe and consider selling off or privatizing the project. I just hope that someday we'll get it right as regards to wastage. We're still talking about this particular one, about 12,000 properties that needs to be probed, yet we're building new ones that we are not still going to use, I assure you. We have so much that we would not still use that we're building, and we have some that we are claiming we're renovating that we are not still going to use. What are we doing with that? We just have to curb all of this particular wastage in the government. Hopefully that this particular one will scale through, because just in the news, they've actually tried it before and it didn't work. So let's hope that this particular one would actually, give us a very good result. And away from that particular one, Senate urges a review of firearm law to allow responsible citizens own guns. The Nigerian Senate has called on the federal government to review the country's firearm laws to permit responsible citizens to own guns, citing escalating insecurity in Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states. The resolution followed a motion titled Urgent Needs to Address Escalating Insecurity in Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states, which highlighted recent attacks on school worshippers and, of course, the rural communities. This particular one is quite dicey. Who are the responsible citizens that you want to give guns to? In as much as some people actually own these guns illegally in some part of the core north. Okay, so I could say this because I've lived there, and when the insecurity became very serious, some forces, yes, actually, met up with some communities, and they mentioned if you would need locally made guns, of course you can buy them, just to protect yourselves and your family. So we know that's actually wrong, but now if you're making it official, who are the responsible citizens that you want to give guns to? Should that be, the solution? So if you're giving firearms to responsible citizens, indirectly you're actually saying that the government cannot protect the citizens, so the citizens should protect themselves. And don't forget, if there is no insecurity tomorrow, and there is a protest or any situation happens, and your citizens have guns, of course, you cannot prevent anarchy. So these are things that we should actually talk about. I'm not saying the Senate doesn't know what they're saying, but of course, we should be able to propose solutions from this particular corner as well. So who are the responsible citizens you actually want to review the law for? It's a food for thought, and I hopefully I will get the reply. And again, bandits abduct 16-year-old boy, 6 girls in FCT community. Bandits have actually adopted Some children from Gidan Bajimi community in Buhari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory FCT. The incident occurred around 9:47 p.m. when the bandits, armed with AK-47 rifles, raided 2 houses in the community, shooting sporadically and whisking away the citizens. Residents were thrown into panic, and some vigilantes tried to engage the bandits but were overpowered. The ages of the adopted girls ranged from 17 to 23. Contact has yet to be established with the adopters. And I remember that Nyesom Wike, the Minister of FCT, actually raised an alarm as regards to this conversation. And not only that, he also beefed up the security outfit in FCT, but I'm surprised that this particular one can still happen. Gradually, these guys actually went on live on social media. They threatened, to kidnap and to go to any state at all, even to the presidency, to the governors, the commissioners, senators. They said all of this on air, and gradually they're actually fulfilling what they said. So does it mean that we cannot curb this security once and for all? Even with the very high intelligent, information that was given to the FCT, yet this abduction still took place. These guys still found their way to Buhari Area Council. What is really going on with our security architecture of this nation? We have to look into it. And away from that particular one, federal government to ensure safe return of Goodluck Jonathan from Guinea-Bissau. The federal government has actually confirmed that former President Goodluck Jonathan is safe in Guinea-Bissau following the recent military takeover. A senior government source said arrangements are underway for its return to Nigeria, with a multinational task force present in the country to support his safety. The government has condemned the coup and called for the restoration of the constitutional order in Guinea-Bissau. Hopefully, Goodluck Jonathan will return back to the country. All right. All he went there to do was just to carry out his duties, as an observer, and to make sure that election goes well and free and fair, to be precise. So, but hopefully, we hope that he returns back to us safe and sound. And let's come to Zamfara quarters now. Matawale denies linking Zamfara security operations to his influence. The Minister of State for Defense, Alhaji Bello Muhammad Matawale, has denied a report that he claimed the security operations in Zamfara State would not work without him. In a statement, Matawale described the report as false and clarified that he never made such a comment. He emphasized that the importance of cooperation among stakeholders to addressing security effectively, and urged the media organization to verify information before publication. I just love the fact that he actually debunked that for proper clarity, because if he had said yes, that without him, the security situation in Zamfara cannot be curbed, and the insecurity cannot be neutralized, I would have also loved to ask questions, that when he was there, what did he do differently? I will remember back then that he was always negotiating. And of course, we had several news back then when he was actually getting bikes for these so-called bandits as at the time, just to calm them, as at the time. So these were not the news that we just read, or personally I just read, because if you say you lived in Kaduna, you would know Katsina and you would know Zamfara. So I applied through all of these particular communities, and we knew what that actually meant as at the time. So it's not someone like Matawale that should be talking about that. But thank God that he's not owning up to such a rumor. So at this point, we just have to frame up from that particular conversation. And let's come to the Nnamdi Kanu's conversation. Use peaceful means to secure Nnamdi Kanu's release, says Bianca Ojukwu. All right, the Minister of State and Foreign Affairs, Ms. Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, has advised the Southeast people to use dialogue and peaceful means to secure the release of Nnamdi Kanu. okay, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, speaking at the 14th edition of the Dame Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu Memorial Day celebration. She actually urged the people to remain calm and seek peaceful resolution to the issue. Okay, she also urged and called on the Igbo parents to teach their children the Igbo language, expressing dissatisfaction with the low level of Igbo language proficiency among the youth. All right, so I love that this is actually coming from her, you know, and of course, you cannot talk about this particular movement, the Biafra movement, without her husband, of course. So if she's actually calling on a very peaceful, you know, dialogue, I think is a thing that that the Southeast should embrace and see how they can get Nnamdi Kanu out of that particular situation that is going on presently. All right. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we have Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about this conversation. 2027's election, of course, nobody can rig us out. We know their ways, says Arebeshala. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. And still People's Voice on VOP TV. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has issued a stern warning to the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, asserting that the party is fully prepared to thwart any attempt at electoral manipulation in the forthcoming elections. All right, and National Secretary Rauf Arebeshala made the declaration at the high-profile event in Osogbo, Osun State, marking 15 years since the ADC's administration took office. Arebeshala expressed unbridled confidence in the party's chances of victory, stating that the ADC is well aware of the government's tactics and it is poised to take over the presidency by August next year. We know their tactics and we are prepared to counter them, he declared. The era of manipulation is over. It is our turn to lead. The ADC's National Secretary emphasized that the party has been working tirelessly to build a strong grassroots network and mobilize support across the country. He actually attributed the party's confidence to its solid foundation and the widespread desire for change among Nigerians. While some have dismissed the claim as mere bravado, others believe that the ADC may have a strong case. All right, we're now being joined by Dr. Fani-Kayode, a social political technocrat and aviation safety expert. And it is safe to say that I can also call him the Atiku spokesperson because a few days ago, he actually made a case for Atiku. So I hope that today, since this is about his party, so it would actually do justice to all of the conversation today. Good afternoon, Dr. Dayo.
Yes, good afternoon, Savior, and thank you for saving Nigerians with this particular program, especially when you were talking about the Senate while you were reading the news. Tell me, who in the Senate can we describe, or to what extent can we see responsibility in the Senate? Bearing in mind that they always throw blows, slaps, and cheers to themselves. Had it been that they have been allowed to be carrying gun indiscriminately, would they not have been using that gun, to shoot themselves? Imagine if Wike had been carrying a gun. If Wike had been allowed to carry a gun, what will have happened while he was facing that young naval officer or Air Force officer? So for me, that issue is because probably they don't have anything serious to do. That's why they're saying that. They should stop wasting our money. Let us stop this permanent this in there. Let them be coming periodically. We don't want them to be having sitting around every day.
Okay. So since so doctor, let me bring you up to speed as regards to some conversation that didn't actually get down well with me over the week as regards to the Senate, the red chambers plenary, all through their sections. So, a particular senator, and I believe about two, one from Boronu, APC, senatorial district, and I believe another APC, but also from the north. Okay, they made a case for themselves as regards to the withdrawal of police officers from the VIPs. You know, they said they were not safe, doctor. They said they were not safe, that their life is at risk, you know, and of course, they will be the target now, that these bandits, you know, the terrorists would come for them, and now that they don't have police, a convoy, you know, for them to move around, that this has to be reviewed and all of that. And my question, so you were really okay, feeling so good, as at the time you had all your 30-something convoys everywhere, you know, with siren blasting everywhere, and not bothered about even to your senatorial district that you represent, the people that you represent. They can actually come and pick them like point and kill. They just pick them off like they are actually, you know, they are grains. You don't care about it. As far as your security details covers your family and you are okay. Now the president is withdrawing police for them to do what they were meant to do, what a particular outfit that force was meant for in the first place. And now you are actually complaining that you are not safe, that your life is at risk, that the bandits would actually come kidnap you people on the way. And not only that, let me also mention this to you, that in the same Senate, that the Senate president, the president of the Senate, made a declaration before he rounded off the plenary. He said the mother of the nation has invited us on Friday to come for dinner. And you know she's a good mother to the nation and she's a good mother to us. And if she has invited us, it is with happiness that we'll be going. These are...
This is the mother of the nation.
That's the first lady. Now, this...
It's not my own mother.
No.
It's not my own mother.
No. Doctor, you know, it's so...
It's so them in the Senate.
Doctor, it's so painful that a senator, the legislators who we feel were meant to represent us, feel the pain of the people, understand what is going on. Now it has become a normal news to Nigerians that every day there has to be a kidnap conversation. There has to be a kidnap story. And your senators are not bothered. Instead, the declaration that there is a dinner that, with their mother. And to buttress my point, I don't want to say some of our lawmakers are insensitive. Neither do I want to say that some of our executives are also insensitive. We saw the northern governors held a meeting as regards to this security situation. And after the Northern Governors Forum held their meeting, the Southern Governors Forum held their meeting in Ogun State, to be precise. But Dr. Dayo, was that Ashoebi needed? That you are coming for a meeting that has to do with security situation of a nation.
Security.
And you all needed to go change or wear agbada the Ashoebi before you can have a meeting because you want to snap and you want it to be colorful.
Wait now, that is why my leader in ADC has that confidence, the temerity to say that by 2027, this government of APC will be swept away with their brood. Because people are now hungry and angry. And an angry and hungry stomach has no ears. We have all been united. Nigerians have been united with a communal factor known as hunger and poverty. We are not going to follow this electioneering on the divisions of ethnicity, religion, or tribalism. Rather, we are going to queue on the same line and be on the same page. Because right from top to the bottom, we are all angry and hungry. And hunger, anger has no language other than response, not responsive, not respond now, response. Because when you are talking of response, response is spontaneous. And when you are saying a spontaneous response, it can also be sporadic. And when you are talking about being prosodic, it could be anything. It could be anything. Come 2027, Nigerians are united towards taking this broom from this government and then using their own broom to sweep them away. It's on that background that my leader, the secretary of ADC, was speaking from.
Okay. All right, Doctor. I love the fact that you started on a very, wonderful, good note as regards to Aregbesola. So let's also talk about the spontaneity of Aregbesola's political journey. From being a commissioner in Lagos, of course, he moved and he became a governor.
A minister.
Governor. From being a governor, of course, he was promoted to becoming a minister. And you would agree with me that Aregbesola was a right-hand man to the president, if you would agree with me. Of course, that was what we all know, not until they actually fall out. Okay, so for Aregbesola to use this particular statement, I hope you know what this statement also means to Nigerians. If Aregbesola has said that we know their ways, we know their tactics, okay, and we will not let them. So it is also safe to say that he has also indulged himself in such frivolities back then. He has also joined in this particular kind of rigging that he is talking about today. Just maybe there was no fallout between him and the president. That means he would have also joined, since he has actually made the projection as regards to rigging. That means he would have also joined again in another rigging, what he said. So, do you expect us to trust such a person in your party, knowing fully well that he has actually been on this other side and he has done that over time to democracy in Nigeria? And today, he's jump shipping, he's moving to the other side, or he has moved, and now he is saying he wants to thwart whatsoever rigging that wants to come from this side. And of course, bear in mind, he is not just fighting because of Nigeria, he's fighting just to make a point that with or without this ruling party, he can still succeed politically. And of course, I'd like to get your take as regards to what he meant by he knows the government tactics and he will do better.
We also, as I've allowed you to express yourself, I hope you will not also stop me.
Doctor, it is head to head between you and I today. It is head to head between you and I, so you are free. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not. Then you allow me, or else me too, I will not be allowing you again. You allow me because
Doctor, go on. It's your time. Go on.
Now, our Lord Jesus Christ said, I have come to save the sinners, and not those that are saved already, like Savior. Now, he also went further. He said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Again, the best apostle ever, as recorded by the Bible, Apostle Paul, was formerly known as Saul, always out to persecute the Christians, until when it came about knowing the truth. What happened? I mean, we're all aware of that. Again, let me also take you to academics. Again, let me also take you to academics. There is what we call bounded rationality. Bounded rationality in terms of one's decisions and actions are dependent, underline, dependent upon the amount and type of information that you have at any point in time. The moment you have new information, new data, and new exposition, definitely your horizon will change, and your decision, your action plans will definitely change. So why heaping unnecessary hue upon Ogbeni Aregbesola? Yes, he have been dining and whining with Tinubu before now. He have been able to probably swallow whatever I might have been given. But have you forgotten that he too now is a grown-up? Is a grown-up. The way I used to treat my kids while they were between, under 10, differs from the way I was treating them when they were between 10 and 17. And then different from the way I deal with them now. And Aregbesola is no more a baby. He has been a governor and a minister. He has seen it all. So, if Tinubu doesn't know how to now handle him as a political adult, a grown-up politician, who is no more the commissioner of yesterday, or the governor of yesterday that we were controlling, then that means it lacks what I call relationship ethics. The relationship ethics, and therefore him to be able to handle him. Again, Ogbeni Aregbesola had seen that, listen, you promised Nigerians hope, but now you are putting them in a state of hopelessness. I cannot continue with you this way. I can't. Let us change. But now that he has refused, he says, okay, please, let me find my way. Let me get to where I'll be able to express myself and then give people hope. Ensure that as a government, your first duty, according to the Constitution, is to ensure the good living of the people and the economic well-being of the people and security. So let me go to where I'll be able to give it to them. So what was the crime in that? And not fully well before now. These are the ways in which they have been winning elections, and which is not even also new to so many of us. It's not also new to so many of us. We were aware of 2023 when he said in London that you should go and steal victory and run away with it. Whoever is not satisfied, let's meet in court. Are we not witnesses to it? Were we not witnesses to what later happened in court? Go and listen to my release on my YouTube page, or you Google it. My 2023 Independence broadcast. I said 2023 elections. The judicial validation of electoral violations. Google it, please, and listen to it. 2023 elections.
Okay.
Ditto.
Okay.
The judicial validation of electoral violation. Google it. So I haven't known all that, and then putting all those things together, and then bearing in mind that Nigerians were now wiser, and we are all going en masse to ADC.
Okay.
Who is saying Ogbeni Arabeshola is not saying the right thing?
Okay.
Except maybe Mr. Savio.
So, Doctor, it is safe to say that you're actually saying that Arabeshola is now a repented soul, right?
You are the one saying, you are the one using that phrase.
No, you started with theology. You talked about soul.
Yes, I started with theology.
So you came back to political, you went to academics. All right.
Yes.
So
then I went back to academics.
In summary,
theory.
in summary, of course, that's what I'm saying. In summary, all you are just telling me now, or telling us, both the viewers and you and I, is that Arabeshola is now a repented soul. He wants to do the right thing.
You are using that statement. You are the one using that word. That wasn't the word I used.
Okay, so Doctor, what should we call this sudden change? What should we call it?
Ogbeni Arabeshola had gotten new information, new data, new horizon. He has also developed himself over the years to have now seen that what some people are doing are wrong. And he decided to change his ways.
Yeah. Now, Doctor, I love where you're going to with this. Let's start from where you stop. He has decided to change his way. That's repentance. He has gotten new information, new data. Okay. He now has more idea of the good. And he wants to throw the way of good. So that's repentance.
It is knowledge. I call it knowledge upgrade. Instead of you using repentance, I call it knowledge and action plan.
Doctor, guess what?
Knowledge,
if you decide to read, Doctor, guess what? If you decide to read the Holy Book today, be it the Bible or the Quran, right? As far as you are reading to change, you would have knowledge upgrade. It's normal. So that means we are saying the same thing, that Arabeshola is not repentant. So, but let's move from that particular one.
Because when you are talking about repentance, it is synonymous to terrorists in Nigeria now.
Is that what you are? Is that what you are afraid of? Don't worry, I'm not going there.
What my guy is doing is knowledge and action plan upgrade.
Okay.
Period.
Knowledge and
action plans upgrade.
Action plan upgrade. Okay. So what Dr. Daya said is what he has said, but what we have actually interpreted in your submission is that Arabeshola has actually repented. So let's leave it that way. All right, so let's move on. I know Arabeshola has been, in the corridors of power for a very long time. Just like when he was the minister, the only thing we remember that every Nigerian can still have, as a picture of Arebe, is whenever we see him like this, we know there will be public holiday. That's the announcement. And hopefully, we hope that this time around, he will do something better. But let me come into other people in ADC. I wouldn't want to say that ADC has actually arranged or brought in different repented souls, because today they are all saying that they want the best for Nigerians, they want the best for the country, they want to push these people out of power and take over to do better for Nigerians. And almost all of them, we know their track records, we know how, they've been coming and all of that. But let me talk about your principal now, who happens to be, who would be, for now, is like the heaviest weight, if I'm permitted to use that, in your party. I'm talking about Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the former vice president.
He has always been my principal.
Okay, so...
He has always been my principal.
Okay, thank you for accepting this then. So let's talk about your principal then. All right, so you would agree with me that your principal has actually been contesting for 3 decades now, yes? And it's been to 6 political parties? Yes, he's been, in and out of 6 political parties, you know. So, but doctor, what is he going to do differently this time around?
Is it going to be the first one? How about the American president, Kennedy? Kennedy. How many times is he contested before winning?
Doctor.
Then the previous House of Reps speaker in America. How many times is he contested before winning? So even Buhari, how many times? So why is his own a big deal? Why?
Doctor, now this is...
Why is his own a big deal?
Doctor, when we are talking about Nigeria, we shouldn't be going to US. It's easy for us to quickly go to US where we want to...
give examples.
I'm coming. When we want to...
Buhari,
Doctor.
Buhari, how many times is Buhari contested for how many times?
Doctor, when we want to compare records, it is easy for us to quickly mention the US. But when we want to talk about how other vice presidents in America actually, you know, took up that office and they did well. I mean, well.
Did they not do well while he was the vice president?
You people will not agree.
Well? Did I start counting it for you?
Doctor, I would like you to...
Should I start counting it for you?
Doctor, I would like you to count it.
Okay, one. Do you know how many of these technocrats he brought to government?
Doctor, I wouldn't want you to say, do I know?
Now,
you have to count. I'm coming. You have to count what was beneficiary for the people, Nigerians.
Was Okonjo-Iweala not beneficial to Nigerians? Okonjo-Iweala, was he not beneficial to Nigerians? Usman, was she not beneficial to Nigerians? How about the exchange rate? Who was the person that standardized exchange rate? That the thing was normal. Who was controlling inflation? Who was controlling inflation? Even the old governors of PDP then. Who was the one that was advising them? Look at the series of what do I call it now? Selling of government properties. Or what do you call it again? Privatization.
Yeah.
Look at the privatization issue. Look at the way he handled it. Look at our diplomatic respect that we have in the whole world. Are those things not beneficial to Nigerians?
Now let me come in here, doctor. Let me come in.
Who brought in people like the present ADB president? Who brought him in?
Doctor, let me come in here. So I love the fact that you are making a case for your principal. But so many assertions that you've made.
It's not that I'm making a case.
I'm coming.
They are all obvious.
So many assertions you actually made here are actually untrue. Okay. Now, when you're talking about when you're talking about they are untrue, actually. When you're talking about inflation, who actually stabilized
it,
you know, and all of that. No, it was not the vice president. It was not Atiku Abubakar. It's on record. Okay. And now when I'm coming.
Who was the head of economic committee?
Doctor, I want us to have a very, you know, open conversation here so that we can also educate people, because of course some people don't even have all of this information, but thank God that you and I are privy to this information, right? So first, if you're talking about the likes of Okonjo-Iweala, whatsoever relationship or how some of them were brought in, I might not want to talk about that, but I just want to correct you as regards to the inflation, you know, that you mentioned. You know, that was totally wrong. Of course, he didn't do that. Secondly, I'm coming. That was the president. That was the president. That was President Obasanjo. Yes, I'm coming. I'll give you more facts. Now, when you talk about international diplomacy. Now, you wouldn't say it was Atiku Abubakar, and I believe you know this better. Now, it is still in record till date that the only president who actually brought in world power and who can actually mention a thing to world power, or even before world power would decide to want to do anything, they have to also let Nigerian government know about, was Baba Obasanjo. And you know this.
And let me also tell you, sorry, one second. One second. You don't understand?
Doctor, in case you have forgotten so soon, I'm coming. Doctor, in case you have forgotten so soon, the person that we're talking about here, Atiku Abubakar, that we're talking about here, you know, some of us actually know how he rose to where he got to, okay? from the private quarters to that of the custom, and of course, he won his gubernatorial, election to become the governor of Adamawa, and he was called to come and run. So I'm surprised
Why was he called? No, why was he called? Don't jump that. Why was he called? As the leader of PDM, who gave Baba Obasanjo support. That's why he was called upon.
Doctor.
Because late Yaradua handed over PDM to him.
Doctor,
as
you asked a question
good
and
student.
now I want to answer it, but you're not.
That's why it was brought up.
Now, Doctor, you would agree with me that he was not the only trusted person. But of course, as at the time, Atiku looked more bright than his colleagues or his peers. And he was called to take over a position that if someone else, as at the time in the northern, the Arewa settings, if there was someone else who was actually senior to him, available to step into that office, they would have given it to him, and not Atiku. But of course, when they checked everything and they said, oh, let Atiku come, you have to come and do it, and forget the governorship election you won. That is clear. Now, the way you are actually, I'm coming. Doctor,
why was he not a good vice?
Doctor, hold on. Now, it's so surprising that someone who we know how he actually, rose to the top. You people all of a sudden has actually made it look like the Atiku of then, the Atiku of now might be powerful. After he became the vice president, of course, the position comes with so many, remuneration. I'm not saying in terms of money now, but of course, it comes with so many things, right? But the Atiku of then that actually was paired with Obasanjo didn't have so much influence the way you are talking out of the north, out of Nigeria. Yes.
Are you saying that?
Doctor.
Can you say that again?
Doctor, you know what we will do? You know what we'll do on this conversation?
Of Nigeria?
Doctor, you know what we'll do about this conversation? I would actually keep it in record that you said Atiku gave the government of the government of Obasanjo the international
credibility
and international credibility.
A lot of credibility.
Now, one, that's what he said. Secondly, it's a record that Dr. Dayo Kayode said that it was Atiku that actually, stabilized the inflation in the country.
As the head of the economic team. Okay. As the head of the economic team.
Now, you see these two assertions, Doctor, I assure you, we would have a fix and we would have a conversation as regards to that. But let's come back to the ADC. Let me also say something.
1 second, please.
Let's come back to the ADC.
1 second, please.
All right, okay.
I said 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Let me also tell you this.
Okay.
Atiku Abubakar had brawl with Baba Obasanjo just because he said no. They should respect constitutionality. Nothing like third term.
But Baba also mentioned that if truly he wanted, Baba also mentioned that if truly wanted that third term, he would have done it. Until now, nobody has actually come out with an evidence to say that he wanted to take that.
Are we not all aware?
Were you in the Aso Rock? Doctor, were you in the Aso Rock?
Was it not Atiku that allowed Baba for second term? But did Baba not beg Atiku for the second term?
Really?
And he said
he begged
for us that he begged.
Doctor, do you have evidence?
When all governors were with him.
Doctor, do you have evidence?
Were with him.
Doctor, do you have evidence that he actually begged?
Let's go to where you said we should go, Dari.
Doctor, sincerely, I love you on the show because it's always nice to have this wonderful conversation.
Yes,
but Doctor,
I'm always also very free to discuss with you. I always appreciate you with your long questions. But then you won't allow the person to respond.
Doctor, Doctor, it's not like I don't want to respond, but of course, we're actually doing a give and take. It's head to head. I told you, I said, it's just you and I today. Okay, Doctor, so let's round off with ADC's conversation. I know that a room was not built in a day, just like Aregbesola mentioned that ADC is trying to build the grassroots and all of that. So let's talk about this wonderful question that I would like you to talk on behalf of ADC, your party now. What would ADC do differently? I know we've had several promises in the past. We've seen oppositions come up with, different promises, just like this APC government. As at the time that your former party, the PDP, was in power, and they gave us different promises. Of course, we know what actually happened in the past 8 years, okay, before this particular administration. So, Doctor, what is it that the ADC would do differently? And of course, what are the key factors that will determine the outcome of the 2027 election? And how can the ADC leverage them to their advantage? I'd like you to talk about it. In closing, and you just have just 2 minutes so that we can wrap up the show. Thank you.
Yes, much as I'm not the spokesperson of ADC, I'm just a member. Bolaji Abdullahi is the spokesperson of ADC, but at the same time, as a member, I should also be able to air my view, you know. And as ADC is, you're going to find out that we have people of, even though different ideological backgrounds, but they are now seeing the similarities, the commonalities in between those various ideological tenets, to bring those things together and then move the party forward. You can see that for a very long time, various ideological divides have been meeting. It's not that they like wasting their time, no, but they are trying to put on the table their ideological beliefs and then picking the commonalities there, the commonalities in each of those ideologies, and then see how they can hew them together to make one. And to a very large extent, what they have decided to mold together are now being entrenched in the people. It's a philosophy that has its pivot, that has its root in people, that is people-oriented ideology. And when you have a people-oriented ideology and then you are able to sell such to the people, definitely the people will follow you. And that is why somebody like me, you can see me in ADC, because ADC ideology resonates with that of the Unifiers movement. When you look at our ideology, it is also rooted in the people. Okay, and that is why we have been bringing in people to the movement organically. That is an aspect. Number two, because the ideological tenet is basically rooted in the people, then that first function within the constitution will definitely be taken care of. That is, the economic well-being and security of the people will be highly paramount within the government of ADC. Bearing in mind also that ADC is now having a lot of fresh blood within its conclave. And when you look at this fresh blood, you know that there are eggheads that are ready to go all out and ensure a better Nigeria.
Okay.
It is only when you have a better Nigeria that we will have that respect we're supposed to have in the international community.
All right.
And they're now planning to win the elections.
All right. Thank you.
It is not about rigging.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Our time is well spent here.
Let us borrow some time from your producer now.
We can actually, no, I'm the one producing the program. So if you want to borrow more time, maybe, Doctor, you just have to let me know when you are ready. Of course, we can actually come back on air and you can do an exclusive. Even if you want 4 hours, Doctor, I'll set the time for you. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Fani-Kayode, for joining the program. Okay. It's always a pleasure to have you. All right.
Thank you very
hopefully,
much.
of course, we had an agreement that we'll also still go to it tomorrow. Okay. So I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
No problem. I already promised last week when I.
Okay. So I'll be seeing you again tomorrow on the show.
By God's grace.
Thank you so much,
God's
Doctor.
grace.
This is how far we can actually go on the program. That is People's Voice. Of course, you should always make it a date with me here on the station from 4 to 5 p.m. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put for the locker room, as they would come to do justice. So, the world of sport, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extreme? extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by his Deputy Chief of Staff Sam Egugbe, said Lagos has become one of the largest food markets in sub-Saharan Africa. He revealed that youth agricultural funding has risen from 100 million to 150 million naira this year, emphasizing that Lagos is not just producing food but creating opportunities for the future. Commissioner for Agriculture Abisola Olusoya highlighted the critical role of private sector in driving agricultural innovation.
Thriving systems for a smarter future. Because feeding a city of over 24 million people is not the work of one person or one institution. It is the work of a system, a living, breathing network, where collaboration replaces competition, where innovation meets opportunity, and where small beginnings grow into a lasting impact.
She commended Sterling Bank and its managing director, Abubakar Sulaima, for supporting youth-led agricultural projects.
We have the MD of Sterling Bank here, and that is Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. He's the keynote speaker, but I make special mention of him because of the role he plays in transforming and reshaping agric in Nigeria.
The summit brought together young farmers, innovators, and tech innovators, all working to move Lagos closer to the food security.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. It's supposed to be an interactive conversation. Feel free to call in at any time. On the show today, we are going to dissect Okpebolo's 1 year in office through the eyes of an insider, because we will be joined shortly by Prince Kasim Afebwa. He's a journalist and the current Commissioner for Information in Edo State. We also have Mr. Chris Ojekere, human rights activist and political affairs commentator. I'll have both of them walk us through the 1 year of Okpebolo in Edo State, how his 1 year in office has impacted on infrastructure, the economy, and the democracy of Edo State. We'll admit them shortly, but before we do that, let's go for a short break. I'll be right back. Please stay tuned and do join us again.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Hi, my name is Uche Jumba. This is VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
That's
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome. My name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. Now, VOP means Voice of the People Television, and the program is Political Lens. We have been joined from Benin by the State Commissioner for Information, Prince Kasim Afebua. Good evening to you, Prince, and thanks for being part of this show. We appreciate your presence. Hello, Commissioner, can you hear me? I would like for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed. Hello, Commissioner, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, we'll go for another short break. Let's get the commissioner into the show properly. We'll be right back. Please do stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
right there, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us again, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. Well, we've been joined by Prince Kasim Ofebua. He's a journalist and the State Commissioner for Information. Good evening, Commissioner, and thanks for being part of the show.
Good evening.
Very well, good to have you, sir. Good to have you. We also have...
Same here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. We also have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is a human rights activist and political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Ojekere, and good to see you again, sir.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
Very well, very well. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to Political Lens. We appreciate your presence. Now, let's get right into it. Governor Monday Okpebholo of Edo State recently clocked 1 year in office, and we have the commissioner here to tell us how the governor has fulfilled on his promises to the Edo people in the last 1 year. Commissioner, sir, can you walk us through? I'd like for you to read out the achievements of your principal in the last 1 year and how those achievements have impacted on the well-being of the good people of Edo State. Can we hear you, sir?
Yeah, good evening, my brother. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity of this discussion.
Beautiful.
We celebrated 365 days in office, November 12, 2025. And we make bold to say that the foundation we have laid for the takeoff of different aspects of our Edo development has remained very, very cheering to us. We were able to lay a proper foundation for the takeoff of our SHINE agenda, SHINE representing security, health, infrastructure, natural resources, and agri and education. The state we inherited from our predecessor in office was not cheering news. It was a state that was fragmented, a state that was driven by altercations, by divisions, and by quarrelsomeness. It was a state with infrastructural decay and rot, a state of more MOUs than the actuality of governance in the different aspects of our lives as Edo people. Now, coming on board, we needed to recover a lot of this decay, a lot of this rot, and put the state on a stronger pedestal. So we started with infrastructural development. We started recovering roads. As at the time we're marking 365 days, we had completed about 53 kilometers of roads out of the 254 that we gave out in terms of contract. And we have also recovered about 63 to 68 secondary and primary schools in the area of education. Some have not been completed, some are ongoing, but we've, appreciably, intervened to arrest the drift that we inherited. Chairs and tables have been provided in classrooms. There's now a marker board. In most cases, we also provide boreholes in those schools so that they can have water and have access to water. We have also fenced some of these schools that we have fixed, and all of these are verifiable. We are building the first flyover in Benin City at the Ramat Park. We have started the second one at Adisuwa Junction. We have built and completed 60 primary healthcare centers. We have also invested in agriculture, the Udomi farms, and we have also given land to quite a number of people who needed land to carry out agriculture, particularly plantation agriculture. We have invested so much in education, helped to arrest the drift in the State University, Ambassadorial University. When we came on board, it was in rot. Lecturers were old salaries. The state government was giving it 41 million naira We have since taken that one to 500 million naira. The other state university, Edo State University, Uzare, the government, our predecessor was not giving any cover. Now we are paying 250 million as subvention every month. We have also been able to invest in security. We have recruited 2,500 those sons and daughters, trained them using the military, and we have deployed them to all the local governments of the state. We have also, as we speak, trying to recruit 300 persons per local government that will work in these different local governments to also complement in the area of intelligence gathering, in the area of collaboration with police and civil defense to combat incidences of insecurity. We have also bought and distributed 60 Hilux vans to the police and the civil defense. We have bought close to 400 motorcyclists to police to aid them to assess areas that are quite difficult for vehicles to access in the course of combating crimes and criminalities. We have set up command structure in Edo Central. We have set up another one at Okpela because it's a border community, and so we try as much as possible to see how we can deepen conversations around insecurity to for us to mitigate the upsurge, because we have been witnessing quite a number of kidnapping. But thank God for our intervention, the data has reduced. Unlike when we came on board, it was quite prevalent, but now we have been able to nip it to the barest minimum. So in summary, we have laid a very good foundation for takeoff of proper governance, different from the Obubuyaya that we inherited from our predecessor, where there are quite a number of infractions, quite a number of underhand transactions. That's just by way of summary.
All right. I must say a very big thank you to you, Commissioner Afebua, for this rundown that you have given us on the 1 year in office of your principal Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo. It's interesting to know, from what you reeled out, those states seem to be on a higher pedestal, like you said. It is good news. It is cheery. I passed through Benin like 2 weeks ago, and I also had a feel of what Benin has become. But we'll talk about all of that in a moment. But before we get into the specifics of it, I would like for Mr. Ojekere, Chris Ojekere, who lives in Benin City there in Edo State, to react. I would like for him to give us an assessment. Mr. Ojekere, what's your assessment of the achievements of the governor as read out by the commissioner? Do you have points of agreement, or do you want to concur with everything that he said?
Well, I just heard you say you passed through Benin a few weeks ago, and I congratulate you and I rejoice with you that you were not a victim of kidnap. I'm so happy that you are bringing in the commissioner, who is a very reputable journalist and eloquent in public discourse. And you can see the fluency and the glib way he read out, audio projects that the governor seemed to have had in his mind as his achievements in the past 365 days. The truth of the matter is that the commissioner and I hail from the same Edo North. And as I speak to you now, he would need to borrow my road to be able to access his Okpela. He has to pass through Onwa, and I also hope that when he's passing there now, he will not be kidnapped. Because as we speak now, first in Auchi, which is the middle town between his and mine, we had Aisha, which video went viral, who was kidnapped and put in the bush, tortured. When the girl was shown on TV, it was heart-wracking and heart-rending, the way she was crying out from the torture and pains that she was suffering in the hand of these bandits and terrorists. And then the state governor refused to do anything about that. A private NGO intervened in that matter, mobilized Edo people, and then freed that girl. And the private NGO went public to say They had approached the state governor and the state government to help in the release of these girls, and they had done nothing about it. Just while they were releasing Aisha, they took in Joy Ayeni from my place. As I speak to you now, we don't know what has happened to Joy Ayeni. We just knew when she was captured and kidnapped. Nothing has been done. No statement has been made by the state government. There's a viral video just now. It came out just a couple of hours ago. I think yesterday, it came out yesterday, of a couple. The woman is pregnant, kidnapped also from a donor, precisely a place we call Aviele. Just about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Auchi. They are in the den right now. 2 AK-47 are dangling in their heads. And the husband is crying out to Edo people and saying, my wife is pregnant. Please, they need, I think they were able to get 7 million. I think they need another 7 million. That's just for security. The previous government had left a command and control center in Ogida, where you could have a perfect surveillance of entire Benin City and most of the roads on our highways. We had set up a security architecture that was almost second to none. The governor himself is from Okwesan, from Ishaland, and Okwesan, a village in Ishaland, the head of the vigilante, a couple of weeks ago was kidnapped. So Edo is totally insecure. Hardly do people move, commute from one city to another, whether in Edo Central, where the governor comes from, or especially Edo North, where I come from, and Edo South. So I don't know where the whole idea of security came from. If we have all of this equipment and vehicles that Prince Afegba has read out, then they must still be housed in government house. And then let's come back to the economy. He says that the economy is growing and that the governor is investing in farming, because a few days ago we saw some tractors, refurbished of course. You don't need to go close to them before you know that they were refurbished tractors, which the governor showed on television to pretend that he has any economic clue for agriculture. But here you have Presco, a multi-billion naira investment in Edo State, which preceded even the previous administration and this one. One of the 2 oil palm companies quoted in the stock exchange. The governor has been at loggerhead with that company, and the governor went and revoked their CFO. Now, after hue and cry from Edo people and backlash from civil society and everyone, the governor is just now denying and is trending in Edo State that he didn't revoke that land, and heads are rolling. Innocent people are being sacked from their jobs. Presco employs 2,000 people and directly and about 5,000 indirect jobs, and takes care of kilometers of communities around them. What the governor does is that it is trying to destroy the economy that it made.
Okay.
Now, and that is not surprising. Please ask the commissioner if they read the handover note of the previous administration. The previous administration had set up an unprecedented transition committee and asked the opposition, that is the APC that were incoming, to set up a committee. They both set up committees. We had everything the governor had done in soft copy. When they came to have already, they had to have already the first meeting. I remember then that the former deputy governor, right, the Honorable, Pius Udubu, had commended what they saw, on the online copy. Now, because they wanted to set a situation where they would come up with excuses later, because the agenda that the governor was bringing was the agenda of vendetta. And they wanted to create an alibi for such vendetta of destroying whatever the governor had done in the previous time. They refused to attend any other meeting, and they refused to be shown or be briefed about what the previous governor has done. So if you didn't read the transition committee copy,
all right,
if you didn't transit, so to speak, because you didn't take inventory of what has been done, how do you know what has been done and what hasn't been done? Now, if we come to the area of education, which he also referred to, talking about fencing schools and
Mr. Jekere, I'll allow you to hold on to your line of thought, so that because we are going to take these things in the specifics. I wanted to start with insecurity or security, as the case may be. I would like to bring back Prince Afebua into this conversation. Now, Prince, on the issue of insecurity now, Mr. Jekre just reeled out, 2 cases of kidnaps, and there is one. I got information that a boss from Ovia West local government area traveling to Ughelli has been kidnapped in the past 8 hours or more. Are you aware of that information? What has the government done to rescue the kidnapped victims? What is the arrangement at the moment, to ensure that those people are brought out from the kidnappers then? Are you aware of that incident, by the way?
Let me first and foremost remind all of us that security intervention and issues are not subject of television debate when it has to do with kidnapping. And you don't expect us to begin to unfold in the public the efforts that are being put in place to geolocate incidences of kidnap with a view to rescuing the victims. And I say this with particular reference to the case of Aisha. The moment you make kidnapping to be a statecraft, it will now become a profession, the end of which you might not know. So I don't expect Ojekere to wanting the government to begin on television to be telling the efforts we made to rescue Aisha. The moment you start involving government in even payment of ransom, then you'll be grooming a Frankenstein disease that will consume the state, nay, Nigeria. So what I would rather remind him is the fact that we have invested in security, and each time there are incidences of kidnap, we make very bold steps to rescuing the victims. I will have litany of, cases to cite with respect to this.
Okay, but Commissioner, I'm sorry. I hate to butt in at this moment. I hate to butt in. You continue. I hate to butt in. You said something about anytime there is a kidnap, the government has its own strategy, which shouldn't be in the public domain. I agree with you, based on intelligence, security, risk, and all of that. But are there efforts by the government to ensure that these kidnappings don't even happen? Is the government being proactive to stop those kidnappings from happening? What efforts has the government done, to ensure that, look, the cases of kidnapping becomes a thing of the past? Are there strategies on ground?
See now, what you need in combating insecurity, whether kidnapping, crimes, and criminality, is a deliberate and conscious effort to intervene by providing the necessary logistics to help police, civil defense, DSS, to move around the state and respond to incidences. That's why I told you in specific terms that despite the fact that previous governments were unable to even procure brand new vehicles to help police and DSS and civil defense, we were able to procure 60 pieces of Hilux van vehicles delivered in public glare. Some people may choose to be blind to that, no problem. We have also bought vehicles over 300, nearing 400 numbers that we publicly gave. We didn't hide in giving them. Pictures don't lie, and we are not like the previous government that we pretend that they did something. He was reeling out incidences of kidnapping. The chairman of his party, Tony Azegbemi, was kidnapped right under their nose when Obaseki presided over the state. Aside from that, my own cousin, first cousin, Suleiman Afegba, former chairman, executive chairman of my local government, Esako East local government, was killed in a gruesome manner under Governor Obaseki when he was coming to Benin. My uncle, who was also kidnapped, died 7 days later. So when you are talking about kidnapping, I have been a victim, and it is not a thing that is cheering news to anyone. But to say that presently we have not made deliberate attempt to nipping in the bud is to miss the point altogether. And what I'm telling you is verifiable. The issues are verifiable. He mentioned quite a number of things and said they are audio. I think that word audio resonated perfectly under Obaseki administration. And I'm surprised that if Obaseki and Ojekere have done so much under the PDP arrangement in Edo, I wonder why he had to readjust his political affiliation to become a member of the ADC as we speak.
All right. Commissioner, we have a lot of grounds to cover. We have a lot of grounds to cover. I don't want us to talk about personal political interests and all of that. I want us to talk about Edo State. I want us to discuss Edo State. Now, I had a guest on this show a few days ago, and I asked him about Edo State. And he told me, look, there is very serious issue of headers menace, farmer header clashes, like we call them, in Edo State. Commissioner, what are the proactive actions the government has done? Because it also impacts negatively on agriculture. And you said that the governor has done a lot in the area of agriculture, farms, and all of that. But if we continue to have farmer header clashes, do you think that the efforts of the government will build up the economy? So what efforts is the government making in collaboration with security agencies to make sure that the issue of farmer header menace is brought to an end in Edo State? I hear that I have farmer friends. One of our guest analysts is a farmer. He says he can't go to farm again. What are the issues there in Edo State?
Allow me to respond because your question is becoming more like discussion.
Okay.
You will have asked your guest where in particular did you have farmers herders clash. What I know happens are pockets of kidnapping here and there. That has become an existential challenge to us, both as a country and as a state. But to say that we are not making deliberate and conscious effort to nip it in the bud is to miss the narration altogether.
No, Commissioner, nobody has said that. I just asked a question.
No, let me learn. We don't have incidences of herders clashes for a very long time.
Okay.
Since we took over government.
But in Edo State, are people going to farm freely? People in Edo State, are they going to farm freely?
People go to farm. I have relations that go to farm.
Okay.
Because we have Edo Security Corps personnel who are into bush combing. They comb the forest, they go into the forest, they comb, they also make arrests. Several of them. We are making a lot of inroads into nipping this crisis in the bud. That cannot be taken away from us. If you don't want to patronize us, it's a different thing. But to come to tell bogus lies is missing the point altogether.
No, excuse me,
we may not have provided all the answers.
Who is telling the bogus lies? I'm sorry, Commissioner. Who is telling the bogus lies, please? I want us to be clear on. We are on a national television. Who is telling the bogus lies?
You have a guest there now.
Okay.
He said we are doing audio projects.
Okay.
Because it was popular with them, but our oil is verifiable. You can see the schools we have recovered. They can see it. They can feel it. So the money we are paid to Abu Salih, the arrears of salaries that we paid over 14 months is all known. You can go to the university and make inquiries. They will tell you. He can't deny the fact that Abu Salih was being paid 41 million naira subvention monthly, which we have taken to 500 million naira monthly.
Okay.
You can't deny that Edo University was being paid zero allocation. But we have introduced 250 million monthly. Okay. So, and we are sustaining all of this. You can't deny the fact that we have fixed quite a number of schools, supplied them with chairs and tables at a time that they told us that Edo Best has repositioned education in Edo State. They were paying Edo Best consultant 160 million naira from 2018 to 2024 before they left, and yet we had schools without roof, leaking roof, schools without tables and chairs, Teachers inadequate. We only recruited 5,000 teachers recently, the ones we placed on Kashwas for 3 years. We recruited them. We have also injected new blood into the Edo civil service. That is not in doubt. So if they ran Edo using consultants and setting up about 41 agencies in that process, I would decide to use our civil service.
All right. Commissioner, I'm afraid we have a lot of grounds to cover, and so let's manage our time.
You are saying you have a lot of ground, but I needed to explain. You know, Edo line transport.
We are still talking about insecurity. We'll
we have bought 100 buses to start the new Edo line.
Okay, we'll come into business. Commissioner, we'll come into business. Let's save time. Before we leave insecurity, I would like for you to tell our audience what happened to the command situation room that was named after Solomon Arese. You know, I understand that it's been shut down. Is that true?
The command center that was set up was not handed over to us. Okay. It's the police that is using it. We are not security experts now.
Okay.
Police will naturally use it if it is meaningful to them. Yeah, that has nothing to do with us.
So it wasn't a Edo State government effort.
Listen to me now, Oga. When they opened it, they handed it over to police. Okay. Go and ask police whether they are using it, whether it is usable. It is not for us. It is not for me to be telling you that it's commercial. I'm not a policeman. Okay. I'm not telling you. All those kinds of obubu things that they make so much noise about. At the end of the day, when it comes to usage, they will naturally develop some phlegmatic.
Okay, so Commissioner, presently you don't know what is happening at the command center now. That's what you're saying.
Police officer. Police will know better.
Okay, police will know better. Now let's talk about the economy. We'll get into the roads because I also have an experience and I would like to ask questions about the road infrastructure in Edo State. What's happening to the Osiomo power plant? I understand that the government is having issues with it. I would like for you to clear the air on that. The Osiomo power plant.
Osiomo power plant.
Okay.
They said it's an individual private company.
Okay.
We came on board. An asset verification exercise was set up, for which I was a member. We invited them to speak to us because of the information we have that Edo State government contributed to Osiomo power plant. And the man denied that there was no cover of Edo State government. But that they dedicated 33 kVA to government institutions and this thing. Out of this 33 kVA, they also connected University of Benin Teaching Hospital, OT Hotel, and quite a number of hotels that were connected to it. And at the end of the day, the state government was paying about 189 million every month to Osiomo in the name of consumption. And so when we came and said, if UBTS is connecting to Osiomo, OT is connecting, who collects the money? Osiomo said, yeah, they pay directly to them. Yet you are still charging us about 189. That's too bogus. So the governor said, if you can negotiate downwards, we'll patronize you. Otherwise, please call BEDC. Let's discuss with them. If they can reduce the amount of money they'll be charging per wattage, then we'll be able to compare. It's all about competition, and that is the beauty of both private sector driven and public sector driven platforms. So we got a good deal from the BEDC. And also, we install solar energy in government house and some other government institutions. And that's what happened. But then later, the Chinese company that originally owns Osiomo started complaining that they were not being paid dividends. And for that reason, since the man has not been paid them, that they wanted to take over their company. That is the last I heard about Osiomo.
Okay, now you have cleared that point. I appreciate that very well. Now, before we get into the road infrastructure in Edo State, I'd like for Chris Ojekere to I'd like for you to react to some of the comments made by the assertions made by the commissioners. Talk about the command center and the issue of Osiomo. You wanted to delve into business, and I stopped. But now we can talk on business. What's your take on the position of the commission and what they have done and what they are doing in Edo State?
It's frankness that they have no idea of the assets of Edo State. I mean, he doesn't even know anything about the command center. And he says it's not for So I'm very happy
the usage of command center is for the police.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Let him land.
No, he shouldn't misquote me. He shouldn't misquote me.
No, you have your time. You have your time for rebuttal, please.
Okay, so the command center was set up by the Edo State government, it was publicized, and it started to function and was delivering results before they came on board. And it was one of those, investments and assets of the previous administration that was going to be handed over to them. As I said, they refused to participate in that transition committee after attending meeting just once. Now, he came out to tell you how the government is throwing money around, not having any sense of productivity, economy, and finance generation and funds generation. The government is just giving money to institutions. It's giving money to Ekpama, it's giving money to Iyamgo, it is buying vehicles nobody sees on the street. The vehicles are not functional, it's not doing any job. They seem to have forgotten that the primary purpose of government is to provide welfare and security. And so if you have named so many number of vehicles that are supposed to be dedicated to purposes of maybe security, agriculture, and we are not seeing the vehicles securing our people, then you can your guess is as good as mine where those vehicles are ended. Perhaps the bulletproof car that was bought for the APC chairman, was actually meant for security. The APC chairman is driving a bulletproof car now bought by the governor. Another APC chieftain, I don't want to name here, is driving a bulletproof jeep bought by the governor. The local government's imposed chairman in Edo State are all driving SUVs bought by the governor. So this is a governor that does not understand anything about creative economy. What they do is to receive subvention. And you remember that the subvention that they are now receiving from Abuja is triple the amount the previous government was receiving.
Okay.
And what they think
Mr. Jekere, unfortunately, we're out of time, so we have to manage the little time that we have and take few questions. I'd like for us to talk about infrastructure. Commissioner, I passed through Benin like 2 weeks ago, and when we got to, I used the roads. When we got to the bypass, we were warned, by vehicles coming on the reverse side not to approach the bypass because it was blocked. So we had to pass through Benin City. And when we got to Ramat Junction, where the governor is graciously constructing a flyover, we were trapped there for like 3 hours, 3 solid hours. I was traveling to Onitsha. And I asked, bypass is blocked, Ramat is blocked. Why is it that the governor, why couldn't your administration make sure that one of those free ways into and out of Benin City or Edo State will be free at some point? Why both of them blocked at the same time? Commissioner, can you hear me, sir? Hello, Commissioner, can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. When we have turned Edo State to a construction site,
okay,
that is exactly what you're likely to observe, because the bypass you are talking about is presently being worked on. Go there daily, you see activities going on. Naturally a traffic gridlock area, reason why it was auspicious for us to introduce flyover. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Okay. So now, by the time we deliver on these projects, you have free flow of traffic. Let me quickly correct the impression being created by Ujekere with respect to transition committee. I was a member of the transition committee, and we attended meetings not once, not twice, with the state government, the transition of their own transition committee. But at each occasion, when they are doing presentation, they were boring us with literatures of inanities and bestialities that existed under their rulership. And each time we raise questions, they will present a very glowing picture of Edo, the same Edo that we were sitting in, that we drive around to see how terrible the road infrastructure have been in Benin, and to see the kind of decay in schools and hospitals. And so we will now begin to ask ourselves the question, You are giving us all this thematic focus, and all of that. We want to see practicality, things that have been done. You cannot be setting up consultancy agencies, 41 of them, to run Edo State as if we do not have civil service. To the point that even the chairman of their own procurement board wrote in the report that was handed over to us that contracts were being awarded without respect for due process. We interrogated about 62 contractors, road contractors under that government.
Okay.
And we concluded with verifiable facts and figures that they were owing 187 billion naira to contractors that was bequeathed to us.
All right, Commissioner, unfortunately,
on 705 billion.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. I would like for you to use 30 seconds, 1 minute, and tell the good people of Edo State what to expect in the coming years. At least your administration has 3 more years. What should Edo people expect?
We have set the right foundation for takeoff of proper governance, different from the Obubuyaya that we inherited, all noise and no sparkle. And we are telling the Edo people that they can see for themselves what we are doing. We try to start the overhead bridge in Adesuwa, and the same opposition was telling us, why are you doing overhead bridge? Go and fix GRA roads. Where GRA roads gone bad just yesterday, they didn't go back. The previous government just 12 months ago. We inherited a state in decay, in rot. And that's why we are saying that, for God's sake, you can be a technocrat, but please come to equity with clean hands. Okay. Be able to show us what you have with your legacy projects. You cannot deny Osomole the fact that he did so much when he ran 8 years in office. We can point at legacy projects, but not so for the last 8 years.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
We are happy that the people are and they are seeing the interventions we are making in the critical sectors of the Edo economy.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Ojekere, your concluding thoughts, sir. What Edo State people, what should they expect from their government in the next 3 years? 1 minute, sir. Hello, Mr. Ojekere, can you hear me? You need to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed. Hello, Mr. Ojekere, can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir. 1 minute.
I would like to tell my brother, Prince Kazim Afegba, to use his experience to please teach the governor why he was elected. That the reason why he was elected was to provide welfare and security for Edo people, not to be seen in the news fighting the legacies that have been led by the previous administration. He's fighting MOA, he's fighting Presco, he was against the education hub that was set up at the Yarrow. He's quarreling about the specialist hospital and the Stella Obasanjo hospital. He's everywhere. He has destroyed the technology set up to run the civil service. The insurance scheme set up by the last administration is no longer working. All he's doing is fighting. The 5,000 people he employed were people in training, teachers in training by the previous administration. He hasn't employed one of his own. He hasn't built any infrastructure. He's spending his entire life building, flyover, as if that itself translates to productive economy.
All right, Mr. Ojekere, unfortunately, this is where we have to end this conversation. It's been a very robust conversation, and I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, and I hope that we can do this some other time, probably quarterly as time permits. Well, I've been speaking to with Prince Kasim Afebwa. He's the Edo State Commissioner for Information, presently Substantive Commissioner for Information. And Mr. Chris Ojekere, a human rights activist and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate your presence on Political Lens.
God will forgive you.
All right. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I'm Chukwu Makoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Dimdioto. Please do join us again. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from federal government declaring national emergency on security, to Atiku firing back at APC, urging them to focus on their aging leaders. Also, Nigeria condemns Guinea-Bissau's coup, calls for swift return to democracy. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government under President Bola Tinubu has declared a nationwide security emergency in response to the escalating wave of mass abductions and bandit attacks across the country. Under the emergency decree, the police and the army have been authorized to recruit thousands of additional personnel. The government has also called on the national legislature to review laws to allow state-level policing while where needed, and directed security agencies, including forest guards, under the Department of State Services to intensify operations to flush out bandits hiding in forests. Meanwhile, religious leader Matthew Ashimolowo has urged Nigerians to rally behind Tinubu's administration and support the security initiative, emphasizing unity and collective responsibility during this critical period. Ashimolowo called on citizens to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies, stressing that the success of the crackdown depends not just on government action, but also on public solidarity and participation. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He's a seasoned journalist and a senior analyst. Joining us virtually is Ibrahim Momo, who will be joining us later on during the show. Let's come to you first, sir. The declaration of its national emergency on security. What's your take on that?
Well, let me say that it's like almost late in coming. And but never late. It's better late than never. And so we have been grappling with insecurity, and the toll is enormous. A lot of people have died. A lot of people have been displaced. A lot of people are missing, and so it is high time we began to take stock and began to find solution to some of these issues. You know, it's multidimensional now. You have kidnapping for ransom, which is the business. You have banditry. You have terrorism. And many other violent crimes bedeviling the nation. And it's so funny that it's peculiar to certain area, you know. And so it got to a point that the American government had to issue a threat, and to the ridiculous extent that some people arranged foreigners to protest on our behalf in America, you know, that it's not genocide. But for me, the federal government has taken the right decision by issuing the state of emergency so that there will be concentration on how to solve this problem. Now, part of that is the withdrawal of over 100,000 policemen. You can imagine the total number of policemen in service today is around 370. Now, you have less than 0.05% Nigerians holding on to 30% of our workforce, our police force. I mean, it's ridiculous to the extent that even pastors who preach to us that we should look unto God for our safety now parade all over the place with soldiers, mobile policemen. You see, anti-riot policemen are not meant for protection. They are meant to quell riots. They are specially trained to withstand tough situations. But you see them carrying bags for big men. You see a Yahoo boy having 4 policemen fully armed.
Our guests join us virtually from Benin City, Comrade Momo, Ibrahim Momo. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you for joining us. So let's allow you way into this discussion. So we've been talking about the development of the state of emergency, or rather a national security emergency in response to the escalating wave that has been declared by our President Bola Tinubu. He has declared a nationwide security emergency in response to the escalating wave of mass abductions and bandit attacks across the country. Do you see this as a step in the right direction?
Yes, in one word, I would say a resounding yes. It is the right step in the right direction. I say that because, government exists primarily for the provision of security of lives and properties of the populace. That's the only purpose for which, the basic purpose for which the state, to do for the people what they ordinarily cannot do for themselves. It is not government's business to feed the people, to clothe them, to educate them, to ferry them from one location to another. It is not government business to do every other, but what the government owes the people is the provision of security of lives and property. So, so far, it appears that the government has been failing in that very basic, very important responsibility, and now it is beginning to wake up to the reality. Especially, and what pains me most is that, especially, is the fact that it appears that it is Trump's attempt at infringing on Nigeria's sovereignty, Nigeria's national, interest, that is the elixir to jolt the government into action. Coupled with the fact that there are some violent non-state actors, fifth columnists, and other, violent entrepreneurs who are cashing in on the seeming confusion currently pervading the system because of the Truth Social posts by Donald Trump, seeking to, come into Nigeria, apparently to try to stop what he calls a Christian genocide that is ongoing. So, on the whole, I think, just to say the way I started that, it's a right step in the right direction. The declaration of a state of emergency, violent attacks, is something I applaud the president for. And I also hope that all these are governors and local government chairmen and all other public office holders who are collecting security votes. Because even I'm seeing governors seemingly looking up to the president. The president is one man in one location, somewhere in Aso Rock in Abuja. It is also the governors are collecting, some governors take over ₦1 billion monthly as security votes. At least 2 states in Nigeria have a security vote over ₦1 billion monthly. Some are in the regions of hundreds of millions. What is it that you are using this security, quote unquote, security vote for if you're not securing the lives and property of the people? These are issues that, so I think that not only, my submission is that not only is it important for governments to take this right step in that direction, it's also pertinent, very important that even other subnationals, state governors, local government chairmen, and other public officials who have that, analogous, security votes must ensure that they play their actual part in using those votes, those security funds, those funds meant for security to secure the life and property of the people. This is my take. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Ibrahim, for that. Okay, you know, this former Kaduna Central Senator Shehu Sani has called on the federal government not only to prioritize, of course, one of the things that the president has said during the speech, during the statement yesterday, he was going to prioritize all the military and the police should recruit more personnel. But Senator Shehu Sani is also saying it's not just about prioritizing the recruitment of these people, should also deploy them to their state of origin. According to him, he said, when personnel are sent to their state of origin, it helps them, or is the best way to fight terrorism. What do you think about this?
Well, I beg to differ. I beg to disagree. With all due respect, Shehu Sani, well, very, renowned civil rights activist. But you see, Nigeria as it is now lacks, with all due respect, most Nigerians lack a sense of nationalism. Everybody is very big on primordial sentiments. You see that when we talk about security issues in Nigeria, we reference them in line with our primordial sentiments. They use religion, they use ethnicity, and what still tribalism, as a reference point. For example, you hear things like Fulani headsmen, maybe it's a way of criminalizing all Fulanis, for example, because indeed not all Fulanis are headers, But because as it was then, the president then was a Fulani. More than that, that's my thinking. It's not only with the Fulanis. You see, when you go to security issues in Benue State, it is tribal. Even the southeast, it is tribal. Generally, the challenge of security that we are facing in this country are tribal based, and it is not interstate per se. It is tribal. That is so. If, for example, most Nigerian states, have more than one ethnic nationalities residents. There's no state that is ethnic. Yeah, only one ethnic group residing. It's no state. So when you do this, that is my thinking. That when you do, if we listen to Shehu Sani, for example, the challenge is that if, for example, if in case in a place where the thief and the Jukuns, are at loggerheads, or the Fulanis and the where does the head of Boko Haram, I'm trying to remember its ethnic nationality, Kanuris, the Fulanis and the Kanuris, they are located in one state, for example, and you choose one, you only end up deepening those divides rather than resolving it. Because the truth is that if we really look at it, most crises in Nigeria are colored by all this primordial sentiment, religion, ethnicity, and what still tribe. So if we do that, I think that we should build a Nigerian police rather than except maybe the states themselves now want to implement. But the Nigerian police should be Nigerian police, like National Guard in the US. National Guard. It's not a California National Guard or Missouri National Guard or New York National Guard. No, it is the National Guard of the United States of America. So I don't really buy that Nigerian police should be recruited and sent to their own state. That is not the best way. Even if we have intelligence, if we are big on intelligence, if the security services develop their intelligence capability. I think some of these benefits that, quote unquote, you might want to see in deploying people to their own states will be, maybe overcome more with intelligence rather than localizing security services within their officers within their states. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Let me just come in.
Okay.
Doctor, what we are saying is that the state police is different from federal police. In fact, in US that you referenced, there's county police, which is equivalent to our local government police here.
True.
So, state police would have its responsibility. Federal offenses will be handled by federal police. And if there is any uprising, the state police would handle it. And when it becomes too heavy on the logistics and the paraphernalia of a state police, the federal police will come. And that's why you have it that's the way you have it in the US. State police handle some of those issues within the state. But when it comes to something that is of national importance, that is selling the national, the country at national level, then the federal guard comes in, and the FBI comes in for investigation. But we need state police. It's not as if anybody that is recruited in the Nigerian police force, either federal or state, will be kept. We tried it once, if you recall, during Ambassadorial regime, when they were championing community policing, where DPOs were sent to their local government areas. But it didn't make much impact. But we're talking about, let's have 3 layers of police. We have had it in this country before, during the First Republic, where you have special constabulary, you have the local government police, and then you have the federal police. So that's what we are saying. That's the model we are looking at.
Okay.
Well, if I could just again come in, if you don't mind me, come in. I think I agree with the guests in the studio about the need to decentralize our police system. Nigeria, for crying out loud, is a federal state, which the idea of federalism is that power is shared between a center and federating units. I don't see why policing, for example, should be a unitary responsibility or a unitary legislative duty. Whereas security ought to be coordinated, shared between between the central government, the federal government, as it were, and subnational states and local government. So yes, the question was not around the need for state or community policing. I am very big. In fact, I've done at least 3 papers on the push for community policing as a way out of our security challenges. So I'm every bit about state police and community policing. But the question I thought I was asked, and to which I responded to, was that the Nigerian police that is going to be recruited should be deployed to their state. No, Nigerian police should remain Nigerian police. Whereas we can indeed now have, correctly as you have put it, state police. This is the time for state police more than any other time. The challenges of security in Nigeria cannot be resolved in Abuja. The challenges in Potiskum, the challenges in Yenagua, the challenges in Agenegbode, the challenges in Jalingo. You want to resolve everything now. It's impossible to do that. Impossible to do. Because if we are community policing, some of these issues that we are facing, the Nigeria is not only a federal state, it's also in 36 states. Nigeria also has what do you call it now? The 724 local government, and indeed about 106,000 constituencies, wards in the entire 106,000. So if we had community policing, we had state police, some of these security challenges ordinarily would have been effectively tackled. So yes, I agree with you around the devolution of policing in the country. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you for that. The lawmakers had also condemned the act of negotiating with these bandits. Let me come to you first, Mr. Daly. This act of negotiating with the bandits, we saw the case of these, the abductees or the kidnapped persons who were released. And then Bayo Ononuga is saying, or it's been said in some quarters, that there was no ransom paid. People are saying, okay, if there's no ransom paid, How come we're not seeing any of these abductors apprehended? How come we not see like any of them being killed and then they get to release these the kidnapped victims? So what do you think about this act of negotiating with bandits that we get to see oftentimes?
You see, at some point in my career as a young reporter, I've been embedded in operations by the police. You see, I can hazard a guess to the scenario that may have played out during this rescue operation. You see, those bandits would effectively use those innocent children as human shields. And at the point of negotiation, they may not be close to those bandits. And of course, those bandits would have motorbikes to ride through the terrain. So what they will effectively do is, in the course of negotiation, they will say, okay, in the next 30 minutes, come to so location. You will find your people that you have come to rescue there. And within those 30 minutes, they would have absconded and they would just meet those victims where they are just there stranded and then pick them. In that case, you will not see anybody to attack. You will not see anybody to kill. You understand? And because even the bandits, they don't want to die too. They also want to preserve their lives. So that scenario may play out. That's why, even while a lot of people are saying, they must have paid. One, they could show them superior firepower. I mean, show the bandits superior firepower. And once they see that they are closing in on them, and they feel that engaging them will be futile, engaging the Nigerian police or soldiers will be futile, they will have to plan an escape route. And then they would rather leave their victims and then run into the bush, because he who, how do they say it?
He who lives to fight. He who lives to fight, or
who runs away,
lives to fight, lives to fight again.
Something like that. So they would rather preserve their own life, flee, and then regroup. So, but you see, what becomes worrisome in all of this is that there are different cells now. As those particular group were releasing their victims, another group was also kidnapping. So it's like you have about 20 rats in the house, and you have only one cordial. How many of them can you kill at the same time? So that's why this emergency thing is apt, and that's why we need state police. You'll be surprised. I have seen it happen. You see, most of the things I say here are product of first-hand experience. I covered police for about 10 years in my formative years. Do you know that some of these so-called bandits that are kidnapping, if you arrest them, you will find out that some members of that particular community are part of them. They will dress like Fulani. The other day, they kidnapped somebody in Ekiti, and they were able to run them up. I think one vulcanizer by the roadside, close to the man's house, when he was apprehended. By the time they removed the veil and everything, he discovered that it was the vulcanizer close to the victim's house. But if it was not caught, they would say it was Fulani. I am not holding forth for Fulani, but that is the dynamic of this. Because today, when last did you hear of armed robbery incidents? Most armed robbers have transformed to kidnappers, because it pays them to kidnap than do robbery. Because in this cashless society, when last did you have up to 100,000 naira in your house? I doubt if you ever do. But you may have about 10 million naira in your small card. So it becomes very cumbersome. And the withdrawal limit on your card is maybe 100,000 per day. So if an armed robber comes to your house, the maximum you could get is 100,000. So that same armed robbers that has transformed to a kidnapper can take as much as 10 million naira within the space of when he's supposed to be robbing in your house, that is even exposed to risk. So it has its own different dimensions.
Okay, let me come to you, comrade. A renowned clergyman, Matthew Ashimolo, was asked Nigerians to stand with the president during this time. In his words, he said, Nigeria needs a turnaround. Let's stand behind our president now that he has called for more policing, more soldiers. Let's raise the security level, make our people proud to be Nigerians. What do you make of this statement?
Well, first is to say that I feel very bit encouraged nowadays that some, at least not all, some of our religious leaders are beginning to repreach the spirit of nationalism. You know, I have always heard this view because I have a background in political science. I'm a political scientist. I've always had the view that the greatest challenge Nigerian faces is the lack of nationalism, the national ethos among our people. You see, for example, Americans, they are very divided when it comes to politics. You see the United Kingdom, very divided when it comes to politics. You see every other country. What they do first is that maybe they attack the person in power, they impugn his integrity, his personality. They also attack the opposition political party or whatever. But rarely would you see them talk down on their country. Listen to every citizen of every other place. But when you come to Nigeria, particularly our religious leaders, so because the policy of everybody is either in the mosque on a Friday for the Juma service, or is in church on Sunday for church service. So they wield a very strong, influence over the populace. But very often, our religious leaders tend to misuse this power that the pulpits or the mimbar has given them. They tend to misuse or misapply it, and that's why I feel encouraged. I'm a Muslim for crying out loud, just to put out there. But when I hear people like Matthew Ashimolo, talking differently from the the usual practice, you see what is now the norm. When you are hearing. You see religious leaders who are playing politics, who are partisan, literally, in the course of politics, they are taking sides rather than preaching, in the message among various religions. It's not only Christians, not only Muslims. I've seen them do it. So in fact, even recently, I saw the kind of attack on Twitter that Matthew Asan Kuka, Catholic Archbishop of I think so. Is it Kaduna or Sokoto? So I saw the kind of backlash he received, because he spoke out that there's actually he didn't believe that there was a Christian genocide in Nigeria. I thought so. You see that these persons, even daring to even speak up, on the nationalistic in their sermon, is going to bring a lot of backlash. But some of them are still standing up, standing on what is right. And so I commend them, basically, when I hear people like Matthew Ashimolo of KICC or Catholics, Matthew Asan Kuka, amongst others, speak, because the challenges we face, all the politicking we are doing, the security challenges we are facing, they don't have an ethnic or religious or tribal, it's not, there's no 50,000 naira. There is no 50,000 naira bag of rice for an Igbo man, and then a 10,000 naira bag of rice for an Hausa man. There is no 25,000 naira bag of beans for a Muslim, and then 107,000 naira bag of beans for. So the same market, the same challenge, security, inflation, whatever. So I think that basically I commend Ashimolo and others who are nationalistic in their opinion. Yeah, that's my point, actually.
Okay, thank you. Let's come to you, Dr. Fanimo and Mr. Fanimo. What role should religious leaders play in shaping public sentiment around national security?
You see, as a religious leader, a lot of people look up to you to shape their destiny, even to the ridiculous extent that if the wife decides to frown, they run to the pastor. Pastor, I don't know what I've done to my wife that she's now frowning. So that is how basic the role is. And the pastor or imam or sheikh carries enormous power that are latent, that if you are not careful, a misuse of that power could ignite a lot of crisis. So a religious leader should be nationalistic in outlook. A religious leader should wear the toga of a statesman who sees things from the prism of the whole and not a fraction. A religious leader should not be seen to be partisan. You may have your own bias. I love PDP, I love APC, but that should be personal to you, not for you to come to the pulpit, because every member of that church cannot belong to the same society or political party or any strata you can imagine. So most of the time, in some places, religious leaders determine and shape where the followers will go. Check in the north. Most riots start after Friday Jumat. Because that's when the sheikh or the imam will instigate. And once they are out of that place, the next thing is Allahu Akbar. And they go all out. When Kwakwanso was governor of Kano State, why they still love him till today is the fact that throughout his tenure, there was no religious uprising. And how did he do it? Because we went into it to investigate how he was able to achieve that. You know what happened? This is a man that he had about a huge sum of money kept aside for these sheikh and imams. Now, he started paying them monthly some stipends with a proviso that anybody that religious uprising emanates from his domain automatically forfeits these monthly stipends. And it was huge, you know. So, when there is any crisis in an adjoining state, the sheikh will rally all the imams and say, look, don't preach and don't allow. And that was how he was able to maintain peace. And that is the essence of security vote, which some of our governors abuse today. So, coming back to your question, a clergy man, either Muslim or Christian or even the traditional list, must be able to rise above primordial sentiments. Must be, for instance, if there is a national discourse, the outward position of a cleric should be nationalistic, even when he has his own bias. That is the only way we can maintain peace and growth in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar sharply rebuked the All Progressive Congress, APC, particularly its Lagos State chapter, telling them to stop policing his political affiliations and instead worry about the age of their own leaders. Atiku's response follows criticism from the party over his recent move to join the African Democratic Congress, ADC, a move the APC's Lagos chapter derided as another sign of his political restlessness. In a statement by his media office, Atiku argued that while his own life and political record are public and well documented, the APC has leaders well past 90 years old still clinging to power, yet they criticize him for making strategic political moves at 79. He accused the party of hypocrisy, selective memory, asserting the party hopping in a democracy is legitimate, while identity fraud, which he implied characterized some in the APC, is the real problem. Let's quickly have your take, Comrade Ibrahim, on this article statement. What's your take on article statement, and what's your view about article's move to the ADC?
Well, it is political brickbats, at its finest. It's open season. So I'm enjoying the brickbats. It's all in the spirit of competitive democracy. It is democracy at its finest. Where people try to talk down. When you watch Parliament in the UK, this is all you see. Especially when Rishi Sunak, current Prime Minister, and Kemi Badenoch, they are digging it out. It's always worst case scenario pointing. And I think though it's a bit interesting, the brickbats. It's also unnerving too. Yeah, while I kind of wave it off as a part of that is the character of politicians to engage in this mudslinging and exchanging banters. It's also critically worrying, with all due respect, that what we have on offer, it's mudslinging. We're not seeing arguments or contestations around policies. We're not seeing salvos being thrown on the level of policy or programs. That it's not even about the way forward for the people. It is more about personal attack. Okay. Much younger in life, there's this line we used to hear that average small people discuss themselves. Average people discuss others. Big people discuss. Great people discuss ideas. I think that while it is okay that we have this kind of contestation, this kind of arguments across board, it is more important for me that it should be based on issues, based on politics, policies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly come to the studio. So, do you think the APC has said that Atiku's move to ADC is a political restlessness? What do you make of this? In 1 minute, we're actually out of time already. But
just like Comrade Momo said,
just have your take.
It's their way of politicking. But as long as it's still verbal attack on each other, it's still within the realm of politics, so we can tolerate that. Let it not degenerate to something much more than just verbal breakback.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Comrade Ibrahim Momo, all the way from Benin City, and thank you very much, sir, for being a part of the show.
Pleasure.
You're welcome. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OG has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OG, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done, let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, OG people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement would grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Former Inec chair, Fani-Kayode, and 30 others in Tinubu'S ambassadorial list. Anglican Church urges federal government to expose terrorism financiers. Obasanjo flays the federal government for apologizing and negotiating with terrorists. Abia to begin over 20 years gratuity clearance. Labour Party submits new leadership list to Inec. And Nigeria among Africa's worst in policy gap reputation. On the foreign scene, Russian strikes cause power outage in 600,000, for 600,000 I should say, in Ukraine. Business news, air travel disruptions loom globally as Airbus recalls planes. Sports news, World Room queries NFF over FIFA's $960,000. In entertainment, actor reacts to AGN suspension over alleged on-set assault. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has sent a list of 32 ambassadorial nominees, including the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, to the Senate for confirmation, according to a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. Also in the list is former Governor of Enugu State, Fani-Kayode, and a current government media influencer, Reno Omokri. Onanuga noted that in two separate letters to the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, President Tinubu asked the chamber to consider and confirm expeditiously 15 nominees as career ambassadors and 17 nominees as non-career ambassadors. The nominees include 4 women on the career ambassadors list and 6 on the non-career ambassadors list. Among the non-career ambassador designates are Ogbunaya Kalu from Abia, Omokri from Delta, Yakubu, a former Ekiti First Lady, Erelu Adebayo, a former aviation minister from Osun State, Femi Fani-Kayode, and Ugwanyi. According to the statement, the nominees are expected to be posted to countries with which Nigeria maintains excellent and strategic bilateral relations, as well as to permanent missions. Well, away from that report, the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion has requested the federal government to expose and punish the sponsors and financiers of violent attacks across the country. This followed the killing of Venerable Edwin Archie of the Diocese of Kaduna. In a statement by Primate Henry Ndukuba, the church also called for the immediate release of the late cleric's wife and daughter, who are still in captivity. It lamented the priest's death after a months-long stay with his abductors, describing it as a tragedy that wounds the conscience of the nation, warning that Nigeria cannot overcome its security crisis without unmasking the networks that fund and facilitate the attacks. The Anglican Communion urged the federal government security agencies, and international partners to confront the root of the violence. According to Ndukuba, this kind of violence and cruelty that continues to ravage communities and tear families apart has no place in any society that seeks peace and prosperity for its citizens. Well, in a related development, the Kogi East Christian Elders Forum, KECEF, insists that the federal government must take the offensive against terrorists and bandits instead of remaining reactive in the fight against terrorism, urging the government to intensify efforts against bandits who continue to attack, kidnap, and kill Nigerians. The forum declared support for the long-standing demand by the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and the Middle Belt Forum, MBF, for decisive action to eradicate terrorism from Nigeria. In a communique, the elders welcomed President Donald Trump's designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern over the persistent attacks and targeted acts of genocide against Christians. According to the communique signed by the national president Joseph Iguda, the designation should serve as a wake-up call to Nigerian authorities. KECF further reaffirmed support for MBF's stance that the Middle Belt is a distinct region and should not be classified as an appendage of the North. It further urged clerics and church leaders to actively work to protect their members. Well, still on measures against insecurity, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has condemned the calls for negotiations with bandits, insisting rather on decisive action and international assistance to confront the escalating insecurity. Obasanjo, who spoke during the Plateau State Unity Christmas Carol and Praise Festival in Lagos, asked the federal government to stop apologizing and negotiating with terrorists. Expressing anger at the growing insecurity, the former president said Nigerians have the right to seek foreign intervention to cover for what he described as government's failure to protect citizens. According to him, no matter the religion that one belongs to, the profession or where one comes from, Nigerians are being killed and the government seems incapable of protecting them. He noted that modern technology has made it easier to flush out terrorists from their hideouts these days than it was decades ago. He added that with such capacity, Nigeria could easily flush out terrorists with drones rather than apologizing and negotiating with them. Meanwhile, the Defense Headquarters in Abuja has summoned all the soldiers who abandoned their deployment ahead of the abduction of the 26 schoolgirls from the Government Girls Comprehensive Senior Secondary School at Maga in Kebbi State. According to the Defense Headquarters, the affected personnel have been moved to Abuja as part of the investigation to unearth who ordered their withdrawal. Reactions had trailed the schoolgirls' abduction after it was learned that the terrorists struck moments after soldiers on security duty left the area, with Governor Nasir Idris and other concerned Nigerians calling for a probe. The district head of Maga, Mohammed Dantani, explained that he had called around midnight to confirm whether the soldiers were still at their post and was told that they were. However, he added that unknown to them, the soldiers had left the school around 1 a.m. shortly before the attack began. And away from that report, the Nigerian Senate is urging the federal government to review firearm laws to allow responsible citizens own guns as insecurity worsens in Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states. Citizens are reacting to growing frustration, calling for stronger security measures and faster government action to tackle the surge in kidnappings and attacks. VOPTV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
Has called on the federal government to review the country's firearm laws to allow responsible citizens to legally own guns, citing the escalating insecurity across Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states. The call followed a motion titled Urgent Need to Address Escalating Insecurity in Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger State, sponsored by Deputy Senate Leader Senator Lola Ashiru. The motion highlighted recent attack on schools, worship centers, and rural communities, including the November 18 attack on Christ Apostolic Church in Kwara State, where 2 worshippers were killed and 38 others abducted. While commending President Bola Tinubu for cancelling foreign trips to personally coordinate security responses, senators stressed that Nigeria's firearm laws should be updated to reflect current security challenges, similar to over 175 countries where responsible citizens are permitted to legally own guns. As Voice of the People TV, we are on the street to get citizens' opinion on this proposal and to understand how Nigerians feel about rising insecurity and the potential legislation of firearms for self-defense.
In this country that we have, the security aspect in this country is not well tightened, and I believe with individual, there are things that we can actually do to stop the issue of insecurities.
Whenever we see any suspect or any strange movement, we need to report the issue to the security officers. And again, people can no longer go anywhere they like free. The farmer cannot work in the farm, and they are carrying children from the school. Government, they need to do something.
They've known all these things before. It's now the right time for him to declare anything. They are just deceiving us. It's not proper. They are killing us up and down. Even now, they've now come to Kwara. Even all these Okada people where they ride Okada, they are terrorists, not bandits. They are just using that one to cover their eyes, so that if anything happens, they will just rise against their Yorubas. Even the whole Nigeria, Hausa self don't have mouth to mouth again. So it's better they do something reasonable at reasonable time.
I think it's a welcome development if we go for state policing. I think that should help us in terms of security. Let every governor be in charge of their states. Then if something happens, a governor cannot give authority to the commissioner of police. They want to first of all get instruction from their IG. So I think let's get a state policing. That will definitely help us.
As insecurity continues to rise across different parts of Nigeria, the Senate call for the review of the firearm law has sparked debate between public safety and citizens' right to self-defense. For now, communities are on edge, and all eyes are on the federal government to see how it will respond in the coming days and weeks to come. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Matthew, thank you. In the meantime, Vice President Kashim Shettima has called for a deeper synergy between the executive and legislature arms of government to align their purpose in building a Nigeria that works for all the citizens. Shettima spoke at a dinner organized by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for members of the National Assembly at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. He explained that under President Bola Tinubu's administration, there had been a harmony rooted in leadership, foresight, and collective resolve, noting that Nigeria is currently enjoying the best working relationship between the executive and legislative arms of government since the return of democracy in 1999. Shettima, however, called for a deeper collaboration. Earlier, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio stated that while insecurity was not peculiar to Nigeria, the right measures were being taken to tackle the menace. He assured the National Assembly's determination to support the president in addressing the security challenges nationwide. Well, turning to other stories now, the Senator Nadi Usman-led Labour Party has submitted a list of 34-member Interim National Working Committee to the Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec, jointly signed by Usman and the LP Interim National Secretary Darlington Ukwocha. The list, which was addressed to Inec Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton, was received by the Commission on November 28, 2025. Citing the LP Constitution and a July 18, 2025 National Executive Council resolution, Usman said the interim leadership was empowered to constitute the interim national leadership. They urged INEC to recognize the submitted names as the party's legitimate leadership. This comes as a rival NEC meeting convened by Comrade Julius Abure on Thursday had reaffirmed him as a national chairman. However, the latest letter noted that the new names superseded an earlier abridged list submitted in August and the ones recently submitted by Abure to the Commission. Now we move to Abia State, where Governor Alex Otti has assured that his administration will begin the gradual payment of verified gratuity, and pension arrears owed since 2001. Disclosing this during his monthly media, Oti said the state government had carefully reviewed all pending pension claims, working closely with the pension union to verify outstanding gratuities before taking any payment decisions. He further disclosed that the committee set up between the national body of the Nigerian Union of Pensioners and members of his administration had recently handed in the report. He regretted that pensions have remained outstanding since 2001, with a total verified outstanding pension now in excess of 60 billion naira. However, he assured that the state government must confront inherited liabilities, including the gratuity arrears, which he promised will be paid gradually. But still on governance and performance, the inaugural African Policy Index 2025, released by the Reputation Poll International, RPI, has enlisted Nigeria among the top African nations with the largest disconnect between policy delivery and citizen trust. Described as the defining governance crisis across the continent, the comprehensive index, which evaluates governance and policy performance across all 54 African countries, places Nigeria in the middle tier of strugglers with an overall score of 52.3. According to RPI, this category reflects nations that achieve partial policy results but fail to earn public confidence. Drawing from data on policy implementation and perception surveys involving over 25,000 Africans, the report shows that Nigeria records one of the continent's widest trust gaps, sometimes exceeding 25 points between objective performance and citizen confidence. The report noted that in Nigeria, anti-corruption laws and other initiatives score high on paper but fail to inspire public trust due to perceived elite impunity and inconsistent enforcement, among others. Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Opeyemi Ogunlami. Opeyemi is Take It Back movement co-software coordinator. Opeyemi, thank you so much for making time out for us today.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me with you tonight.
All right, so for starters, right, let's talk about the hottest story right now. President Bola Tinubu has sent a list of 32 ambassadorial nominees, including the immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmood Yakubu, to the Senate for confirmation. But what has got tongues wagging is the fact that Reno Omokri, social media influencer, made that list. Reno Omokri once upon a time called President Tinubu a drug baron. He said he didn't have any certificate from the school. He said he graduated from overseas. But all of a sudden, in a bizarre twist, Reno became President Tinubu's #1 cheerleader. So would you say that this position now that he's about to receive is a pat on the back for a job well done, or do you think he's actually suitable to become one of Nigeria's ambassadors?
Seriously, at this time in Nigeria, at this moment, we actually know that things are not based on merit, but on favoritism and nepotism. Nigeria has come under an administration where the person at the helm of affair is doing everything possible to favor his own people. He's doing everything possible to favor his loyalists. Do not forget there are a lot of them that contributed to the success of the emergence of this administration. And since the emergence of this administration, they've been contributing in one way or the other to polish this administration in good light, regardless of the fact that the administration is already a failed administration. So whoever is speaking good of the administration will actually gain the favor of this of the system. It's not only Reno Omokri that I also expected Sheyi Law to make the list, but that one is also benefiting somewhere. So whoever is singing the praise, so far you can stand on the mandate and then you can sing Bola on the mandate, well, you are good to go. You will make the list. Even the Yakubu, the Inec chairman that made the list, what was the success of the Inec chairman in the past? If Nigerians are allowed to screen all these individuals that made the list of the presidents, on what criteria? What would Nigeria be? What would Nigeria choose them for? And what would be their credibility to the system? What I've just seen so far is this: that even from Lagos State, when the president was a governor in Lagos, the only thing they have established the system upon is that come, let us put you somewhere for you to be eating, not for you to come and serve. So our people are fixed up in this system for them to find a place to eat, not a place to serve. So that is also, once they give them that office, they are there to marry, to travel out, to do tourism around the world, and to be the best of themselves, not for the progress of the nation. That's why I see on this list, nothing more.
It's also important to note that Fani-Kayode also made the list, and he's actually one of those who have been very vocal in denouncing the fact that there's a genocide targeting Christians in Nigeria after the United States President Donald Trump threatened to invade the country, though people have taken issue with that word invade. But talking about Christian genocide, right? The Anglican Church of Nigeria, Anglican Communion, has requested the federal government to expose and punish the sponsors and financiers of violent attacks across the country. This is coming on the heels of the killing, unfortunately, of Venerable Edwin Achi of the Diocese of Kaduna. How would you react to this story, Okoyemi?
At this point, our people at the helms of affair will twist any narrative to suit themselves and to suit the administration. And I need to state clear here that even our president was also supported by some terrorists or militants. We saw video during the time they were campaigning, we saw video on the social media where some militants were in a boat campaigning for Bola Tinubu, that if you don't vote for him, so thing will happen, blah, 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 and all. We've seen that people get to that place, to that office, not on the credibility of the number of votes that they've gotten in Nigeria, but so far they can get high support, a very large support from militants, from terrorist group. It will favor them into the office. So that's what we're seeing so far that is happening. And then if they're saying that they should mention the names of people sponsoring them, since when? Like Mohammed, during Buhari administration, also said they will mention them. Was it done? No. They know themselves. Let's not forget that the vice president of Nigeria today also allegedly was a supporter of this terrorist group. So they know themselves. It is for their own gain. And I must say, I need to also state this. We have terrorists in every area in Nigeria, including Lagos. Let me explain how they function in Lagos. They are the one functioning as NURTW. They are the terrorist group that stand against the people at election, telling Nigerians that, no, you must vote this person. If you don't vote this person, something will happen to you. That is terrorism too. So terrorism is everywhere in Nigeria. The only thing in Lagos is the Lagos terrorism is institutionalized. They keep them somewhere to collect daily taxes from people. And once they are doing that, they keep them and they still give report to the person at the helm of affair. When they are needed at election, they use them to unleash terror on citizens. And that alone is giving them confidence of what to do and how to go about it. So they will never mention any name of any terrorist group. The only thing that we need in Nigeria is total overhauling of the National Assembly, of the executive, so that we can work on our judiciary. That's just what I can contribute for now.
All right, Okoyemi, it is important to note that the NURTW in Lagos has not been designated as a terrorist group. But I'd like to ask, the allegations you've just made, is it based on facts or speculations?
If you say it has not been
designated as a terrorist group.
If you say it had not been designated as a terrorist group, if you say it's is it based on facts, during the election, the recent election that we saw in Lagos 2023 that brought in the president, were there no statements by the NURTW past chairman, MC Oluomo, that whoever does not vote Bola Tinubu, it's something will happen to them? That is one. Were there not factual and evidential video reports that showed that some kings in Lagos State actually made it compulsory, compelled the people of different communities to vote Bola Tinubu? Now, if you say that they have not declared them terrorists, yes, they may not declare them terrorists, but what is the definition of terrorism?
Yeah, well,
check.
Constitutionally, the NURTW has not been designated a terrorist group. It's just what I wanted us to clarify.
It's not a terrorist group, but what they are doing is unleashing terror on the people. That's so simple.
Okay, because you define terrorism, right? Earlier, I get your point. I catch your drift,
yes,
right? Yes, I get it perfectly. But I want to push this matter a little bit further about the killing of this clergyman. Now, in a statement by Primate Henry Ndukuba, the church also called for the immediate release of the late cleric's wife and daughter, who are still in captivity. Now, this cleric spent 1 month with his abductors until he was killed. His wife and daughter are still there. I mean, just not too long ago, we saw that 38 worshippers who were abducted in Kwara were released, not rescued. Yeah. We heard they were released. In KB, we heard about 20 students who were abducted, also released. If the government can perform such magic, don't you think they should also look into this case of this late cleric's wife and daughter who are still in captivity?
I want to also say this, that I hope you saw the video by the terrorist group saying that they rescued the Kwara church members that were kidnapped. They didn't rescue them. They paid them, and there was no military intervention to rescuing those people. Now, the cleric that was killed, to this moment, still the family, wife and children, are still with the abductors. At this time, for how long can the federal government of Nigeria be liaising, and for how long will the federal government of Nigeria keep paying bandits, paying terrorists, paying kidnappers? Though Shehu Gumi said they are not terrorists, that they are just agitators for their own life. They've not had better lives all this while. Now, what are we doing to terrorism in Nigeria? How are we going to deal with it when the presidency hasn't even stood up against them? This is what we are in. We are in a state of confusion, where our people do not even place value on the lives of a common Nigeria. There is no value on our lives. We live like chickens that can be picked from the cage at any time, go to the slaughterer, and then go to pick another one. Then we, the chickens, are waiting for which nest. That's what the leaders of Nigeria have shown us so far. So they cannot tell us who is the terrorist. They cannot declare even the terrorists as a terrorist group, because they know them. They know what they are using them for. It is politically, how do I put it? It's a political move. So for us, they know what they are doing. The citizens it's just unfortunate that the citizens are the ones suffering all this.
You know, Okwemi, you said something earlier on about the way and manner in which the 38 worshippers were released. You said they were released and not rescued by their abductors. Now, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has condemned the calls for negotiation with bandits, insisting rather on decisive action and international assistance. Just coming hard down on the federal government to say, look, you mustn't negotiate with bandits. That's not the way to go, or else you're giving them leeway to carry on with whatever they're doing, right? And apart from that, there's been calls from the National Assembly, both the Green and Red Chamber, for these, terrorists and abductors to be dealt with. I mean, thoroughly. Let's have your take on this.
During the President Olusegun Obasanjo's era, he tried what he could do in his own period, and it wasn't as much as this that we have now in Nigeria. But people need to come very hard. I like the move made by the presidency that withdrew security officers from the members, and dignitaries, members of National Assembly, and from some celebrities and dignitaries in the country. Let everybody face that insecurity. Let the police go and do their work as they are told to. But the idea now is, who wants to fight terrorism? There is no political will to fight terrorism in Nigeria. And that's why you see Nigerians shouting, calling on the military, which is also illegal. That's why Nigerians are shouting, calling on Donald Trump. For how long can we have ourselves calling on external foreign assistance, when it's not that we cannot do the work? We can actually do it. Nigeria can finish terrorism with the magnitude given to it now. We can finish it within a week, but there is no political will. And I must also say that terrorism has also infiltrated into our system. Terrorism, people supporting terrorism are in our government. They are in the governor's house. They are in the presidency. They are everywhere. They are in our military. So far, Boko Haram people have been pardoned, and their infiltration is so wide that for Nigeria to combat it now, it will take us time, because they've really entered us. They've really gotten their entry into our political offices, and they are living large. And sympathizers also are getting their space. So dealing with terrorism in Nigeria shouldn't be a hard thing, but because the people we have at the helm of affairs are the one empowering them. So that's why it's not like the citizens are the one fighting it, but the leaders are the one encouraging it. So
Wow.
This is what we are, and that is where we have found ourselves, because the actions of the leaders their actions are encouraging banditry. It's encouraging terrorism, but citizens are suffering it. Now, to combat it, what is there to finish up? But it's hard. Our military, when they go out, they count bullets for them. When they look at one military guy that just made his own account, he was locked up because the commander will tell them not to shoot at terrorists in the front. Meanwhile, the terrorists are shooting at them, and the commander will say, "Don't shoot at them." The guy shot, and the guy was locked up because it was said he kicked against the command. How do we fight terrorism when there are accomplices within the system? It's hard. This is just where we find ourselves, and we cannot move forward from here except we have a total change of hand, because our government has been compromised. Nigeria has been hijacked by terrorists themselves. It's just we are just waiting for them to get entrance into our presidency and sit down on that seat. That's the only thing we are waiting for.
No, we actually hope that never happens. But I want you to take a listen to...
Afghanistan experienced it. We pray it never happens in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm praying it doesn't happen in Nigeria. But I want you to further take a listen to what former President Obasanjo said. He said it's not rocket science to end terrorism in Nigeria. That, look, because of technology, it's even easier to flush out these terrorists from their hideouts these days than it was decades ago. He also added that with such capacity, Nigeria could easily flush out the terrorists with drones rather than apologizing and negotiating with them. But you know, after the kidnap in Kebbi, we were told that there was a joint military task force that were combing the forest. What happened to the drones like former President Olusegun Obasanjo is talking about? Why not air surveillance and firepower? I mean, millions of naira have been pumped into, making it easy for these soldiers to win this war. So what do you think is happening, really?
As I have said, our military has been compromised. So who will fly the drone? Who are they going to kill? They are going to kill their brothers in the bush. Who will kill them? Even if we say, okay, we are going, at this time, informants will leak the intel out to those in the bush that they are coming. They will excuse them. So, in fact, terrorists wherever they are in the bush are also aware of the next move by the Nigerian government. So, at this time, technology, the use of technology would have helped us a lot if there is no human interface and if there is no betrayal of the system within our people. The military, as I've said, the military had been compromised. All this use of technology, who wants to use it? We need truthfulness. We need loyalty to serve Nigeria. So who wants to do that? Somebody who has been compromised? Even if they buy all the technology, they will have all the weapons, who will use them? The people. If the people are truly ready, if our leaders in the military, of our presidency, if our National Assembly are truly ready to serve Nigerians, if they place value on our lives, then Nigeria will be ready to work and that Nigeria can work. But at this time, the technology will not fly from wherever it is to work for itself. The people will use it. Nigeria has been compromised. So no matter how we invest in technology to combat terrorism, it cannot work because the person who would operate it had been compromised. That's where I want us to focus. There's no political will to get things done.
All right, 30 seconds, Opeyemi. What's the solution then as we wrap this up? 30 seconds. What's the solution? What are your recommendations?
From my own angle, 2027 is here. Let's vote out and let's stand strongly against people that cannot serve Nigeria correctly. Let's let Nigeria stand and defend their votes aggressively because they took over our lives aggressively. Nigeria needs to defend their votes aggressively. That's just my own recommendation, nothing more.
And that's a safe place for us to land today, Opeyemi. Vocal as usual. Thank you so much for being part of News Hour today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. We have been speaking with Opeyemi Ogunlami. He is the coordinator, Take It Back movement in Kosofe. Would like to let the viewer know that the views of our analysts are just that of the analysts, and does not reflect the stance of the station. We'll take a short break and be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Now, youths in Anambra State under the Anambra State Town Union Council Youth Wing have commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for improvements in the conduct of the November 8 governorship election and other polls in the state. They expressed their appreciation in Oka during a visit to the resident electoral commissioner, Queen Elizabeth Agu. Our correspondent, Sochima Promise, reports.
3 weeks after the Anambra State governorship elections, Anambra State Town Union Council, led by Comrade Ken Okoli, have joined the growing ranks of groups and individuals applauding the peaceful conduct of the polls. According to Comrade Okoli, credible polls excite the youths as it bolsters their belief in the system and the future of younger generations of Nigeria. He particularly praised the maturity and positive disposition of the resident electoral commissioner towards free and fair polls.
Then even the last one, the Cuba election, on their very watch, went successful. In fact, the election that is adjudged today, the most fairest, transparent, credible election in this country, conducted We've been under a new leadership in the country, in Inec, witnessing such election. It's not only a thing of joy to us, but it's also something that we use to tell story about elections being conducted the way it should be.
While appreciating the youth group for recognizing her efforts and that of the commission, AGU reiterated her zero tolerance for electoral fraud. The resident electoral commissioner expressed happiness that no glitch occurred as over 97% of the results were uploaded on the IREF real time. She attributed the success to the immediate past and present leadership of the commission.
We had 97.8% upload, no glitch, because INEC was determined to make it right, and we got it right. No single person takes the glory, but the first person that takes the glory is the Almighty God. INEC Anambra, we began to fast from January. We began to pray from January. We began to ask God to give us the grace to get it right, to make us make Nigerians proud, to make us make Anambra people proud. And this is not for me, it's dedicated to the Almighty God and our chairman.
Highlight of the visit was the presentation of play to the reg by the Anambra State Town Union Council leadership. Sochima Promise, Voice of the People Television.
Sochima, thank you. And now the federal government has issued a notice to airmen, NOTAM, restricting flights to Abuja during the aerial displays scheduled for the Nigeria International Air Show from Tuesday. Announcing the directive while inspecting the airside arrangements at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, the venue of the three-day event, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, said the Nigerian Air Force will conduct aerial demonstrations on the first and last days of the air show. He said that on those days, the Abuja airspace will be temporarily closed for safety. He further stated that the Nigeria Airspace Management Agency has already issued a notum. Keyamo explained further that for the brief period of the air displays, airlines have been told not to fly in or out, to hold their flights and not fly into Abuja while the sky is agog with displays. And away from that story, Ogoni communities have condemned the federal government's silence months after receiving reports from the Professor Don Baridam-led dialogue committee, which was established to engage local residents on the potential resumption of oil exploration in Ogoni land. The report submitted to the presidency in September had highlighted the community's grievances and expectation ahead of plans to resume oil production. Speaking at a stakeholder dialogue convened by the Lukiaka Community Development Center in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, the executive director, Martha Agbani, noted after over 3 decades without oil extraction, many young people do not fully understand the implications of petroleum operations. Agbani stated that in spite of the ongoing cleanup, Ogoni land was still suffering legacy pollution, poor health outcomes, and persistent hydrocarbon contamination. The people insisted that any discussion on resuming oil production must be rooted in justice, free, prior, and informed consent and adherence to the Ogoni Bill of Rights. And away from Ogoni land, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, says the 12 distribution companies, DISCOs, collected 192.26 billion naira out of the total energy bills of 241.54 billion naira issued in September 2025, leaving a shortfall of 49.28 billion naira. This is contained in the DISCO's commercial performance fact sheet for September 2025, released on the Commission's X handle. According to NERC, while 86.43% billing efficiency was recorded in September, it was up by 2.58% from the previous month. On the foreign scene now, over 600,000 people in the Kyiv region of Ukraine were without power on Saturday morning after an overnight Russian attack. Ukraine's energy ministry said over 500,000 of these were in the capital itself, with the rest in the surrounding region. It attributed the power loss to missile and drone strikes on energy infrastructure in the city and several other regions. About 36 missiles and nearly 600 drones were launched on targets across Ukraine overnight, officials said, killing 3 and injuring dozens of others. Russia has intensified attacks on Ukrainian civilian and energy infrastructure as the embattled nation heads into winter, despite US-led efforts to secure a peace deal. In another development, United States President Donald Trump has said the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela should be considered closed in its entirety, but gave no further details as Washington ramps up pressure on President Nicolas Maduro's government. U.S. strikes against alleged drug boats in the Caribbean have been underway for months, along with a U.S. military buildup in the region, and Trump has authorized covert CIA operations in Venezuela. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. In business news, European aerospace giant Airbus has warned that flights will be disrupted after it requested measured modifications to thousands of its A320 family planes. The move comes after the aircraft makers discovered that intense radiation from the sun could corrupt data, crucial to flight control. About 6,000 planes are thought to be affected, which makes up about half of Airbus's global fleet. But it is understood most will be able to undergo a simple software update. Ibom Air, one of the major airlines operating in Nigeria, flies the Airbus A220-300, which is not a part of the A20 family. And now the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has reported a significant surge in revenue, hitting 5.08 trillion naira in October 2025, up from 4.27 trillion naira recorded in September. The figures are contained in the company's monthly report summary for October 2025. According to the report, NNPCL's profit after tax rose sharply to 447 billion naira in October, compared to 216 billion naira in September, signaling stronger operational efficiency, improved market conditions, and enhanced cost optimization strategies deployed by the National Oil Company. Well, in sports news, former Super Falcons coach Randy Waldrum has questioned the Nigeria Football Federation over the $960,000 allegedly received from FIFA in October 2022 for preparations ahead of the 2023 Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. In a viral video on social media, Waldron alleged that in spite of receiving the funds, the NFF failed to arrange adequate pre-tournament camping for the team. The NFF has yet to comment on the matter. And away from football, former two-time unified heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua has vowed to expose and stop Jake Paul when they clash on December 19 at Kaseya Center in Miami. Joshua, who is heavily favored by bookmakers at over -1,000, promised to dominate the 8-round Netflix bout. In spite of his confidence, however, Joshua acknowledged Paul's dedication and preparation. Joshua, who holds a 28-4 record with 25 knockouts, is 6-4 since 2019 and has not fought since a devastating 5th-round stoppage loss to Daniel Dubois in September 2024. Well, in entertainment news, actor Tai Arimoru has reacted to his indefinite suspension by the industry's top guilds, labeling their statement as inaccurate and vowing to contest the ruling legally. The controversy surrounds an alleged physical assault on the set of Pieces of Love involving producer Peggy Uviri. Arimoru claimed he was attacking or he was attacked after trying to leave the set when his scheduled call came. He alleged that Uviri blocked his vehicle, leading to detention and assault by her team. He is demanding 100 million naira compensation from Uviri, dismissing her account as grossly misleading. Uviri, however, said Arimoru was the aggressor. Following the investigation, the joint body of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, Actors Guild of Nigeria, and the Association of Movie Producers mandated Arimoru to issue a public apology to Uviri and the director. He was also directed to release a corrective video stating the actual sequence of events and complete the remaining scenes under supervised conditions. Still entertainment, comedian Emmanuel Ejeku, popularly known as Sabinus, has opened up about how his father initially opposed his decision to pursue a career in comedy. Speaking in an interview, Sabinus told his father wanted him to become a lawyer. He said after he was unable to secure admission to study law, he went on to study linguistics and communication studies at the University of Port Harcourt. He revealed that it was during his university days that he discovered his talent for comedy and began creating skits. It's a wrap on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that former Inec chair Fani-Kayode and 30 others have made Tinubu'S ambassadorial list. Also, Anglican Church urges federal government to expose terrorism financiers. Obasanjo flays federal government for apologizing and negotiating with terrorists. And Abia to begin over 20 years gratuity clearance. Also, Labour Party submits new leadership list to Inec. And Nigeria among Africa's worst in policy gap reputation. On the foreign scene, Russian strikes cause power outages for 600,000 in Ukraine. In business news, disruptions loom globally as Airbus recalls planes. In sports news, Waldron queries NFF over FIFA's $960,000. In entertainment news, actor reacts to AGN suspension over alleged on-set assault. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello there. Good morning and good morning and good morning again. Welcome on board. Of course, it's another edition of the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. And I welcome you to this wonderful episode. And of course, I'm so excited because we're wrapping up, the year. And we've actually gotten to almost the tail end of the year where after now, it will just be celebration mood activated. And, just like I said yesterday, I love December a lot and I love the celebration period. And I believe you also do that. Okay, so welcome on board and let's take this ride together. My name remains Savior Udo.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
Of course, I will be looking into the insecurity situation of the country, security under scrutiny, mandates claim, negotiations despite federal government's stance.
IPOB crisis continues, security and human rights tensions rise over IPOB sentencing. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel and Voice of the People television. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Also, visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 0904-473-2605 because here you have more than a voice.
Of course, here you have more than a voice, of course. So if you know you have more than a voice, so why don't you stick around with us instead of you moving around and roving around in this country? It's quite a very serious one here this morning because what we're starting with as regards to my first conversation is a particular conversation that we've been having issues with ever since the announcement actually, came on board or it was made open to the public. I'm talking about the tax situation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, NTPIC, to ensure effective execution of his administration's tax reforms. Chaired by Joseph Taigbe, Director General of the Nigerian-China Strategic Partnership, and overseen by Finance Minister Wale Edun. The committee comprises experts from tax administration, law, finance, and private sector, and civil society. Its mandate includes broad consultation across public and private sector, interagency coordination, and a nationwide awareness campaign to guarantee seamless implementation of the new tax law. The NTPIC aims to strengthen revenue mobilization, minimize leakages, and enhance accountability while protecting interests of investors and citizens. Tinubu stressed that the committee will drive a fair, transparency, and technology-driven tax system to support economic growth, while Tegbe and Edun affirm that their readiness to work with all stakeholders to align fiscal policy, build public trust, and deliver sustainable national development. Of course, what else will they say and what more can they say? When we talk about this tax situation here, you would agree with me that it's been a thing of concern as a citizen in this country because we want to first have a better source of livelihood, and we want to first make good ends meet, all right, and not about us still struggling, economy, and yet the government is actually, introducing different tax reforms. I'm not saying taxation is wrong, no, but in a thriving economy like that of Nigeria, and we know where the shoe itches us, and we know what we're going through in this nation. Yet, all we can talk about, you've not even settled the security situation in the country. The power sector is there, We have inflation everywhere. And yet, all they are telling us to get ready for in 2026 is about tax. How did we get here? It should be a government that understands the people. It should be a government that knows the pain of the people. Of course, the president actually talked about this, that he created this particular, committee for a proper and a seamless, implementation, and for the new tax laws to be corrected and to be, done properly. And of course, to strengthen revenue collection and reduce tax evasion. But if you're actually saying all of this and, mentioning that these are for the people, and, you're doing all of this to secure the people and to make sure that taxpayers are treated fairly and transparently, and of course, to educate the public about new tax laws, why did we even introduce this new tax law in the first place? For all of the tax we've been paying, what has been done with it? Because if you say we've been paying tax, let's leave the new now. Before we use the word new, that means there was hold, or there has been hold, right? So before the new one, what did the government do with the old one?
The reason is to buy new cars.
No, I need to understand.
That's the truth.
Because if you are introducing a new, that means you've done so much with the old, and now you feel, oh, it's time for us to hop, to improve, to review this particular thing and to do something even better compared to what we were using this to do before. But we've not seen what you've done with the old. You take the old, yet you're still borrowing. We don't even have any track records of anything good that you've done with it. No good roads. Our health sector is bad. We don't have a steady power supply. They told us that food prices have been crashed. And I asked, where? As at the time, they mentioned that a bag of rice, has dropped to, is it 50,000? Is it 50 or whatever?
50 something.
Yes, and that was last month. I still bought mine 72,000 naira. Yes.
It probably is just in their own cotton.
So I am surprised that we are still playing around all of this particular conversation. Now, people are trying to struggle to feed their family, take care of themselves. Nigeria is a very strong. We are strong people, right? Where we don't really let it show. We don't really let it show that we're really suffering. That's why Fela said we're suffering and smiling, right? So, but in as much as we're trying to actually push, keep focusing on life and just keep pushing, encouraging ourselves. Yet, one good thing that the presidency or the government is telling us to get ready for is more tax in 2026. Instead, for it to actually tell us, oh, we assure you that dollar would become this, we didn't see anything like that. Instead, for you to tell us that whosoever that is in charge of that particular market, you are regulating the price of this food, that food, that food in 2026. Instead, for us to hear that since we now have our refinery, in as much as it is still a private-owned refinery, right? I was
going to ask for a refinery.
No, because I don't really know what we really have. I'm telling you, I don't really know what we really have. Sincerely, have you taken your time to look at every government-owned station, every government-owned property in this country?
It's nothing to write home about.
I'm telling you.
And it's very painful that, like you said, that is not what Nigerians need at the moment. Nigerians are really struggling. Many Nigerians are finding it difficult to even eat 3 square meals.
And you are telling us in 2026.
And then you are already saying 2026, people should get ready for more taxes to be put on them. The same person or the same Nigerians that are struggling, same Nigerians that you've not been able to provide basic amenities for them, and you want to task them more. I really don't think that this is what we need at the moment. I was actually thinking that probably before January, the president will have a rethink about these, especially because of the security issues we're facing at the moment. So, but I'm surprised now that he's
Have you forgotten how they promised us that as soon as Dangote refinery is ready, that the fuel price will crash? Now, you are not even promising us in 2026 that, oh, this is going to be the amount. It was 100 and something. So many people protested, went to Ojota, went everywhere. But now, nobody ever thought about it in this life, in that this, will get to a point where we're buying fuel for 1,900 and something. And we're talking about new tax law. And guess what? They're telling us that it is to support new economic growth. by making tax rules clearer, increase accountability, transparency, protect interests of investors and citizens. No, you're not the citizens, but that of the investors. We have to call a spade a spade. So I should be thinking now, inside the small money I'm seeing, outside the office, because I think you should understand some of these things. Aside from your salary that you're paying, that you'll be taxed on, for whatsoever
you buy. That's a lot, actually. That's a lot.
No, sincerely, I still want someone to let this whole thing make sense.
And I think this is where our NLC should come in, Nigeria Labour Congress. But I don't know what they are doing.
Nina.
Because it looks like they are in the pockets of our leaders. So, but really,
Nina,
what are they doing?
I would appreciate if you call a spade a spade. There's nothing like it looks like. Yes, if it doesn't look like, then let the NLC act. Let the TUC
because really,
act.
this is the time for them to act and come out and really, protest this. Nigerians can't be taxed. Nigerians are already at their maximum. It's
we are going through a lot.
We are people who don't talk. We turn everything into jokes. Nigerians are very, very, resilient people. But I feel like there could be a level to our resilience. And I think NLC, TUC, or the appropriate organizations should actually come out to protest this.
My problem now, Nina, they come out to protest.
But nothing will be done.
And nothing will be done. Next thing you hear, the Senate, intervened. They spoke with us. They said they would discuss with the federal government and they will get back to us. And next thing, we are going for, what do they call that? Their meeting again? A closed door meeting. Nina, any meeting in this country that they say we are going for a closed door meeting, I don't appreciate that word.
Because you just know that things have gone under.
What are you closing the door about? Yes, what are you closing the door about? If it's about the people, make it public. Not after your closed door meeting, what you have agreed, you now grant a media party or a press conference to start saying, okay, these were some of the things that we discussed. If truly those were the things you were going to discuss, you should have allowed the media come into that particular conference center. Let them come and be there. Don't tell me that we're in a closed door meeting and you come out. That's the reason why, even to ASU, 1 minute, including the doctor, the resident doctors. 1 minute they are inside, they call a strike, they start industrial action. Next minute they are in a closed door meeting.
And then next minute they are
calling off the strike.
And then after some months down the line, they go back
Do you
on strike
understand?
again. So why did you call off the strike?
So why did you call off the strike? Or maybe there is an exchange of something we don't know to just tame you. I don't even know if they are on retainership. Sincerely, there are so many things that we don't know about this country. But it's still our country. I love this nation, and this nation must work.
Yes, it must.
I'm a patriotic citizen. I do not intend to leave this country anytime soon.
Same here.
So I love this country, and this country must work. So, Mr. President, sir, the House of Senate, the judiciary, please let everybody look into this particular thing. And let the committee, I believe the civil society is also part of that particular committee. Let them also look into this particular one. You are talking about a new tax law. What about the old one? What do we do with the money? Sincerely, sometimes it's always very, it's always very painful when it looks like the people were meant to take care of you, the people were meant to, lead you and have your best interest at heart, are making you look as if you are earning, what I don't know. Maybe, the presidency are thinking that we're actually earning up to like 10 million, weekly, not monthly, because
in this Nigeria, how?
But on a more serious note, Inec might be seeing up to like 5 to 6 million monthly.
I hope so. I hope so, and I pray so. Okay, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has declared that he's willing to resign if President Bola Tinubu fails to win the state in the 2027 presidential election. He argued that the All Progressive Congress APC now dominates Edo's political landscape, facing no real opposition, and credited Tinubu's influence for the administration's growing popularity. Okpebholo emphasized that residents are ready to reward the president with their vote, that any failure would be his personal responsibility. The governor also highlighted his grassroots political approach built on mentorship and community engagement, contrasting it with what he described as the unpopularity of his predecessor, Godwin Obaseki. Okpeyolo said that his early actions in office have strengthened the APC's hold on Edo, and he confidently predicted that the state would deliver a comfortable victory for Tinubu in 2027. You know, it's very painful to hear a governor talk about this in 2025 when there are security situations in your state. Let's not even talk about security situations in Nigeria. We have kidnapping situations in Edo State. We have persons who have been kidnapped, who have not been gotten, who have not been released, who there's no hope about their whereabouts, there's no hope about them being found. And the Edo State governor is coming out to talk about 2027 and how the president would win. He's so sure of himself.
You know why I love this guy? Yes, of course, before his office. Yes, so he's a fellow man. You know why I love him so much? I love him because, to me, I see him as a comedian, as a colleague, you know. I see him as a comedian because there is nothing that, any headline that has to do with Edo State or the governor of Edo State is laughable, you know. This was the same man that he found it so difficult to call numbers. Don't forget that, you know. We have track records a lot, you know, so we keep them. And this is the same governor that we saw his certificate, his WAEC results. We saw it. And not only that, how can a sitting governor request for a media parley? And the broadcast journalist went to interview him. And for everything that was asked, all the questions about what he has done so far ever since he came into office for the people of Edo State. Instead, he could not even talk about his own personal achievements, his administration, about 1/3. Instead, 95% of everything he discussed, or 97 to 98% of everything he discussed, was about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All he was talking about was 2027. All he was talking about was APC. All he was talking about was the reforms of APC and that of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. What have you done for the people of Edo State? Just like you cited, Edo State is going through a lot right now. And in case you do not know, Nina, till now, the Benin bypass is still bad.
Yes.
Benin itself, that is the city, has so many bad roads. In short, it was Benin that I saw potholes that are actually like ditch, almost pit. You know, because if you drive an Islander into it and it swallowed all my tires. So you know what that means. It was in Benin. Until date, we still have so many bad roads in Benin. Are we going to talk about Agbo, Delta State to Benin? Till now, nothing has been done. And a governor is talking about how he would resign if if the president lose 2027. The security situation is there in Benin. Can we really trust Benin forest anymore?
Exactly.
Are they totally in control? The Benin we used to know, the vigilantes, they were in charge back then. And there is this particular bow or something that they put into every Sienna that does their local transport, just to know their people and anybody that is an outsider. Yes.
Wow.
They even ticket everybody. Yes. This is the Benin we used to know. That's the Edo State we used to know. So if they see a strange vehicle, strange pickup or whatever, they know that you don't ply this road all the time. Because if you have to ply this road, you are either going to Delta State, you understand, or you are moving to Bayelsa. Do you get what I'm saying? But a governor just came in. Of course, the party brought him in. And next thing you are talking about, he used how many hours interview to just talk about. Well, I don't blame him, because all the southern governors, they actually did a security meeting. The Northern Governors Forum did theirs, and they went in because the security situation of this country is more important to them. But our Southern Governors Forum did theirs. Instead, they sued Ashwebi. They were wearing matching outfits for a security meeting. A crucial time as this.
They turned it into a,
What else can we say? No, but it's really, really painful, because when you expect so much from a group of people, especially people that you were thinking that they were your leaders, okay, but if when they're acting like this, what else? But it's okay. This is the Nigeria that we all wanted, and this is the government officials that we voted in, because no matter what, they will tell you that the people of Edo State voted. So if they voted, let them enjoy it. That's all I can say about it. That's all I can say. All right, we'll be going straight to newspaper headline right now, and I believe you should stay put for that particular one. But let's go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll take in the newspaper review. Don't go to my station, please. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People TV. A quick one. Let's actually start with First Daily here. All right. The Hopper Bar says Google pledges $3 billion to accelerate Nigeria's AI revolution. And of course, the main headline here: President Tinubu set up a new power committee to fast-track tax reform. Right after that particular story, panel to drive aggressive revenue expansion. Federal government targets simpler, fairer tax system. And of course, still in the same paper, police disown via memo on withdrawal of security for Atiku and others. And of course, beneath that particular one says police arrest 26 for fake currency adulterated diesel in Lagos. And of course, another one, Tinubu'S Soludo seal new security regional power pact at Aso Rock. Okay, appeal court dismisses Kanu's rights violation suit against DSS AGF. Federal government unveils bold plan to stop raw exports, mandate 30% local processing. And we also have a Uniport student sentenced to death for murder of girlfriend. And the last one there says Nigerian security needs practical solution, says Oshibajo.
Okay, we have the Daily Trust, the Weekend Trust for the Daily Trust paper. The main banner headline there, or the banner headline there, is Police for Hire. It actually occupies a large portion of that paper. Police for Hire. And then beneath it, there's a rider, your safety for a fee on the card there. Then we have meat, vegetables, our foods are poison. That can be found on page 11. And of course, one of the headlines there also is gunmen killed 3 immigration officers at Kebbi border. And that's all we have for Weekend Trust.
Now let's go to Saturday Independence. Is government foiling security? That's the main one there. Is government foiling insecurity? That's a very good question. But of course, the upper bar says deposed Guinea president should be charged for treason, reps member. Okay, and 96 hours of sound, sea, and sand. Afro Cellular unveils plan for Africa's biggest New Year party. Okay, of course, we have beneath that particular one. Cardoso unveils and Nigerians' economic rebirth blueprints, and the writers to that particular one says nations has moved from crisis to confidence. Okay, We would actually know all of that soon. Inec reports 86% billing efficiency boost for Disco. And right after that particular one says September revenue collection hits 196.26 billion naira. Rowan project a market cap to hit 262 trillion naira in 2026. Oyedele assures tax relief for 98% Nigerians. All we need is proper implementation and not just assurance. All right.
Okay, we have the Guardian weekend. The banner headline here is saying, as Yuletide beckons, motorists, commuters agonize over deplorable interstate roads. And then we have one of the headlines there above the masthead is Nest Oil versus FBN. Coco's dual representation raises conflicting interest issues. Also, we have one of the headlines there. Nigerians spend 21.8 trillion naira on petrol in 12 months. Also, we have enough of app service to state police. Enough of lip service, right, beg your pardon, to state police. Also, another headline we have here is WHO unites, urge renewed, UNAIDS rather, urge renewed commitment to end HIV in Africa.
All right, that's all we have for the newspaper headlines. Of course, we'll be going straight to the first conversation here now. Security under scrutiny, bandits claims negotiation despite federal government's stance. But of course, I would want you to stay put. Would come back or to actually dissect this particular conversation after this a short break. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please.
Guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP
Hi, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Boss on Voice of the People television. Recent developments around the rescue of adopted girls in Kebbi and Niger states have sparked fresh controversy as Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu insists the federal government did not pay ransom to rescue their freedom. He said the National Assembly believes a security agency relied on a mix of force, persuasion, and strategic operations. Details, he actually argues that it cannot be publicly disclosed. Of course, an ad hoc committee has now been set up to investigate the abduction, especially reports that soldiers stationed at the Kebbi school abandoned their post shortly before the attack. However, newly surfaced video contradicts the government's narrative. In the footage, the abductors are seen questioning the girls and openly claiming that the government negotiated with them because force failed. The bandits also boasted about allowing the girls to go based on peace deals, directly challenging federal government claims that no ransom or negotiation took place. The video emerged shortly after officials publicly celebrated the safe release of all students. Meanwhile, the Nigerian police forces reports that officers attached to VIPs were urgently ordered to return to base following President Bola Ahmed Tinubu'S directive to withdraw 11,000 police personnel from the private protection duties. The police labeled a widely circulated internal memo as fake, adding to additional conversation. Former lawmaker Shehu Sani stressed that the insecurity in the north is largely driven by local actors, not foreign groups, urging northern leaders to confront the crisis from within. And of course, if you were following the story and watching the screen, you would agree with me that we just saw Shehu Sani there. So let's just allow our viewers to hear what Senator Shehu Sani said as regards to his submission about the insecurity.
The terrorists killing people in the northeastern part of Nigeria are not from Congo. They are not from Malawi. They are not from Namibia. They are not from Egypt. They are northerners and they are Muslims. The bandits in the northwestern part of Nigeria, they are not from Senegal. They are not from Mali. They are not from Morocco. They are not from Guinea or Guinea-Bissau. They are Fulanis from the northwestern part of Nigeria. So it is for us to solve the problem. It is not for anybody to solve the problem. They are not speaking Chinese, they are speaking Fulani language. They are not speaking Spanish, they are speaking Hausa language. They are not speaking Mandarin, they are speaking Kanuri languages. When will the North sit down and address the whole of these bandits and terrorists are not more than 5,000?
The old bandits are no more than 5,000. But it's taking us forever to actually clean up these guys from our bushes, okay, and from this country. It's quite a sad one there. Joining us in the studio, and of course, it's always a delight to have Dr. Peter Anosike, a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. Doctor, you heard what Senator Shimsani said.
It's true. There's an adage in Igbo that a thief does not steal where he does not know. Because you need to escape. And for you to escape, you need to know the route.
That's a very serious one there. Doctor just gave us a very, clear, epic explanation of what Senator Shehu Sani said. And of course, joining us virtually, we have Barrister Eze Luchie, attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Hello, Barrister. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on.
Barrister, I actually missed you in the studio today. I was thinking we were going to get here, but of course, it's okay. Barrister?
Yes.
We have so much to discuss today on the show, and I believe you've been following the program, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and of course, joining us from Benin studio, we have Frank Ehiosun, auto public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Frank.
Good morning from Benin.
How is Benin today?
Yeah, the weather is cool. We are very hopeful that it will be better than yesterday.
Your governor said you people don't have any problem, and you have just one party in Benin, and in 2027, all of you, including you, would come out to vote for the president again. And should, in case the president loses Benin, or Edo State, to be precise, that it would resign.
Yeah, he's speaking by faith. He has the right to limitless optimism.
But are you in support of that particular conversation that APC would actually, take over Edo State?
I didn't get that.
Are you in support of that particular one that APC would actually win Edo State?
I'm inclined to the fundamentals of democracy. So it is injurious to the concept for a single party to be in charge of anywhere the world over, as far as democracy is the government in practice. So there must be opposition, there must be dissenting views, you must have people from several camps. So that I mean support is an issue not even in the anticipation, because it's at variance with the essence of the system of government we practice. Even if we practice it in quotes, I could say elusively, but of course we are still hopeful that someday we'll be in the promised land.
Okay, so
I say that he has the right to a sense of faith and optimism.
All right, so here we are, a security under scrutiny, bandits claims and negotiation despite federal government's stance. Okay, the federal government said they didn't negotiate. Okay, in as much as Ambayo Ononuga was, was in an interview, and he said that they quickly went, after the bandits, and they were able to have a talk with them and, get the people back. But you heard the bandits, you've seen some of the videos making rounds on social media, how they actually boasted and said that ransom were paid, negotiation, and the federal government tried in a very forceful way. It didn't work out. Now they are actually calm and, negotiating out with them. And of course, over the week, the Deputy Speaker of House of Reps, also Ben Kalu, also proposed a particular bill saying that any lawmaker that is found negotiating with bandits, should be prosecuted. What can you say about all of this particular? And what are your thoughts on all of this issue? What do you think about this particular submission? The bandits' rights? Is the federal government not telling us the truth? What's going on?
You see, it was Patrick Henry that said so long a time ago that there's no way I can predict the future but by events of the past. So it's unfortunate that government has a reputation that doesn't speak too well for it. And that is why today it is difficult to differentiate between when the truth is told and where lies are put forth for the convenience of just giving out information to the general public. I personally believe the assertions by the bandits. Why did I say so? About 3 years ago, just an instance in view, a military plane or jet was shot down. Why in the news we could hear from our security institution as in talking about searching for the aircraft, as in they are not able to locate it. Within hours, we saw bandits doing live video coverage, highlighting the aircraft on the floor, blown to pieces. In fact, they used their phone to showcase the number. Fortunately, the military already had highlighted the number, just like your vehicle number. The aircraft has its identity, its number, so-called. So why the Nigerian media at that time was saying that they were looking for, they don't have details yet as to what happened. They are still searching for location or whatnot. The Nigerians and the world at large, via social media, did live coverage, and they showed that it was blown to shreds. So why the Nigerian government was telling people that the people were free, the girls were free, the bandits came out, they didn't come out to speak. You see where the difference lies? They have not just pictorial, but video evidence, real-time discourse. And this evidence that these people put forth can be verified. Fortunately, technology has digital marks. So people have requisite expertise by which they can verify it and know that, oh, wow, this thing actually was real. So it puts paid to government lies on some notes. It's unfortunate. You see, this issue of insecurity is something that government, I have affirmed the often time, attends to with kid gloves. And the way they attend to it, I just hope, as it is presently the Achilles heel, it doesn't also result in the collapse of the Fourth Republic. I hope that doesn't happen. But with the way we are going, okay, we heard about the U.S. security report a few months ago concerning the extent to which these terrorists and bandits, so-called, have infiltrated the West African sub-region and beyond. And a few days ago, the ECOWAS chairman's viewpoint that aligned with it quite. So it confirms the fact that the danger is a lot more complex than we view it. Not just we, but our government for real. Treating it still with kid gloves.
Okay.
And this issue you mentioned of negotiating with a terrorist.
Yeah.
They can make all the laws and say that people should be killed. See, in the face of danger, men will resort to whatever means to survive. All these things have come to the fore because government has failed in her primary responsibility. Government has failed in her essence. And we forgot it so soon. It's just barely 6 years ago. A state governor, not just a state governor, a governor of the state where the president was from. As at that time, Buhari was from Katsina State. He was the serving president. His own state governor opted to negotiate with bandits. That was in 2019. Less than 2 years after going to negotiate, where we had pictures of bandits holding guns like folks who had the paraphernalia of state to do whatever they want. Barely 2 years after, the same state governor, Aminu Bello Masari, on national TV, I watched it on channels and some other stations, he addressed his own people, telling them that they should buy arms to defend themselves, that they cannot just sit there and watch bandits come to kill them. They should buy arms so that when bandits come at them, they can kill the bandits too. All these things happen in this country. So the person talking about making laws, lawmakers should not negotiate with terrorists. Lawmakers don't have laws to play. They negotiate at their levels because they want their people to survive. The security infrastructure in the country has failed because governance has failed in her essence.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that particular wonderful submission. Let's come to the studio. Doctor, just like what Mr. Frank mentioned here, you know, I saw, of course, also in the news that the House of Senate, yes, you know, they tried passing a particular bill, and of course, some senators are pushing for it now that some responsible citizen should be allowed to have a gun to protect themselves. I'd like to know first if you are in support of that particular one. And of course, we were aware about what Masari did back then in Katsina, and nobody actually questioned Masari as regards to whatsoever that he did in the state, including Matawale of Zamfara as well. Well, and of course, Doctor, I'd like to ask you simultaneously, what are the implications of government's denial of paying ransom, given the video evidence suggesting otherwise?
I want to start with what government said and what the terrorists said. One of the biggest skills in modern world is critical thinking. So, if we subject what the government said and what the bandits said excuse me, into critical thinking, or what Ezenuche would say, cross-examination, the bandits are telling the truth.
Wow.
Understand me? The bandits are telling the truth because Bayo exposed himself by saying that DSS just put a call to them and they released the...
I don't even think Bayo was even prepared for any of those... sorry, Doctor. I don't think Bayo was ready for any of those questions. He never saw it coming.
So that they just put a call and DSS... DSS put a call and, excuse me, and the bandits released those people.
Okay. Let's come to Barrister Ezenuche. Barrister.
Yes, good day. I'm here.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, all of this back and forth, and you can hear what Shehu Sani said about the fact that these people are northerners, these people are not outsiders. And some days ago, a senator also said, we know these people, we know where they are. I was watching a Rise TV the other day, and they were interviewing the chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum. And one of the journalists was asking him, do you people know who these people are? He was not able to even say anything. He was trying to dodge the question. And so what exactly is the issue? If these people know who these people are, why are they not coming out to really do the needful?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, the reality of this is Nigeria is a contraption. We're not serious about ourselves in this country. Why do I say this? The current governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, had said on record that Nigeria is a home for every Fulani from all over the world, all over West Africa, that they are free to reside in Nigeria. So when they say they know these characters who are doing these killings, to some extent they know them, because they are Fulanis. I mean, the pictorial evidence is there that these are the characters who are killing Nigerians across the country. And then what are they willing to do about it? Nothing. I mean, they just allow it to continue because to them life is valueless. We saw a female Fulani senator on the floor of the Nigerian Senate say that just like we respect lives of human beings, the Fula also respect the lives of their cows. And she was trying to equate this thing. So we are unfortunate in this system that. Am I still on? Am I still on?
Please, can go ahead.
Yes, she says that the lives of cows are equal to the lives of human beings. And we unfortunately for us in this current state, we do not have a government. We have characters who I can even call bandits at the helm of affairs. And I'm using those words specifically because when you rig elections to get into power, and you do all sorts with guns and rigging, you actually a bandit. That is why a character like Bayo Nanuga can come out and say that they did not pay ransom. I don't think people think he realizes that if you did not pay ransom, that means the government is complicit and collaborating with these criminals to release these girls. And maybe the only reason why they got them released was because there was international clamor. If you did not pay ransom, if you did not, you just negotiated, and they release these girls for you, release the students, that means this government is complicit in these things. They think Nigerians are stupid. And that is because we do not call them what they are. This is not a government. This is a clueless bunch who stole and robbed their way into power. Like Mr. Tinubu will always say, you snatch and you run with it. And that is what they've done, unfortunately for them. They have run and snatched it, and then they have met with what they are clueless about. You have terrorists all over. Yesterday, there was a report of schools on the run in Akwa Ibom State. In Oron, the Kogi State Polytechnic is overrun also. And these characters are just there talking a whole lot of rubbish. Look, why we have to shoot about this is that I don't know about you guys on the studio, but I don't have any other country except Nigeria. So we have to, if we are discussing Cameroon or Togo, yes, we can relax and talk good English. But we are talking about the only country we have. And we are very annoyed and pained that some elements who are sitting there in Abuja, who stole their way into governance, are destroying this country. They are allowing our people to be killed. Can you imagine the deputy speaker saying that there will be a law against the legislative discussion with terrorists? What does he know? Does he understand the laws in Nigeria? Does he realize that it's even a crime to even be negotiating with terrorists in the first place? And for him to even suggest that there will be a law on that means he's bereft of reality. Shame on him. And then tomorrow, in fact, I just saw the list of characters that the presidency listed as those to negotiate, to discuss with America over these issues. You look at the list, it's the same people who are facilitating and enabling terrorism. The IG of police is there, chief of defense staff is there. What are they going to do there in America when they are in control and command of the forces here? It's so painful because we are here today. You are saying that Lagos is safe. My dear, if they can hit Oron in Akwa Ibom, they can hit at the heartbeat of the country in Kogi. Who told you Lagos is safe any day? Even when you look around, look at the Agege, look at the Butemeta area, you see that Lagos can be hit at any time. And these characters will only come out and release a useless message that Mr. President feels the pains of Nigerians and he will make sure that the soldiers do whatever. And we know they're not going to do anything. We know they're not going to do anything. I mean, the people that I feel should even be aware of what's going on is the 7 justices of the Supreme Court, led by Inec Okoro, who allowed these bandits to take over the reins of Nigerian government. Because if they had done what they should have done, we wouldn't be in this mess. If Inec, led by Mahmoud Yakubu, had done what should have done, we wouldn't be in this mess. And we're here talking. We're talking because we've not been hit personally. But my dear, the Nigerian situation now is such that at any day, any time, any of us can be a victim of these characters. And the earlier we act, the better. And that's why I'm happy that people like Ambassadorial are now picking up, saying that any Nigerian, we should even invite friends from anywhere in the world to help Nigeria. Because we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. And the fuse has been lit. Let us not think that this is still a mirage. Let us not think that these things are still far off. They are around us, they have surrounded us, they are by the riverside, they are by the bushes, and they choose when to hit. And unfortunately, the security agencies are incapable. As of now, they are bereft of ideas. Because why? Look at the IG of police, the chief of defense staff, and traveling to America to go and discuss with Americans when the issue is here.
Okay.
Why can't they act? It's so painful.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister. Thank you so much, Barrister, for that wonderful submission. I love the fact that you said that you don't know about us, but it's not about us being here speaking good English. Doctor, we can't help it. We're just doing our job, okay, Doctor? Barrister, thank you so much. Let's go to Benin Studios now. Let's go to Benin Studios. Hello, Mr. Frank, are you there? Mr. Frank, can you hear me? Please, you just unmute your mic over there. Mr. Frank, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, very, very well.
Oh, okay. So, let's talk about security failure and, of course, accountability. You'd agree with me that just like you heard it in the news, the governor of Kebbi State actually came out and he said he's been asking a question that is yet to get a reply. That why did the Nigerian army leave their post, pull out before that particular abduction took place, you know, on that fateful day? Till now, we've not gotten answers. And of course, I would like to ask you, what measures should be taken to prevent soldiers from abandoning their posts in the future, okay, as reported as regards to that of Kebi's adoption? And who do you think we should hold accountable should in case something like this happens?
I'll start from a point. The buck stopped on a table. Our sovereignty wasn't temporarily assigned to the soldiers. Our sovereignty as a collective was temporarily given to the president, who runs the government of the day, to mandate for 4 years. Okay, I think he has about 2 years left of it. Should he win the next election, the same mandate could continue. That is where the buck lies. This issue of soldiers leaving their duty post is not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time, it's not the fourth time. That is why I totally align with the viewpoints of the great barrister just now, emphasizing the fact that Nigeria is not a serious state. In fact, I've said it in several places, and possibly the opting time, that when viewed from the concept of nationhood, Nigeria fits into the mold of a comedy in the Committee of States. In fact, who say it's a comedy is to make it look as serious as something that is insignificant. It's much less than that. Have we forgotten the fact that in 2009, when Mohammed Yusuf and his team went about their first onslaught against the state, so-called, and the Nigerian Army caught Mohammed Yusuf, the Commissioner of Religious Affairs under Alimadu Sharif, and the other guy, 3 of them, they were held in custody by the police in the government house in Maduguri, in Borno State. And they were killed in cold blood. Is it not the same Nigerian government that looked at the issue with political lens and looked the other way? Not until Boko Haram blew out of proportion 2 years after, began to strike in several places. That was when Jonathan, now sluggishly, ordered the arrest of the officers that were involved in quotes, killing in cold blood of those guys, Mohammed Yusuf and the other 2 guys. Till today, you are a journalist. What have you heard about that case? Is the Nigerian state is the foremost bandit, Nigerian government. On this platform, I align totally with the viewpoint of Austin, which Francis Fukuyama alluded to in this piece, Origins of Political Order. Austin made a cynical theoretical construct where he affirmed that what we call government are actually stationary bandits. And Nigerian government today, not just today, in this Fourth Republic, seem to fit into that mode. They are not different from the bandits we are complaining about. They are even the main bandits. It's just that they are stationary. Stationary because of geographical location and the parts of the law or the constitution that seem to hold them to some extent. If not, how do you explain the fact that, in fact, just to divert a little, please, I heard the barrister made mention of General Olusegun Obasanjo, giving him credit for complaints concerning the insecurity that we are going through. I'm speaking right here on national TV that the bulk of the blame of insecurity in Nigeria rests on Obasanjo's table. He laid the foundation. It was his desperation to rig election, by all means, that inspired Alimadu Sharif to sign a contract with Boko Haram to guarantee that his victory can be secured. If elections were given the pride of place in terms of prioritizing universal adult suffrage of every Nigerian citizen, if rigging were not the option that PDP resorted to emasculate others who could have emerged as victorious in elections, Alimadu Sharif would not have empowered Boko Haram, that now became the foremost terrorist group till tomorrow Nigeria has not recovered from. So Obasanjo should not speak without referencing the blame that is upon him. Secondly, it was the same Obasanjo under his administration that looked the other way when Nigeria, that is a secular state by the clear provisions of the Constitution, was violated by some states in the north. They opted to institutionalize Sharia, to make Sharia a law in a part of the country that undermines the fact that Nigeria is a secular state. What did Obasanjo do about it? He looked at it with political lens. Until tomorrow, the fact that that practice was enshrined in laws in certain states is a major factor, a major source of the insecurity that is consuming not just Nigeria today, but possibly the whole of West Africa. So that's why I said that government in Nigeria is a comedy of sorts. My joy presently is that reality has dawned upon us. Because in the history of the evolution of mankind, nature ensures that there's a balance. All this while, since 1999 to date, government in Nigeria has been ceremonial, aloof, driving in SUVs, making money and amassing wealth to their advantage without due consent to the primary essence of government. But nature does not allow a vacuum. That is why these things have been compounding, and we are at a point today where whether government likes it or not, the fundamentals of nature will rear its head, and the people will express themselves. Even if I don't excuse the people, because in Nigeria, majority of Nigerians, unfortunately, are indolent. Indolent in the sense that they appear to be neutral in matters of politics. They say it doesn't concern me. Not knowing that the person who is neutral in a political setting is worse than the person supporting bad politics. Because a neutral person gives bad government a blank check.
Okay, the person who is neutral is worse than the person who is supporting bad politics. Well, Nigerians should take note of that. Bad policies. You know, thank you very much for your submission there. Before we move to the next topic, Dr. Peter, let's talk about this withdrawal of police orderlies or police officers from VIPs. You know, the police has come out to say that the list that was being brandished, according to them, is fake. What do you make of this?
Which one is the original?
Well, for me, from Yerima, we have learned something. The officer that confronted the Nyesom Wike, he said that he was there on order. So military are also being withdrawn by order. The question is, who issued the order? We don't need that to go far. Understand? Military obey and command, the last command. And when the last command say move, they must move. That's why Fenda called them zombies. So who issued that order? The governor should know the answer to the question he is asking, but he doesn't want it to come from his mouth. Understand? This is a simple thing. Who sent them? The person that sent them there must have withdrawn them. Period.
But of course, they are even saying that they didn't withdraw Wike's.
No, I mean in the issue of KB.
Okay, in the issue of
I wasn't even talking about. I wasn't even talking about the people, the soldiers. Okay, you actually thought I was asking about the soldiers who left the school before the bandits attacked the school. Sorry. Okay, that's actually not what I was talking about. I was talking about. Sorry. I was talking about the police withdrawing as in police officers from the VIPs. You know, there's a list that came out now, and we saw people like Atiku Abubakar. We saw the former the former first lady, Wike, and all of that. And then Benjamin Hundeyin is coming out to say the police is not aware of that list. That list is fake.
Well, the issue, our constitution stipulates those who are qualified to have ordinance. And when I suspected that list was when I saw the name of Kekere Edu. The CGN is qualified under the constitution to have police escorts. Judges are qualified. Vice presidents are qualified, understand me? But I saw Namadi Sambo, the vice president to Jonathan, then Atiku Abubakar. I didn't see Yemi and Oshibajo. So that's where I begin that to suspect. So I don't really think that the list is authentic. Because if Atiku's ordinance should be withdrawn, Oshibajo list should also be should also be included. Sure.
Okay, let's come to Barrister Eze Luche before we move on. Barrister, what do you have to say?
Please, there is no constitutional provision for anybody to have ordinance. There is none, absolutely none. It's at the prerogative of the police to decide who, when you apply, they give you. So, I mean, there is no such constitutional provision as the guest in the studio was trying to allude to. But what Nigerians should be worried about is this. We're not an island. The other countries in the world. Where in the world does the Senate president or the senators or members of the House have police ordinance? These guys are paid enough money. They can hire private security guards if they want. So certainly, we need for all the policemen and security men we have in this country to protect Nigerians in their communities. It is very wrong and improper that you go to a police station and you call for an emergency and they tell you they don't have anybody to send to you because all the officers and men they have been deployed to guard people who are already overpaid in the first instance. So that the IG is commissioner is unfortunate. Yes, maybe the sitting governors, the sitting president, not by constitutional provisions, maybe by the reason of their office, they need extra 1 or 2 security guards. Okay, yes, but not any victim and hurry. And when you refer to some Nigerians, when the IGs, the most important Nigerians is the ordinary Nigerian. This categorization of some Nigerians as VIPs is extremely undemocratic and wrong.
Okay.
And let me just make a final comment on the issue of withdrawal of policemen, of soldiers from Kenya. We have realized that the Nigerian military is a very disciplined force. That is why a lieutenant in the Navy could use 15 soldiers to stand his ground against the minister. So the reality is that it was the commanding officer. That question of who removed the soldiers is improper. The commanding officer, like Mr. Notske said, who sent them there, withdrew them. It is the military. It's the same thing as who revealed the position of Brigadier General Uba to the terrorists. The fact is that the military has been seriously infiltrated by terrorists. That is why also, in most instances, before the terrorist attack, the military checkpoints and roadblocks disappear from the various localities where the terrorists will attack because the military has been infiltrated. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister. Sincerely, we're pressed for time, and that's why we can actually take, much submission as regards to the first topic. But just like you mentioned, which I was to buttress, I told my colleague that I needed to say something, but you've actually said it all. In other climes, aside from the president and the vice president, okay, even if you are a senator, you are a speaker, you are a reps member, a commissioner, whatsoever you are, you're meant to reach out to the private security details and not taken out of our police. And of course, when you are classifying some people to be VIPs, and who are the non-VIPs, who are the ordinary? We only voted them, or they are appointed to serve the people. So calling some people VIPs, and of course some senators have been crying in the red chambers saying that their life is now at risk. Okay, if they were really doing something where they have done what is better for their people, I don't think they should be scared. Until we have a public office holder or any politician in Nigeria that can walk freely without fears, then they should know that they've not done anything for this particular nation. But away from that particular, we'll be looking into IPOB crisis, of course, as actually continues. Security and human rights tension rise over IPOB sentencing. Of course, I wouldn't like you to go anywhere. You stay put. Of course, we'd like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the second conversation. Stay tuned, please.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. The Court of Appeal in Abuja struck out Nnamdi Kanu's appeal, challenging alleged violations of his fundamental right during DSS detention. The panel said the appeal became academic after his conviction, life sentence, and transfer to a Sokoto correctional facility, which he reportedly preferred over DSS custody. Kanu, leader of IPOB, was convicted on 7 counts of terrorism. He received life imprisonment on 5 counts, 20 years on one and on another. The court ruled he offered no credible defense, described him as an international terrorist, and upheld that extraordinary rendition from Kenya did not invalidate his trial. He has been moved under strict supervision with no access to phones and items like a smuggled transmitter forfeited to the government. The case highlights Nigeria's tough stance on separatist agitations and the tension between national security and human rights connections. Still with us in the studio to analyze these stories, we have in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Also joining us virtually, we have Barrister Eze Luche. He's an attorney at law and, of course, public and political affairs analyst. Also, we have in our Benin studio, Frank Ehiosho, author, public affairs analyst. And let me come first to you, Barrister, because I know that you're an attorney at law. Just help us break down this. The court is saying that this has become an academic, that's the case that Kano put up about his his human rights violations by the DSS. And now the court is now saying, because he has now been of course, the court has given a judgment over his case, that former case is now academic. Can you just run us through this? Let us understand how this has become academic.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, every day our judiciary, by its own pronouncements, digs the grave for itself, sinks lower. Why do I say this? I'll give an example with the Supreme Court judgment over the issue of Rivers State declaration of state of emergency. Deliberately, the court refused to give a judgment until after the 6 months of the state of emergency has passed, and then it now says it's academic. That's exactly what is going on with this Nnamdi Kanu's case. But what the Court of Appeal fails to realize is this. If perhaps they had given a timely judgment, perhaps Nnamdi Kanu would have been able to prepare a better defense for himself. Perhaps there wouldn't have been a 6-day given to the Nnamdi Kanu defense team. So many perhaps, which means that this judgment, if it had been given timely enough, maybe there wouldn't have been a conviction. That is what the judges of the Supreme Court of Appeal did not realize in making that pronouncement. And they now rely on the fact of an academic issue. Was it academic when it was filed? Seeing the urgency of that matter, why was it allowed to abate, to waste away until now it becomes academic? But is it still academic? Can't a pronouncement be made so that in future, those who are in the same positions will become better advised, will know what the position of the law is? That's why I say every day, passing day, by its own announcement, those who sit on the bench in Nigerian judiciary tend to dig the grave of the justice sector deeper and deeper. And I hope that they realize the damage and shy away from it. Because ultimately, when people begin to lose faith in the judiciary, in the justice sector, then we only have cause to resort to arms. And that becomes a state of anarchy. And I hope we don't descend that low, although we're almost at that level. So yes, for now it's an academic issue, but at the time it was filed, it was a germane concern, and the court should have expedited its processes and given judgment, knowing that if it delays, delay is denial of justice. If it delays, things may happen that will make it academic. And that is why some of us have, from the very onset, believed that the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case was a persecution and not a prosecution, was not a justice issue, but a political issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to our Benin studio. Are you still with us, Mr. Frank?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, let me borrow the words of Barrister Eze Luche, that he feels, according to him, that Nnamdi Kanu's is not a persecution. It's not a prosecution, but a persecution. Can you speak to that, especially when you look at the fact that he was sent to Sokoto? Why on earth should he be sent there? You know, away from Kuje prisons, we have Kuje prisons, we have other prisons in the southeast, we have other prisons in the south-south. How come he was sent all the way to Sokoto and not, you know, anywhere close to where he would even be able to appeal? You, of course, get to court easily to make his appeal, which he's supposed to do.
quite concur with what the great barrister said, and you reiterated just now, that it is more of persecution and less of prosecution. It is persecution rather than prosecution. I concur with that statement. And it's unfortunate that we are at this point. You see, Nnamdi Kanu, to me, I've listened to him a few times in the past from the outset when he started his campaigns, and I don't like him. It's not even about liking him. I tend to feel for him. Sometimes then I used to imagine that this guy may need some bit of counsel from experts in psychotherapy or related fields. That is the truth. So I'm ashamed as in Nigeria. The Nigerian government degenerated to the point where they now made Nnamdi Kanu a celebrity. And they prime him to the status he has attained today. Nigerian government made Nnamdi the problem he isn't. And that is a very clear case. That the guy speaks on his radio programs and does whatever he does and whatnot. The appropriate response of government should be to govern by example. Prime security and the welfare of the people. Prioritize transparency. When the people believe in you, those in the Southeast see in government policies that reflect that which pertains to their best of interest. They will not listen to somebody who speaks things that are almost insane from some part of the planet. But Nigeria, I still maintain, unfortunately, because of lazy thinking, and it happened under Buhari's government. They went to arrest or kidnap the guy from Kenya, brought him to Nigeria. That was bad enough. The guy was released on bail. Rather than allow even if the guy had jumped bail, he didn't jump bail. If I were in the government shoes and I discovered the guy wanted to jump bail, it would be better the guy jump bail to his discredit. But to use soldiers to go and attack and shoot people just to get somebody that, in my opinion, is not even a threat to any great extent. It is Nigerian government that created the problem around Nnamdi Kanu. And what is to blame? It is lazy thinking. Nigerians will be amazed. Anyway, I want to say they will be amazed because it's in the public domain. So what people we call leaders, the process by which they take decisions, you'll be wondering whether our kids in primary school do not have better thinking faculties. It will appear as if critical thinking has been thrown to the refuse can of history.